Aid. I think I did that correctly.
We think.
We think. Sometimes I think.
Hello, hello.
Hello out there, YouTube. Can you hear me? Calling all YouTube chat. Can you hear the blue horse? Come in, 1, 2.
Time for black and white horse. Can you hear black and white horse? There's a horse in this house.
There
There's a
are
horse
there are
in this
multiple
house.
horses in your
There's a
living
horse.
room. How did they
Whoa.
get there?
You should kick them out. They're not allowed there.
Yeah, kick
them
us
off.
out into the cold.
Get them. Well, you don't know. Horses do not kick. Listen. For the price of 1 cup of coffee, you too can keep a horse warm in your house.
That's okay. I don't drink coffee. Let's lead in, folks. How are you all doing? This is Banquo talking to you right here, right now. We're doing my 2024 movie ranking stream. I'm kind of reading chat while we're going. Where we talk about every 2024 movie that I saw last year. This is not going to be comprehensive. I didn't see everything, but I did see a fair chunk.
I saw everything.
To get things started, let's introduce ourselves. Hello out there. Whoops. I already screwed up. Cool. I'm Banquo. This is my YouTube channel. Maybe you know me, but I'd like to introduce my co-anchor here on the docket tonight, Thoth Penswell of Riffponies.
I'm the co-anchor. Hi, I'm Thoth Penswell. I'm launching right into it. It's just hard coded into my being now. I'm one half of Riffponies. Hello, Thoth Penswell. Riffponies, we are a comedy group within the horse fandom. We run panels at conventions, mostly comedy ones. Like, we get drunk and answer pony trivia questions. We pit artists against each other. We do Jackbox sometimes, I guess. And we make fun of cartoons and various movies. We also do a Twitch stream every weekend where we get our friends together and watch movies and react to them. I also run the HarmonyCon social media and PR. We're a Texas-based convention. You should definitely go to it. And other than that, I'm also a graduate of film school. I won't say which one, but I graduated film school, and that degree is doing gangbusters, let me tell you. But no, I'm very excited. This is my second time joining. It's always a pleasure to be invited on any piece with Ban, especially in a thing that is my field. So I appreciate it. Thanks for having me, Ban.
Thank you for coming all the way from Twitch over to the to YouTube. I know the commute must have been a little rough, but thanks. Thank you again for being here. And your film degree was required in order to come on here. So
oh my god,
it is. I did ask you for your CV upon us becoming friends.
you require more than what most you really are in on that film degree. Most other jobs, they're like, yeah, next. I'm glad you put a lot of weight on that film degree. Thank you.
That is very depressing.
Listen, I'm a film major. What do you want? It is depressed. No, it's a pleasure to join as always, and I'm very excited to talk about the one thing that I know how to talk about, which is movies.
Yeah, so, I'm just happy to talk about the movie stuff. Who else do we have? Let's see who's in chat. I see KJ, I see Uzi, and I see Cinefree. Hello, Cinefree. We recognize a loyal Riffponies watcher. Yeah. Watch along watcher. Watch it longer? Maybe.
This is what we call crossover appeal, Ban. Now we have our fans that cross in and out and over each other.
Oh my god, this is a crossover episode.
This is a crossover episode, exactly. That's not a movie, that's a Netflix show.
I don't
in
have
the trash.
Netflix.
1 out of 10. Oh, you're not missing much. There's fake movies on Netflix. What do you want to watch? Is Hot Frosty on this list, Ban? If Hot Frosty is not on this ranking, there's going to be problems.
I'm gonna have to ask you what the fuck that is later, but we 18 plus, by the way. Not just we're not gonna be showing anything weird, but we will use language just because we're adults and we're gonna talk about some adult themes because movies address adult themes and mature themes.
We don't watch little kitty shit. We don't watch that. We watch manly things.
We could not
like Inside Out 2.
Yeah, My Little Pony Friendship is Magic couldn't be us. We don't do that.
Never.
The horse is on
Absolutely
stream.
not.
Jay Monty, hi, how you doing? Good to see you.
Hello.
Good to see you. So we're introducing ourselves. I posed 2 questions amongst ourselves here to kind of break the ice a little bit for our viewers who might not know that we're into movies. I don't talk about them very much on my main YouTube channel, but once a year I've decided to do this stream. So first question is, what is one film you know you've seen but cannot recall a single part of it because it was so forgettable or bad or boring or just did not jive with you in any way, shape, or form?
Ooh, so this is for me from this year or all time?
All time.
All time. To pick one out of the hat. I remember, if you remember ever hearing about the film Brightburn from 2019.
Oh,
it was a horror movie that I think was co-written by like James Gunn's brother, one of his brothers, I want to say.
Superman one?
It is the bad Superman one. Yeah. And the whole conceit of it is like, oh, like what if Superman landed on planet Earth, but he was from a bad planet and he killed people? And it's like, yeah, that's fine and good, but your movie's boring. And just at a certain point, the thing is that all the the parents were underdeveloped. The kid just becomes evil halfway through the movie. Spoilers, I guess, for this 6-year-old movie. But he becomes evil not because of some like character arc or anything, but because a little homing beacon turns on, and it's like, oh, he's evil now.
Oh, it's
he's
an
brainwashed.
evil switch.
It basically
you turn the evil function on in your brain.
Right, exactly. They turned him off and on again. And it could have been like an effective horror movie after that point too, because you have like Superman as a kid as a slasher villain, I guess. But then it's just a slasher movie at that point, and a bad one at that. It's funny, I do remember one particular thing about it, and it was like a specific kill being particularly like gross. But even then, like, I can't remember character names. The name of the movie is the name of the supervillain, and I can't remember character names. I remember Michael Rooker shows up at one point for some reason, and that's about it. That might be that might be the last time I've seen a movie in theaters that I just straight up did not have a good time with. Because I've seen terrible things in theaters since, but in a fun set, like
some redeeming value of the experience.
I was gonna say, don't get me started on Lumina. We'll talk about that in another stream. But Lumina, like I saw last year, that's probably one of the worst things I've seen in theaters in the last 5 or 6 years, maybe ever. But I had fun. Brightburn was not fun. I was annoyed and I couldn't see shit. So that would be my answer to
valid
that.
criticism.
And what is yours? What is one that you've seen but cannot recall?
I'll give you one. This has been haunting me for a while, which is why I posed this question. I know for a fact I used MoviePass years ago to go see the movie The Nutcracker and the Four Realms.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
I could not tell you a goddamn thing that happened in the movie at all.
Wasn't Morgan Freeman in that or something?
Only because I kind of looked it up to make sure I didn't dream that it existed. I saw the cast on there. There was a Morgan Freeman. I think the main actress was Mackenzie Foy, who was in Interstellar.
Yes, yeah, I do remember her, yeah.
And that is the extent. She did some things in there were 4 realms. She like saved the Nutcracker worlds or whatever. it was so forgettable, and it
Oh
did just
no.
drop out of my brain. So I'm sure it was fine, but
Uh-huh.
absolutely nothing. I no memories, completely
Hmm.
gone.
I was gonna say, like, you reminded me that that movie even existed.
Exactly,
Mentioning
exactly.
it just now, but that was, and it's crazy, is that was like a Disney movie, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it wasn't. Got advertising. I'm pretty sure.
That's wild.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the kind of movie where I will dovetail this quickly, but that's the kind of movie where I wonder, like, does anybody own, like, did anybody ever clamor to own that on physical media?
Are out there in the chat? Are you Nutcracker in the Four Realms heads out there? Are you big fans of that particular movie? I want to
Are
know
you
if you are.
are you Nutcracker in the Four Realms pilled?
Nutcracker
Oh,
coded. Anyone out there? No, I am not. Yeah, I didn't think so, Jay Monty. You'd have, if
yeah.
I recall, you generally have pretty decent taste.
I'm gonna, well, while this is happening, I'm gonna look and see if I can find that on Letterboxd, because if it exists on Letterboxd, then it's a real movie. But oh,
In the meantime, I'll go ahead and
yes,
answer
go
the
ahead.
second question for folks. How many movies have I seen this this year? I guess it would have been this year when I created this slideshow, but it is next year. Basically, how many new movies did I see in 2024? I saw a total of 57. So we're going to go through 57 movies, the ones that I saw in theaters this past year. That's not to discount all the ones that are from before 2024 that I saw, or ones that I have rewatched. These are just brand new stuff that came out in 2024. I went to the movies, or I watched for the first time in 2024. The number
Right.
is 57 for me. Mm-hmm.
Very nice. As for me, by the way, 2.5 on Letterboxd, for Nutcracker in the Foreign Realms. Very solid. Very solid.
Not the
Uh,
worst.
yes,
I'm sure there was a
it.
plot of some kind.
I'm sure. Me talking about my favorite movie, I think there was a plot. I think there is a story.
What
Um,
about you, Mr. Penswell?
For me, I have seen, in movies that it really, because it's always a weird technicality people like to bring up, where it's like, well, actually, that movie that came out in it was at a film festival in
Mm-hmm.
the previous year. So whatever. In my personal rankings, because I have my own, and we'll talk about it at some point, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I currently have 96 films from
Ooh.
2024. Um, to be fair, I have the advantage because I live in New York City, New Jersey area, and that they get a lot more of like smaller release stuff. So typically, I can go to the theaters there and see it there. And also, like, my life is friends, ponies, and film. So it's that's why I end up seeing 96 movies from in one year, and there's still more. There's a lot more on the watch list that I need to knock out before award season. Award
Mm-hmm.
season. And even the non-award running, like award contending movies, because I like to see everything that year had to offer. And you find some new favorites for sure, which I'm sure we'll talk about here.
So when the Brutalist came out in only 4 theaters in the United
Yes.
States, there was one accessible to you, is what you're saying.
I saw it in 70 millimeter film and got a brochure and a poster with it when I went to see it. Yes,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
that's me. Um, I saw Interstellar in IMAX, and like the largest IMAX screen in North America. Listen, New York City doesn't give you a lot of benefits living near it. That's one of the things, is that you live in a culture hub, so you get to
Mm-hmm.
see weird shit. Like in September, I saw Godzilla 1985, the American cut of a Japanese Godzilla movie. It was just on 35 millimeter, and they showed it on a random Wednesday night at a theater. And I'm like, motherfucker, I'm there. Are you kidding?
Yeah,
Of
we
course.
don't have that many options in North Carolina, sadly. Well, maybe you
Mm.
do if you lived closer to Charlotte, but I do not. I
Hmm.
live in beep redacted Not to dox
Oh
myself.
wow, that's a pretty big city.
Yeah.
I've heard of that city. That's a pretty big one.
Cinefree says the Chronicles of Narnia, the red pill, the blue pill, and the nut.
The nut. Well put, Cinny. Well put.
Okay, so that's the introduction. That's who we are.
That's me.
In case you were wondering who we are.
Film
Who
horse,
are these
film horse,
horses
film horse.
talking on screen? Let's jump right into the format. Yeah, you thought I was going to go right into the ranking. Sorry, we're going to do a little prelim just to set everyone's expectations accordingly. So we're going to spend roughly, and I emphasis on the roughly, 4 to 6 minutes per movie, just so that we're not here until tomorrow morning. Which I wouldn't mind that, but I think at some point we would probably need to go to bed and stuff.
Never.
And probably go to the bathroom too.
That we do need to do that. That is a human thing. Yes.
Right. No gamer bottles for us. So the ranking is in no way, shape, or form objective. This is me talking about the movies that I watched, and at some point, Thoth will talk about the movies that they watched, and is subjected to their rankings, which will be a little later this year. We'll plug that towards later in the stream.
Yes.
Next, this is one thing I wanted to make clear, because Thoth and I were talking before the stream started. I think the American education system has really warped what the letter C stands for, and a C rank is not necessarily bad, guys. It is acceptable. It is average. It does the job, and it is perfectly fine as a movie.
Yeah. C's get degrees.
Exactly. C's got my degrees, that's for sure. Don't ask me.
Hell yeah.
Because they'll... So yeah, I wanted to stress that before we started, because I think my ranking tier list, which we'll get to at the end, is very much kind of bell curved, with B's and C's making up the majority.
Okay.
And that does not mean I did not enjoy my time with the movies I ranked C. It's just my personal taste.
Yeah, I was going to say a majority of my list, as we'll talk about some other time, is like I would say is majority 6 or 7 out of 10s. So, the proof's in the pudding right there, right, as they say.
They can't all be 10 out of 10s.
No, because then you wouldn't know what movies are special.
When everything's super.
No, none of them will be.
Great movie.
Yes.
And then last but not least on the format, we'll have an intermission about halfway through for those watching at home, just like The Brutalist and The Hateful Eight.
Yeah, yes. Just those two. The only movies to have an intermission.
Right.
I was going to say Grand Prix from 1966.
If it came out before 2012, there's a good chance
exist.
I've not heard of it. I got into movies rather late.
Movies did not exist to ban before 2012.
Correct. They don't. Yes. If your movie came out before the last millennium, I'm sorry. I have no idea what it is.
If your movie came out before Alejandro Iñárritu's Birdman 2014, they don't exist.
In the Golden Globes tomorrow.
They are, yes. So this is good timing. These are
that
bands.
Perfectly. Yes.
These are the Blue Globes.
Yes, yes. So here are the features of the ranking here. We're not just gonna be talking about movies and giving them a letter. I will be giving an award for each movie based on my taste and whatnot. Each movie that I watched in 2024 will come away with an award of some kind. Because everyone's a winner.
I was about to say this is some real participation trophy times here, huh? No, I'm kidding. I'm excited.
These millennials and their...
You gotta give an award to every movie ever made. What award are you giving Lumina, Ben? What award are you...
I didn't see it, but I'm very much looking forward to seeing it.
Right.
The second feature, presence of horses will be documented. They will not weigh on the ranking of the movie. However, I will take note. If your movie has a horse, or if it doesn't have a horse.
It's like extra credit in school.
You appeal to the horse fandom that way.
Exactly.
And the last feature I want to talk about is seals of approval given to by each of us, one each, that we think have our seal of approval.
Nice.
Sort of self-explanatory there.
Right. It's something that we really liked, and with the highest recommendation we can provide.
Awesome place. What if a movie has a blue horse? Well, that would go in a tier of its own if those, existed.
Wicked 2024.
Isn't it a shame that blue horses aren't real?
Man, I wish horses were real. I wish the color blue was real.
How can
Warning.
Our colors be real if our... Anyway, there's spoilers ahead. So how we're going to do it is we're going to open with the movie poster. If you haven't seen it and want to see it, I recommend kind of muting the stream for probably a solid 4 to 7 minutes until you see the next movie poster, and then we'll be talking about the next movie, and you won't have to hear our spoilers. Does that sound good to every pony?
I guess. No, it does. I'm very excited. I'm ready to dive in.
How about all you in chat? Wait, what? You're going to talk about movies in this movie stream? I know. I'm switching it up. I can't be too predictable, keeping you all on your toes.
This is false advertising. I'm going to report this to the Better Business Bureau.
Okay.
Better Blue Bureau.
I can't believe they're going to pull my funding.
They are. Man, you're getting funded by the Better Business Bureau? The Better Blue Business Bureau.
Every once in a while, they send me a tuna sandwich.
Oh, man. That's lucky. I just got a slice of bread.
What kind of bread?
Pumpernickel.
Then you were going to say that. Okay.
It's because it's the funniest one. The pumpernickel is the funniest bread.
Let's start with the first movie. We're going to go chronologically, by the way. So,
so we get to, this is like your letterbox. We get to chart where everything you watched in order. Okay.
So for those who only are interested on what I thought of Sonic 3, you'll have to come back in like 5 hours.
Hell yeah. You keep them hanging. I love it.
Right.
That's great.
So, all right. Let's kick things off. Whoops. Let's kick things off with Godzilla -1.
Hey.
The first one I saw technically came out in 2023, right?
Yes.
But it didn't really come to the United States until like later.
Yeah, it came out in like the summer of 2023 in Japan, and then it was released in December of 2023 in the US. I know because I saw it in theaters. I saw it opening weekend because, I mean, you may go first, but I will say, big Godzilla fan here. I've grown up as a massive Godzilla fan, so biased thoughts incoming on this end. But continue your thoughts.
I've not had a nostalgic or any sort of connection to Godzilla that much growing up as a child or anything. But I will say that we also did watch this one in the Riffponies watch along.
Hey,
if anyone was curious about what that is, check out the Riffponies Twitch channel every once in a while, maybe tomorrow night.
Yeah, we just announced our watch. We have a stream tomorrow. Actually, we're going to be watching Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow and Pacific Rim in there tomorrow night. So if you want to follow with that, I'm just running in twitch.tv/Riffponies. Follow us there. Boom. Okay, now it's over. Continue.
So Godzilla -1 was directed by Takahashi Yamazaki. It won an Oscar earlier this last year for VFX. And I would say the shortcoming is there's no horses that we could remember seeing.
1 out of 10. Which
is a shame. But to talk about, get into the nitty-gritty of what we thought about it. I saw this one in black and white. I remember us talking about it on and off, also on the Riffpony stream. But I saw it in black and white, and it was absolutely stunning. I thought the whole plot was incredible. The characters were so relatable. Godzilla was fucking scary. Dude was a monster. And seeing it in black and white kind of gave me... I never saw like the original Godzilla back in, was it the 40s? 50s?
54.
Something like that. I never saw the original, 54. But I kind of would hesitate to say this emulates the spirit of that movie in modern day with modern VFX, and seeing it in black and white really emphasized that fact.
I would agree. As a longtime Godzilla fan, it definitely feels like a modern reboot or revitalization of the spirit of the original Godzilla. If anything, -1 is a bit more like positive and hopeful than the original. Because the original, listen, that's a great movie. I love the original Godzilla. That's not one you pop in to feel good about things.
Something metaphor for the nuclear holocaust
Yes.
and whatnot.
Yes. And then why? And then -1 is a bit more hopeful about the enduring human spirit, which, it's great. And then also Godzilla's there, and it gives you a lot of characters to give a shit about, which, let me tell you, as a longtime Godzilla fan, it's 50-50 with a lot of those movies. Sometimes you'll get characters worth of shit. Sometimes they'll be incredibly irritating or completely forgettable. So -1, like, I would say, is a perfect introduction to the franchise for anybody. So, like, from the sounds of it, that it was one of your first intros to the series.
It was, other than the ones that 2014 American Godzilla. What was that? It was just called Godzilla, I think.
Dusty Gamma says the way you said you hadn't seen the original, it made it sound like you were around but didn't go.
No, I just didn't feel like going back then, and it was the 50s. Things were a lot different back then.
They hadn't invented color yet.
So
but that's why you saw it in black and white.
Yeah, exactly. So overall, it was just hands down the best Godzilla entry in the franchise I have seen. And I do like sort of positivity, and I do like happy endings in my movies. It's not necessarily make or break, but it does kind of give that. If your movie ends happily, it may edge it out for my considerations over those who end realistically and sad, because life is sad and I don't want to be reminded.
That's fair. That's fair. Listen, Godzilla is sad at the end of -1. So consider that. Have you considered, if you are happy, then a Godzilla is not happy?
So the award that I give Godzilla -1 is the best black and white movie I may have ever seen.
Okay. Interesting.
Right. Although I saw another one this year that kind of gave it a run for its money, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay, now I'm really curious. All right. I'm going to have to rack my brain now to think of what it was, but continue.
It was a Riffponies watch along. So I give this movie an S. We started out strong.
Wow. There we go.
And
you saw that. Go ahead.
I won't go too much into it because we did talk at lengths about it on the Riffponies stream. And if you are curious about us and our fellow panelists' thoughts, that is on Thoth's YouTube channel, the VOD for that.
Yes, thank you. You can follow that on Riffponies watch along Godzilla -1, which was a great time.
Marvelous time. You were gonna say something before?
No, I was gonna say, so this was the first film you saw in 2024, then, to my understanding.
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so. Yeah. I wrote down when the release of the movie came about in the United States, but I didn't put down the date of when I actually watched it.
Okay.
I know it was January though, so it was definitely back then.
Yeah. Okay.
All those years ago. By years, I mean year.
Yes, all those 1 year ago.
Beautiful movie, great legacy, reminder, like you said, the human spirit, great characters. Godzilla was awesome. The VFX were incredible. The people who worked on it were passionate about it, and you can see it in the movie itself. So just a fantastic cinematic experience.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I saw it in color, of course, but it's a wonderful film. I think it's tough to say because there's so many Godzilla movies, and there's kind of a perfect one for any mood you're in, like Godzilla Final Wars. But but I will say it's the best modern Godzilla for sure.
Hands
the best
down.
one ever, maybe. I don't know for sure. Is that sacrilege to say as a Godzilla fan? I don't know, but I love it. So that's where I stand on it as well. I would give it an S. It might be, because I usually do out of 10s. I would probably do a high 9 or a 10.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a 10. It's hard to think of anything wrong with that movie.
So let's go to the next movie that I saw, The Beekeeper, starring Jason Statham.
Same level of quality.
Yeah,
Of
from
course.
from one masterpiece to another.
Exactly.
So this is directed by David Ayer. I'm not super familiar with them, but
I actually do know what David Ayer is directed. I believe he did Training Day. Oh no. I don't think he did Training Day. I think he did End of Watch, which was that found footage cop movie with Jake Gyllenhaal and Michael Pena.
Huh.
And then he did Suicide Squad, not the Suicide Squad,
Right,
but the one with Jared Leto Joker.
right.
And he also did Bright on Netflix. So the level of quality to expect between those movies.
Glean from that what you will, folks.
Right.
There were no horses in this movie.
Damn. He's not the horse keeper.
But the whole plot, it's Jason Stathaming for a solid hour, 45 minutes or so, and it's not surprising. But the twist here is it's some kind of a bee theme because the hive is infected, being the government or whatever, and so the beekeeper has to come in and set things right by killing a bunch of people.
What a fucking reach. I'm sorry.
It is. In that,
like, this is not the first time someone's described this plot to me, because I haven't seen The Beekeeper, to be clear. So this is the portions of the stream where I let Van describe a movie to me, and I kind of just take it in the way I like from the info I can glean from it. And this is the second time someone's explained this film to me, and I'm just like, man, that's a very convoluted setup just to justify calling your movie The Beekeeper. But all right,
yeah, very, very much so. But it was. I think it starts off. There's a whole. It's set in it's set in modern day, and the whole thing kicks off because a friend of the Jason Statham character. I don't remember what his actual name is. It's just fucking Jason Statham.
John Beekeeper.
A friend of his gets scammed by like internet scammers, and she loses her life savings and then commits suicide. And so apparently the whole internet scam is interconnected and leads all the way up to the president of the United States. So the Jason Statham has to correct what is wrong with society or whatever.
This goes all the way to the top.
It is a Jason Statham movie. It is not complicated. It is not anything more than just dadcore killing insufferable people in very creative ways. And as long as that's what you're expecting when you go in, it's good enough.
So I guess my only question remaining on it is, you describe it with all those terms. Is it fun?
It is.
Okay. Then I can accept it.
And I think
I will take it.
I think this is a very approachable, fun movie because we've all gotten telemarketer scam calls, have we not?
Of course.
And
yeah.
Maybe this is an extreme fantasy, but just to see someone destroy the building where they are all working out of, scamming people, that was very fun.
Of course. I don't know if you saw this film, but there's a similar film to this that almost kind of feels like a parody to this premise now that you're saying it. I don't know if you heard of this film Thelma that came out this past year.
Thelma, like Louise?
No. No. Great movie, but no. Shout out to Thelma and Louise. No, so it's a similar thing where the setup is that there was it's an old woman, like 80s or 90s, and she gets called by scam call people, and she gets scammed, but she decides that she's going to chase after these people and like get revenge on the telemarketers. So it's this 90-year-old woman on like a scooter, but it's like a parody of these action movies. So it like, the fact these came out in the same year, that's so interesting to me. But that one, it's very intentionally like a parody of action movies, because the whole time they have her like they have the old woman like watching a Mission Impossible movie on TV, and she's like, "Oh, I should be just like Tom Cruise."
Yeah, I'm gonna do
And then
exactly that.
yeah, so that's a recommendation for me. I'll talk about that at some point. But Thelma, the double feature between this and Thelma.
That could
there
work.
You go. Yeah, I think it could.
Oh, Josh Hutcherson is also in this movie, and he plays just like the most. Think of your uncle
Peter.
writing a Zoomer millennial character with every negative stereotype that they conceive of an entire generation funneled into one insufferable character.
Let me guess. He's on his phone and someone makes a remark about kids his age and phones at some point, don't they?
Probably. I don't quite remember that, but like he's like into crypto or whatever. So.
Oh, okay. Well, there it is. Yeah. I will say, isn't Josh Hutcherson like in his late 20s, approaching 30s at this point?
I think so.
Is that really the character that I feel like he's kind of aged out of that at this point?
You would think, but he plays it very well.
Fair. That's fair.
Also, Jeremy Irons is in this.
Oh, I love Jeremy Irons. I love him.
I forget what he does in this movie.
He was not very memorable.
I think he was like the handler for the insufferable kid character who's like, you have no idea the havoc you've caused. Oh, yes. He's the guy who you get to say the beekeeper, and it does not make it sound hilarious. Like you believe the beekeeper is a serious like threat the way Jeremy Irons says it.
Right. I was gonna say if Scar is saying something about you, then you sound serious.
But if anyone else says it, you'd be like, "You said what?" So is it Jason Statham or the beekeeper? Anyway, my award is the silliest Jason Statham paint by numbers gimmick because it really is just it's just a Jason Statham solo movie, and this time there were bees.
This time there were bees.
So I give it a C. I give it a C.
Nice. C for B.
C for B. Yes.
C for bees.
Next movie, The Book of Clarence.
Interesting. Mm-hmm. I will say this. I meant to see this and I completely forgot to. So I am this one I'm listening intently. So do tell.
So The Book of Clarence was directed by James Samuel, who I believe is also in charge of the soundtrack. So he's a musician, I believe. So he also directed a movie called The Harder They Fall, I believe, which was a Western that was on Netflix, I want to say. I could be incorrect on that, but that's what I remember. Continue. Sorry. Oh, I was just gonna say. So the soundtrack is fascinating in this. It is. There are horses in this one because
I would expect as much.
It is set in biblical times. The whole plot is it takes place during the time that Jesus is alive, and there's this guy named Clarence, played by Lakeith Stanfield, who's
love him. Yeah.
What's the word? It's just incredible in everything he does.
He is. He really is. I was gonna say, if you ever want to watch a really great movie with Lakeith Stanfield, Sorry to Bother You. Amazing movie. Don't look up anything about it. Go into that as fresh as possible. You won't regret it. Continue.
He is your average Joe in, I guess, biblical times, and the whole idea is he sees Jesus or hears of this figure Jesus, and he doesn't believe he's the Messiah or anything at first, and he's like, oh, he's a guy who's profiting off of people's desire to believe in something greater than themselves. And so he tries to cash in on this quote-unquote religious craze, by becoming another Christ-like figure. He cannot perform miracles or anything, but he goes around quote-unquote preaching and accumulating followers that make him... His whole tagline is he wants to be somebody. He doesn't want to be forgotten.
Okay. So he's like Scam Jesus.
Right. And
Yeah,
of course, throughout the film, he kind of finds something to believe in himself
okay.
instead of
Now,
just doing it for clout, as Twitter
right.
people would say, or doing it just for the money or followers or whatever. He meets Jesus at some point, and he does sort of end up believing the message, or I'm. It's kind of touchy because it's heavily based in Christianity, but it is not a religious movie or Christian movie, which is probably
It's
why people
irreverent.
right, sort of throwing all of the classic biblical tropes out the window, if you will.
It struck me from the things I was seeing and hearing about it as, I don't know if you ever saw Monty Python's Life of Brian,
I
which
have not, but now that you're mentioning it, the comparison, I can see it. I can definitely
right,
see it.
right. It kind of has a similar vibe to it. I definitely meant to see this, and I still want to. But I definitely heard middling things about it. Mostly, I just heard that it didn't really come together as a piece, and also it was intermittently funny from what I've heard.
Mm-hmm.
And with a setup like it's sports, I would expect something that's very constantly hitting you with it, especially when I, again, like I said, you immediately think of like Life of Brian, which
Mm-hmm.
is a very funny movie. Where did you stand on it? I'm wondering.
Hello, Rare. Yeah, I have. Unfortunately, yeah, I haven't seen it. One of these days, I will check it out. Thanks for the recommendation.
Riff, Riff Ponies watch along, maybe.
Ooh, there's a great cast in this. It's Omar Sy, R.J. Seiler, David Oyelowo,
Oh, I like him. Yeah,
and some cameos, features, appearances by James McAvoy and Benedict Cumberbatch.
Butterbean Cumberbund.
And so it's weird because, yeah, like you were saying, it wasn't funny enough to be branded a comedy. It's not action enough to be an action. So, like, what exactly is it? But it still was a solid watch, I would say, just because the message is kind of interesting, because it's not one that's usually tackled, because I guess there's some sanctity that people are trying not to trample on. People want to make mad.
And I know that, right, there were a lot of the one prevailing thing that I remember from when it came out, which I want to say it was January or February, which for people who don't know out there, that's usually the dumping ground for studios, where they're like, we're not really confident in this. We're just going to push it out when nobody's coming to the theaters. This was released around that point, and that kind of felt like a little bit of like a death sentence already there when I heard that. But I heard a lot of the complaining from some people who are more religious minded about how it's sacrilegious, this and that. They get like you said, they get touchy when it's, it's covering religion in a I was about to say non-reverent, but irreverent kind of way.
There's definitely some people on the other side of the fence who hate it because, well, for one, they depict a lot of significant biblical characters with African American actors and actresses. I can see why some people out there who might not be as open-minded are mad because of a very dumb reason.
For sure.
But I will say it was actually not bad. The award I give it was the funniest Benedict Cumberbatch cameo. I'm not going to spoil it because you haven't seen it, but that is the award I give it. And I give it a B. It wasn't bad. I came out of the theater and I was like, I'm glad I saw that. I don't know if I'd watch it again, but it did some really, really interesting things, because I've read the Bible. I went to church for a period of time, and so it was kind of interesting to see people talk about biblical history not from a Christian standpoint necessarily, and kind of looking at it as maybe a historical account that they can take liberties with.
Right. Yeah, honestly, I'm down for that, and if they can sprinkle some humor in there and some good performances from like performers I enjoy, then Yeah, I could be in for that.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So maybe you might have just motivated me to finally check it out before the end of, well,
Mm-hmm.
the end of the year.
Not bad. Not a bad movie at all.
Okay. All right. I'm curious now.
Let's cruise on through. What do we got next? Mean Girls 2024.
Okay, you'll have to take the reins here because I only know about the original. I've heard and seen things about this, but you
I
go
watched
ahead.
this on a plane to
Oh,
2024 Everfree Northwest.
very nice.
And I was like, I know the plot of this, so I don't need to be, I'm on a you can only get a certain experience when you're on a plane squished up
It's a
in the middle seat.
right. It's a plain movie. I would say that's plain movie core.
Peak
I would say.
plane core. I like that.
Core. I mean, if it for anyone out there, there's a great YouTube channel, Karsten Runquest. He covers a lot of movies. He has a whole video on YouTube that's called "What Makes a Good Plane Movie." So watch that video because he dives way too far into that point. But there is such a thing as like, what's a good movie you could watch on a plane?
The movie plane.
Hint. Right. Yes, exactly.
So this one thank you Jay Monty for pointing this out. This Mean Girls iteration is based on the stage play Mean Girls.
Yes.
So it's a musical, and there's singing and dancing, like non-diegetic, or is it diegetic? Which is the one where it's like baked in that.
Diegetic is within the scene, so like someone has a radio on or something, and it's the backing of the scene.
Non-diegetic musical stuff going on.
Right.
There were no horses in this movie.
Darn it! I would have thought.
You would think.
They don't. None of the Mean Girls TM bring a horse into the school. This is bullshit.
Oh, and for those who are wondering about the horses thing, if it is a real life horse, so it can't be a picture of a horse, it can't be a drawing of a horse, it can't be someone pretending to be a horse. It's got to be a horse on the screen.
You have stricter rules than Riffponies. My goodness.
I do. I have a beef with the Riffponies rules. There are horse moments that are not real horse moments. I'm just kidding.
Whoa. Well, I guess I'll have to reevaluate who's on Pacific Rim tomorrow night. Continue.
The cast is let's see, Renee Rapp, Avantika Vandanapu, Andrew Rice, Christopher Brini, John Hamm is in it, Tina Fey's in it, Busy Phillips, B.B. Wood, Jenna Fisher, Alii Cravalho from Moana.
Probably. Isn't Renee Rapp like a TikTok lady or something? Is she TikTok?
I think she was in a TV series called, I think it was The Sex Life of College Girls, which I remember watching just because it was on once.
Okay.
I don't know what else she's been in, but she does. I think she plays the part of the main mean girl. the meanest girl. Oh God! Someone in chat will say it. It's been years since I watched the original. Wasn't it something George? Regina George. I am Regina George or whatever.
Right. Yeah, that's what it was.
But the songs were charming. It was kind of a fun twist on it. It's literally just the plot of Mean Girls, so it's nothing new. But as opposed to other movies where you're expecting to have nothing to depict something you've not really seen before, you go into this movie and this is going to be exactly Mean Girls, but what else are they going to do on top of it? And I think it does a relatively decent job at spinning in the musical stuff.
What is your relationship with the original film, out of curiosity? And did that play a part in how you received it?
It's been a long time since I've seen the original.
Same.
What, Lindsay Lohan? Wasn't Tina Fey also in that one?
I think she wrote it, I want to say. Was she one of the writers on the original? She might have been.
That's right. Right. I think she did write it. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's considered like, at least in terms of like millennial generation pop culture, that's seen as a pretty iconic film. And it's been a while since I've watched it, but I remember enjoying it fine enough.
Yeah.
There's so much that's part of our lexicon now that's because of that original film. The only thing that I really recalled from the discourse about this particular Mean Girls iteration was that for some reason, and this is a thing with all of like Hollywood big studio produced films lately, for some reason, at least at the end of last year, early this year, they were refusing to advertise these movie musicals as musicals. Like
Oh,
this Mean Girls movie, they were hiding that it was a musical in the advertisements for.
but why? Because that's the whole. That's the best part of it is because it's a
So,
musical. If you're
so
gonna
there
watch
was
Mean
a
Girls, you see
story.
Mean
So there
Girls.
was a story that came out within the industry late last year that some marketing executives said that people they were having a hard time getting people to come to musicals because they thought that the current generation or whatever, quote unquote, whatever, out of touch comment here,
Ah,
that people didn't want to go to musicals, so they had to trick people to go to musicals, which is to say
God.
they don't advertise it's a musical and then you walk in and then you're upset because you got a movie that you didn't like, you weren't there for. And I think there were even viral videos of this movie playing in theaters earlier this year. And then as soon as characters start singing, you just hear the entire theater groan. And for one
Wow.
thing, yeah, that was a bit of a phenomenon, which is funny to me because I would have thought with the current generation being really into TikTok and everything that they would like musical. And granted, there are musicals that are successful. I mean, we'll talk about one that is one of the biggest movies of this past year later.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I think people just want good musicals. I think people want good musicals and to be advertised it's a musical.
Right. Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know why they chose to do that, but now they're not, as far as, well, I shouldn't say that because even Wicked, they kind of hid the musical aspect of it. And it's like, this is one of the most famous
Yeah.
Broadway musicals of the last 20 years. Why are
It
you
would be.
hiding?
It would be pretty hard to hide the fact that they, if it, based on if you've heard about Wicked, even if you've not seen the musical Wicked or Broadway or have any
Of
affiliation.
course.
So it's.
Of course.
But
Yeah.
I don't know why Hollywood be making those decisions. And I
Yeah.
think something about this movie that I grant once again I saw it on a plane, so it
Right.
consider me being kind of drunk, not actually drunk, but you're 30,000 feet up. I don't recall any completely out of touch, like cringy thing that in like 5 years is going to be outdated.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they did a pretty good job making it relatively timeless. Kind of like
Okay.
Mean Girls in a way. I mean, even
Okay.
if it's not like they're scrolling TikTok and making meme jokes. It's
Hmm.
not like Black Panther. What are those?
Oh no. Yeah. Let's not even talk about
Yeah,
that was one where my girlfriend and I were the only ones there in that theater when we saw that. And when that happened, I think we both audibly groaned.
that is
We were like, ugh.
great movie, but by God, that was not
that was a
even
choice.
that was not current when it was when it released either. It maybe was
Somebody
current during production.
My bet is that somebody on set ad-libbed and thought that was funny and it
Ugh.
stayed in the cut and no.
Don't put
No.
memes in the movies because memes have a shelf life of about 6 hours.
It'll always be outdated. It'll be outdated by the time your movie comes out.
Jay Monty says,
Remember,
"Isn't basically that what they did with Wonka last year? They hid the fact that
yes.
it was a okay, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that they did that, which is hilarious because then that made money and
yeah."
people wanted to listen to the music. So like
Just
shrug.
don't deceive your audience. Just kind of don't lie to people.
Right. Exactly.
So my award for this is it's the most fun from a 1-to-1 straight up retelling of something that has been done before.
Okay. Hey, you know what? Good plane movie. I accept
Yeah,
it.
good play. Maybe I should change the award to best plane movie. I think it's the only one I saw on a plane this year. So I give it a solid B.
B for Mean Girls.
So I'm not giving pluses or minuses yet, by the way. The tier list at the very, very end will have complete rankings of where everything stands within their own tiers, in case
Okay.
people are wondering out there.
Interesting. All right.
Okay, that's a record I've seen. That's 3 you haven't seen in a row.
Wow. See, this is another one. This would be
Oh my
okay.
god.
Oh my god, are we gonna have to watch the trailer for this? Bro, I saw this Argylle trailer in my dreams for the first
Yeah.
half of this year.
Yeah. It was what basically from like November of last year. They just started
Yeah.
showing this in front of every goddamn movie.
Man, I remember the weekend I was seeing like an art film in like January or might have been February. I was seeing like an art film, All of Us Strangers. Great movie from last year. Well, 2 years ago now, I guess, 2023. But I was seeing that in like an old theater, and the trailer for Argylle came up, but it was the same weekend that the Mean Girls remake came out. It was a Mean Girls variant Argylle trailer where all
The
of it
hell?
had like Mean Girls in jokes, and I'm like, who is this
Who
for?
is
You're advertising
Yeah.
this Matthew Vaughn like action spy movie at a queer romantic tragedy movie, and there's Mean Girls jokes in the trailer. But yeah, I saw this trailer like I might as well have seen the movie with how many
Yeah,
times
you
I
you,
just see this
you have.
trailer.
Well, there's let me start here. There's no horses.
No, there's a
Um
cat though.
there is a pet cat. This stars Bryce Dallas Howard, Henry Cavill, Bryan Cranston, Catherine O'Hara, Samuel L. Jackson, Sam Rockwell, Sophia Boutella, Dua Lipa, John Cena, and Ariana DeBose.
All-star cast.
Very good
So many.
cast. Maybe that was part of the reason why that drove me to see it. But the whole plot of this brief synopsis is
Mhm.
the main character played by Bryce Dallas Howard is a writer who writes spy novels, and when things happen in real life, uh, after she writes about them, then these bad guys say, "Oh, she has some inside knowledge," and so they like try to get her because why would she know what's going to happen in this real life world of espionage despite despite being a writer who is outside the world of espionage?
Got you. So it's funny because there is that meta element to it that intrigued me, and also Matthew Vaughn, also the cast, like you said. I mean, I love Sam Rockwell, I love Bryce Dallas Howard, a lot of great people in it, and Matthew Vaughn traditionally is a pretty good director. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He also did Kingsman,
Kingsman, right?
which I like the first one. I haven't seen the second one. I've heard not great things
Did
about
he
the second,
do?
third
Was he
one.
the gentleman, or was that someone else?
That was Guy
Guy
Ritchie, but
Ritchie.
I don't blame you because they're very similar.
Got it.
But Matthew Vaughn is more about the violence and like spectacle kind of. Guy Ritchie is more straight up like, oh, they're handsome men doing crimes and everything. And Matthew Vaughn is like, they're gonna do crimes, but they're also gonna have a fight scene. I'm gonna play Freebird over it in
Right,
church.
right.
Which great movie. I love the first Kingsman. He also did a good movie with Daniel Craig. It was called Layer Cake. It was pretty good. Um, but he also did the first Kick-Ass. That was another one.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. That was pretty good.
That one, I will say, I like the first Kick-Ass. It is very late 2000s, early 2010s. So go in with that expectation.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen it in years, so
it's very of that time. But yeah, I might have been initially intrigued by this movie when I first heard about it, but then the more I saw of it and the 20 times I had to see the trailer, aside from that, I then started to hear not great things about it. I'm curious where you stood on it.
It until because you haven't seen it, and for those who in the chat, I won't. There's a big twist, and which kind of like explains everything, quote unquote, explains everything. I didn't see that coming at all, and
Okay.
kind of throughout the first 2/3 of the movie, I'm kind of wondering how are they gonna do this, because they set the plot up to kind of have all these contradictions, and you're going, how the hell are they going to pull this off and have it make sense? And then they kind of do at the end. It's not the most elegant. It's kind of like beating your food to death with a hammer, I guess, instead of
tenderize it. You know?
It works. It works fine. But I was surprised. I did not see it coming, so I do have to give it props that it kept me guessing.
I think I might have heard about this now that you're mentioning it. But yeah, I guess my question is because the style of Matthew Vaughn films are usually the thing that attracts people. And of the things I've heard, I heard it was very CG heavy, which is not a death sentence,
right?
But
it
was it like unattractively computer animated in many cases.
It was jarring in some parts, I will say. Like I don't pick apart too far into it, because for an example,
yeah,
I didn't see how bad the editing was for Bohemian Rhapsody. I thought it was fine.
Okay.
Whatever. Maybe I was just like, oh, that's what they're doing. But the technical details are usually lost on me. Like, oh, that was a bad CG shot. Oh, they cut that weird. So if something really stands out to me, then it's probably really bad or pretty egregious. I'm usually pretty forgiving, is what I'm trying to say. Right. So there were some shots which were really weird. But what was I going to say? Catherine O'Hara and Bryan Cranston as the parents were very funny.
Okay. I mean, I love them both. So there's at least that. That's a connection that I can attach myself to.
Beating my pasta to death. No thanks. Yeah, don't beat your pasta to death. But I won't labor on about this because there's a lot to... there's a lot that could be given away. But it is a really good cast for something like this.
Mm-hmm. Now, what about the rest of it? Because it's interesting that you're going back to that, but I'm curious about the content and like the look and the action of it. What was that?
It's decent enough to get they were very heavy on this big plot twist is the kind of the gimmick of the movie.
Oh,
and everything else kind of supporting it.
Okay.
And there is a little back and forth on is this real? Is it not real?
Okay.
And I feel like some people might get lost in that.
Okay. I mean, to me, that's kind of that's fun stuff for me, but that is fair.
I definitely turned my brain off to some degree to watch this movie, so take away from that what you will.
It strikes me as that. Yeah. I will say the one scene I have seen from this movie was something in a warehouse where everyone's sliding around on oil or whatever.
That was a little fucking stupid, I will say. But that's when they're doing a victory lap at the end of the movie. That's kind of what they were doing. It was kind of fucking stupid.
I loved how candid that was, Van. Just you were giving it praise. That was fucking stupid.
I kind of forgot about that, and then you mentioned, I was like, oh yeah, because I think the entire time I was going, why? Anyway,
fair.
The award I give to this movie is the most prominent pet cat presence. I had to go back and add the pet part because there's another movie later on this list with an even more prominent cat presence.
Bro's about to put Cats 2019 on his list.
Yeah. But this had a gimmick with the pet cat, which I thought was made it stand out from some other movies. Like even in the trailers, kind of weird CG cat looking thing, but even so.
Is there any point where the cat is an actual cat and not CG?
Yeah.
Or is it all okay?
Yeah.
It's not. I can respect. Respect that.
The trailer shots was because they do some absurd. As you said,
wasn't there some shot? There was some really poor shot in that trailer where they jump off a ledge and like the cat gets right in your face like it's 3D, and I was like, that looks ugly.
Now I don't remember it looking quite that bad in the actual movie.
Might have been unfinished CG then. Yeah.
So I will give it that. So I give it a B, just because it did. It kept me guessing, and it
Okay.
surprised me, which I appreciate.
Bargyle.
Bargyle. Victory screech, if you will. Yes, maybe I
Yeah.
will. All right, let's get to something that maybe that both of us have seen.
Ooh, okay. Okay.
Oh, I
I'm
forgot to put
familiar.
this is also Riffponies watch. There should be a Riffponies logo up here.
Riffponies approved, quote unquote.
I wasn't
Oh,
on this
Madam
watch
Web.
along, but I saw Madam Web, and you did too.
We did. I've seen it multiple times now.
Directed by S.J. Clarkson. No
TV
horses.
director. Dang.
What do we what do we think about Madam Web?
Hmm. What a sentence. What a way to what an open book to ask. Here's what I'll say. A fundamentally broken film. It's tough to think of a major studio film that I've seen that is more broken than this one is.
J Monty says even the actresses hate this movie.
Yeah. Like Sydney Sweeney did an appearance on Saturday Night Live like not too long after the movie came out because she was advertising the horror movie she was in, Immaculate. And she said something to the effect when she was doing her intro. She's like, "Hi, I'm Sydney Sweeney. You might know me from Euphoria and Immaculate. Definitely not Madam Web." And I'm like, wow. Like, she's just openly
openly dissing it. That's wow.
That tells me how little Sony must have given a shit about this thing. But I mean, it becomes clear to you from that or Kraven or Morbius. That's the thing, is that anyone who doesn't have context out there, Madam Web is a part of these movies that Sony has been doing because this is left over from the late 90s, early 2000s when they bought the film rights to Spider-Man. They own the rights, feature film rights, to Spider-Man and only Spider-Man characters. That is why that's why Marvel had to has to get special permission, and they have to share profits from Spider-Man movies with Sony. And I think Sony is still like a distributor on the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies. But they're also doing this side hustle, as we could say, where they're trying to make these Spider-Man-less Spider-Man villain
Spider-Man
movies.
adjacent.
Yeah. That's why they made the Venom movies, which those are the only ones of these that have actually been financially successful, I think. But they've also been trying with Morbius, this, and Kraven the Hunter. They've been trying to make these Spider-Man-less Spider-Man movies, and they're just awful. They're all just broken movies. Morbius, I'll give it kind of stays in one piece. Madam Web, there is a villain character who all of his dialogue is ADR. And I'm not saying that like as hyperbole, like, oh, it sounds like it. No, it is. The whole movie, the first time I watched it, I spent watching his character and his lips move and the audio just visibly not matching. And you could hear it. He sounds like he was in like a closet.
Where is my spider?
Where's my spider? They took my spider. Classic. Everyone giving a career worst performance. Dakota Johnson, she's good in certain things. Could not look like she gives less of. Could not look like she gave less.
She doesn't even believe the shit coming out of her own character's mouth, and I'm like, this is weird.
No, and all of the other actresses, I'm sure they're talented. I've seen Sydney Sweeney be okay in other things. I've seen Dakota Johnson be good in other things. Just everyone is giving a terrible performance. There are audio issues in the movie. There's a scene where there's a fight scene and they go into like a diner and Britney Spears is Toxic is playing. By the way, this movie supposedly is a period piece, takes place in 2003. Toxic was not out at that point, number one. Number two, there's a PSP in a guy's playing a PSP on a subway at one point. The PSP came out in 2005.
They could not give any less of a shit about any aspect of this movie.
Give a single shit. horrendous. The villain hideout is like one of those CRT wall kind of things where it's like, oh, this is the villain hideout, and they're all flat screen TVs in 2003.
Yes,
It's just a broken movie, and
yeah.
the action is bad. Madam Web as a character is kind of like a sociopath, which it'd be fine if they meant to write her that way, but I don't think they meant to. Um,
She's an EMT in
they
this movie, by the way.
Yes, she is. She's also the hero of the movie, and the most heroic thing she does is she hits somebody with a taxi that she stole twice. She also kidnaps like a bunch of teenagers.
Yeah, she does do that.
Also the teenage characters, they're all played by adults, and they all look like adults and like dress up. They all look like they're dressed as a school play. It's so bad.
It looks
so
like
bad.
they're doing some weird cosplay thing that you don't want to think too hard into because it's just kind of creepy.
Yeah, it's just awful. It's amazing. I have both all times that I've watched it. It's mesmerizing to watch a movie be this inept, especially with the amount of money poured into it. It was like an 80-90 million dollar movie, and it's just broken. It's a broken movie, and as Justin said there, it's so bad it's actually entertaining. Yes, it's so bad it's good. I would stand by saying that it is so bad it's good. I've watched it multiple times, both times with the crowd, and it was stellar, amazing, so funny. Oh my god, the amount of times that Dakota Johnson has a can of Pepsi in her hand and is just sitting there fucking with the tab but not opening it. She doesn't know how to open a Pepsi can.
I don't even remember that.
Yeah, there are multiple points in the movie.
I've not touched it since this came out.
Oh, it's so good. Grab some alcohol, grab some friends. It's a blast with a crowd and with responsibly drinking, of course. But yeah,
as I was alluding to earlier, I was talking about how I can usually overlook most things, technically speaking. So if I notice something, then you know it's really bad. This award is the most double takes I've ever done, wondering if the movie accidentally skipped ahead.
Yes.
I was like, how did we get here? What is going on? Did we miss something? Like, what's going on? Is the projector fucking up? No, that's just how the movie is cut.
Yeah. It's just very clearly that these are movies that Sony just had to shit out as an excuse to hold on to rights, to hold on to. It's just fascinating. Like, why did anybody even bother?
Right.
That's the thing that I wonder watching something like Madam Web is why did anybody bother? You could have just not made this movie. You could have funded 8 movies with $10 million budgets, and you probably would have gotten more return on it than what you got out of Madam Web. But I say all this, I did buy the Blu-ray because I support art. Okay, this film is art. Madam Web is a trip. I recommend watching it. Just go in expecting the worst of the worst. It genuinely one of the most broken movies I've seen from a major studio.
It gets a glorious F rank from me.
F for Madam Web.
F for Madam February.
Madam February.
Because it came out in February. Holy shit, I did that right. Okay, cool.
It did.
Let's talk about a better movie.
Yes, please. Well, listen, what better movies are there than Madam Web?
This one.
Name. Ooh, okay. Oh, okay. So, this will be a fun one to talk about.
I did see this one.
Okay. So, Drive Away Dolls. So, are you familiar with who wrote and directed it?
Directed by Ethan Coen, right?
Yes. Are you familiar with the Coen brothers?
Very vaguely. I do remember looking them up after I saw this movie and reading something about them that I've forgotten.
So to briefly explain, Ethan Coen and Joel Coen, in my opinion, might be some of the best American screenwriters and director duos like ever, I would say. Name a movie. I'll name some movies here, and you've probably seen them and probably loved them. They did Fargo, The Big Lebowski, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Um,
Very
Man Who Wasn't
so very
Man Who Wasn't.
successful filmography.
Yeah, I mean they're in No Country for Old Men, Inside Llewyn Davis, Burn After Reading. They've done A Serious Man, just incredible laundry list of work. And then recently, the two of them split, not out of any like animosity. They just wanted to do like stuff solo. And this was the first effort out of Ethan Cohen, and I believe his wife, who I believe is LGBT as well. They co-wrote Drive Away Dolls, which I believe was based off of a book. I could be wrong, or it was a script treatment that they wrote, but they wrote it together, him and his partner. So it's his first solo directorial effort.
Gotcha. Well, Cohen didn't put any horses in this movie.
So it's an F immediately.
For those who might not know, Drive Away Dolls is about a couple of friends who they rent a car to go down to, was it Georgia for the weekend? Or they rent a car to go somewhere just to kind of get out of town.
I believe it was Florida.
It was either Georgia or Florida. And unknowingly pick up a car that is supposed to be given to some organized crime outfit. Oh wait, I remember what it is now. And so in the car that they have is a briefcase they should not have. And so there are these, while they are going down to Florida, there are these two thugs looking for them because they're trying to get the briefcase back.
Right.
But also it's kind of a story about relationships and sexuality, I think, right?
Yeah, I would say so, because Margaret Qualley, who is one of the two girls in it, which she is one of my favorite actresses working today, let me say. Wonderful actress. I don't know what accent she was doing in this movie, but it was crazy. I love it. She was doing
enough.
Like what?
Funnily
there
enough,
you go.
The award I gave this movie is the silliest Southern accent. But yeah,
I mean,
let's continue.
Yeah, she was doing her own thing there. She's a great actress. She was also in a great movie from this past year, The Substance, and she's probably going to get an Academy Award nomination for that. She's great in that too. But in this, it's very much a movie about relationships. Specifically, I mean, it's very adamantly and very openly a movie about queer relationships, which is great. It's underrepresented even in mainstream movies. That we need more, like, and not for nothing, and I talk to a lot of film fans who are LGBT, and a lot of them are like, not only are they like, we want more representation within film, but more like light and like silly kind of representation, because you'll notice in a lot of like award season stuff, a lot of that representation in like the 90s and the 80s and the 2000s and even the 2010s is all very heavy. And it's always and I can say this because I've spoken with friends who are from these communities. They're like, why does every like queer story in film need to be one where it's us being victimized?
It doesn't have to be a struggle.
Exactly. And in this one, it's just a goofball comedy. I think the stakes are never very high in this, I will say.
The premise does kind of set it up to be kind of like almost a thriller, but it never
like
takes itself super seriously.
Right. It's almost a Tarantino movie, and maybe I'm just thinking that because there's a suitcase that's a very central plot point. So I'm thinking I have Pulp Fiction in the brain. But yeah, it's all very goofy. I will say a secondary award that you could have awarded this is the craziest scene transitions, because this movie has some berserk scene transitions.
I do remember kind of there was only one other person in the theater with me I remember watching, but I kind of audibly shook in my seat like, whoa, they did that very interestingly. Not bad. Like, it wasn't edited bad or anything. It was just, that is very creative, and I love that they went that direction with it.
People gave it was very, this movie is a very much fuck it, let's just have fun. Like, there is one transition, there's a bunch of transitions here. One I specifically remember is like there was like a signpost train because it's a road trip movie also,
Mm-hmm.
but like the next scene comes crashing into the scene where it just comes in and there's just like a metal hinge sound effect, like a into the scene, and I'm like, wow, 2024, and we're getting that. It it's definitely like it's very lightweight, having fun kind of movie, and it's very irreverent.
Yeah.
I will say, like, once you find it, like, we can't spoil it here because it's a big plot. I know we said spoilers, but there's a big plot point near the end where they reveal what's in the suitcase.
What's in the
And once
suitcase?
right, what's in the box? I just saw that last night in IMAX 7. Great time, but that's not 2024 film. But yeah, once you find out what that is, it gives you a sense of, like, you understand the tone of the movie overall. And what it is, it's a fuck it, let's have fun. It's a movie about friendship, about relationships. It's a road trip comedy. It's a queer road trip comedy, which is great fun. And I'm glad they got to make. And another thing I'll note about it, the movie is like 83 minutes long.
Yeah, it's very digestible. Pretty quick.
Yeah,
quick go.
It's an
quick adventure.
It's an in and out kind of movie. I went to see it at like 10 in the morning, and I got out and it wasn't even 11:30, and I'm like, sweet. It's still that was a perfectly palatable, a good time at the movies, and that's what I want. So yeah, people gave it a lot of shit, and I think it's undeserved. I think it's a fun movie if you go in expecting something stupid. Not stupid is a negative connotation, but sometimes it's good to call a movie stupid and slight.
Lovingly.
Yes.
Stupid.
Yes, affectionate in parentheses.
I gave it a C. I perfectly acceptable. I had a decent enough time with it, and there were some parts way out of left field. I saw this in the middle of an afternoon, by the way.
Okay.
And so there were some scenes I was like, that is insane, but I found myself laughing a lot. It did a lot of fun things, and exactly, it didn't take itself too seriously, and I think it really benefited from that tone.
Yeah. And if you like Matt Damon or Pedro Pascal, they're also in it as well. They both make not even cameos. Pedro Pascal makes a cameo.
Yeah,
He's not in it very long, but Matt Damon is pretty notably in it.
Yeah.
So everyone is clearly having fun.
We like
sometimes
those.
you just want that. Yeah.
Let's see. Hi, Paleo Steno. Good to see you. Good to see you,
Paleo.
Have I seen Flo? Oh, we are going chronologically, so we're in the middle of March. Flows later. Dakota also asks piece by piece or Deadpool and Wolverine. That is also later.
Ooh,
So
okay.
don't touch those dials. We're going in.
I will hint. I have seen all three of those, and I have extensive thoughts on all three. So stick around. And I'm sure Ban will as well.
Yeah, it might be a hot minute until we get to Flow. We're trying to do a more abridged kind of version of each of what we did last year, just because I saw more movies this year, so we got to fit them all in.
Yay, we love it.
So we'll see you back when to talk about Flow, or stick around in the meantime.
Yeah.
So what comes after that? What indeed?
Dune. Hans Zimmer intensifies.
Denis Villeneuve. I think that's how you say it.
Dune, two dudes at the same time. That's the other movie. Denis Villeneuve, yes.
Denis Villeneuve.
Or Dennis Villeneuve, as Your Movie Sucks likes to say.
It's
great director. No horses
no
present.
Horses, but it's okay because this is sci-fi. Maybe horses don't exist in the year 10,000 whatever.
Their version of horses is worms.
Oh God.
Thoughts.
So beautiful, really exciting.
Yeah.
I liked it more than the first one.
Yeah, I would maintain, as someone who, here's the thing, Dune, I kind of reached a conclusion back when the first Denis Villeneuve Dune came out, where I think I'm just not huge on the world, like the story of Dune. Because
hey Zen, what's going on?
Hey, Zen Gaming 101. We love Zen. Good to see you, fellow Riffpony. yeah, as someone who I watched the '80s Dune. Have you ever seen the David Lynch Dune?
I've seen bits and pieces, not the full thing all the way through.
Fascinating film. I
Mm-hmm.
used to hate it, and then I recently rewatched it before Dune Part 2 came out, and it it's a strange movie, but if you watch it with some friends and maybe a little bit of alcohol, it's an interesting trip. It's an interesting trip. Um, but then with Dune Part 1, I think I just reached a conclusion where I was like, I'm not into this story because it's a very like it's a Messiah chosen one story.
Yeah.
And you could mistake it as like, oh, that it's been there, done that. But as I kind of researched it this year with part two coming out, that was more or less Frank Herbert's like he was kind of criticizing Messiah stories
Mm-hmm.
with Dune. That got misinterpreted at the time and still is to this day, and that's why he made the sequel to Dune, the sequel book, Dune Messiah. But we'll talk about that some other time because it gets to some really weird shit. But Dune Part Two, yeah, going into that, I saw that in IMAX, of course. Um, just so much done in camera. The music, the Hans Zimmer music, remarkable, amazing score. The way the film looks, the amount of that he keeps things in camera, like the Dune, I said Dune, the worm riding sequence, for example. That was a mix of practical and like digital things. Most of it was practical though, because they shot it
Yeah.
on an actual prop worm and did like the real wind effects and
They
everything.
they threw sand in Timothy Chalamet's face for like
In
5 minutes.
In Bob Dylan's face.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do like how he just not Timothy, that Denis just kind of sits on wide shots of landscapes for a while and kind of lets you soak
Yeah,
in and absorb, because this is an entirely new world. This is alien. This is lore building. There was a lot of that in the first movie. I didn't
of
like
course.
quite as much, but I think that was mostly expositing what they were building up, because it's so dense, the
Yeah,
lore of Dune, and so they
not
needed to
to
do that.
right, not to evoke a pun here. The pun is I was going to say the pun's not intended, but in this case it really is. Um Dune Part 1 is the equivalent of building the sandbox. Dune Part 2 is the equivalent of okay, you built the sandbox, you're in it. Now you get to play in it.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't need to set up they do have to set up certain things in it, but they get it out of the way bang bang immediately where you set up the framing device at the beginning with Florence Pugh and Christopher Walken. um Everything is a bit more established because the first one it's kind of getting through the exposition and like okay, we're figuring out how this world works
Peleus
now
said they
that
got flashbang when they went from like a low lit inside shot to a very bright outside
yeah
shot.
yeah, it's breaching clear. Um, yeah, it's such a vivid world, and so much of it, yeah, is like done in camera. It sits on the landscape shots are incredible in this. There was an interesting. I typically don't watch a lot of. I try to watch like the director and actor roundtables when they do around award season,
Mm-hmm.
but it was interesting watching the one with Zendaya and Nicole Kidman recently because she talked about how there's a scene where Timothy Chalamet and Zendaya or they kind of like profess their love to each other basically, and then they kiss.
Oh,
But when they do,
ooh.
yeah, right. That's spoilers. It's not really. But they're sitting there and they're on like this dune, but they're on a sand dune, and it was like sunrise, but technically it's supposed to be a sunset, and they're just sitting in an actual desert on the top of this dune, and you're seeing like the shot crane around them, and you're seeing the landscape, and it's like something out of fucking Lawrence of Arabia, and it's like, wow, this is why this is why movies exist
Mm.
because you get shots like that, and then you have amazing things like when they're fighting the one flying vehicle. I can't remember what it was, but it was like the hopper or whatever, and you have like all of the sound design is incredible in this. Even that opening scene with the flying guys with the jetpacks
Oh,
or
oh. Yeah.
Right. It's the perfect way to open it. Um, the war scenes at the dune the worm riding sequence. That was one of those rare moments where something was so well done. I actually cried. I was like, wow, that is how you do it. That is how you do an action
Hmm.
sequence. It's just so well realized. And
Ornithopter. Someone said ornithopter.
yes, ornithopter. Thank you. Thank you. Um, but it's just all so well realized, and it's a little bit like a lot to chew. It's a lot to chew at certain points,
Yeah.
just because Dune is very dense as a text. But just the visuals you're getting and the amount, like the way Denis Villeneuve's direction carries it, and it gets all the emotion out. And then Hans Zimmer's score. I mean, what do you say?
Right.
Like,
The
like
man
it put
cooked.
he did. He always did. Well, not with Amazing Spider-Man 2. I will say that.
I
But
will one part in Dune, sort of towards the middle, where they're kind of
mhm,
accelerating the timeline of him spending time with the Fremen, where
yes.
I was a little lost in the sauce. I was like, where did they go from here? But then I realized what they were doing, kind of
Mhm,
montaging it, and he's earning their trust. He's becoming one of them, so they don't need to
right.
dwell on it every little
Right.
thing. So you see where they come from, where they go. It's kind of understood. So I'm like, okay,
Right. And the
I
direct
can see
and
it.
right. And the performances and the direction and the way things are shot and the music. If you ever get lost in all of it, all of the filmmaking conveys the emotion.
Hmm.
And also the performances too. I know some people complain about the characters and the performances being a little too mannered or dry or reserved, but I don't know when Timmy drinks the worm juice at the
He
end and he
drank the
becomes
worm.
like, I mean, he does when he becomes like bad Timmy near the end, and he, well, not bad, but like crazy Timmy, and you're just
Messiah
like,
to me.
Messiah Timmy, exactly. Messiah Wonka. But when he does that, like, you feel like the tone of the movie turn. You're like, oh, this is not a good thing. Like, this is a crazy man now.
Mm-hmm.
And you get that, like, you're not supposed to feel very good about what that certain things that happen at that point.
Exactly,
And that's
exactly.
and that's the interesting moral quandary of it. And then the action just looks incredible.
So,
And then Austin Butler is completely
yeah,
unrecognizable and enigmatic. Like,
really good.
what a performance! I like Austin Butler a lot, but he's really fascinating in this movie
So
in
I'm
Dune Part
definitely
Two.
looking forward to what they do in the next, which I think is the finale of the trilogy.
I believe Denis Villeneuve has said that it's probably going to be the last one he does. They might do TV shit because I briefly got kind of a rundown on Dune mythology from a good friend of mine in the fandom, Iron Curtain. He
Hmm.
runs Quality Brony Posts, if you've ever seen him at his Twitter. Um, but he said that he listened to the first couple of Dune books on audiobook. These two movies, Dune Part 1 and Part 2, was the first Dune book because it was so
Oh
dense
wow,
that
yeah.
he split it into two movies. He's like, it could, although they made Dune Part 1 without confirming, like, greenlighting a Part 2. So this movie could have just never happened. Thank God it did, though. Um and then the sequel to it is Dune Messiah, which is where things get really weird. And then the book after that is like, it goes into, like, I think the third one is called like God Emperor of Dune, and that's where things get really really bizarre. And then there's like Children of Dune, and then I think like the fifth book, Frank Herbert died while writing it, and then his kids took over, and then I think his kids have been writing them ever since, and I've heard they're not great, but at some point I would like to read the first Dune and take it from there, because it's an interesting it's one of the most important sci-fi
A
texts for
solid,
sure.
completely brand new universe, sci-fi universe to be
Yeah,
explored. At least for me.
yeah. It as some would say, it's like the original Star Wars. You could argue most badass scene with a worm.
That's
It's
my award for Dune Part Two. Like you wouldn't think writing a SpongeBob wrote a worm that one time or got
right.
chased by a worm, but yeah, this is this was badass and really good. So I give it an A, and uh,
Interesting.
we
Not an S. I'm
not
curious.
not an S. I
What holds
think
you back?
it
What holds you back?
was sort of the middle where I was kind of like trying to catch up and figure out what they were doing. I thought
Mm.
it lost me a
Hmm.
little bit, but maybe it was
Okay.
just because I wasn't anticipating them to go that route with the we're editing one day for 2 minutes and then a completely different day with a completely different set of circumstances for the next 2 minutes, and I just was not, maybe I wasn't paying attention enough to follow what they were doing, but
Mm. I like
towards the
paleo
middle,
and
yeah.
I like paleo in chat. I love how the Lisan Al Gaib became a
Yes,
meme. It's
yes.
true. I love that people. I love that Lisan Al Gaib and like Shai Hulud are now just like
Internet jokes.
general. They're just general pop culture lexicon now, because like 40 years ago, when only like the David Lynch Dune existed, you say that and someone goes,
No,
you
you
fucking nerd.
nerd.
But now it's like, oh, you're one of the cool guys.
You've seen
It's
you've
you've
seen
seen
Wonka and tennis player on a big sand dune.
Wonka and tennis player.
Okay. Uh,
Continue.
Dune was great. Dune was great.
Yes,
We
for sure.
talked at lengths.
Yes.
So, Kung Fu Panda 4.
Okay. I'm curious about this. I did not see this.
Okay.
I like the Kung Fu Panda series intermittently. I
Mm-hmm.
like the first one. I fucking love Kung Fu Panda 2.
The second
I'll
one
talk.
that's like Shrek 1 and Shrek 2. Like somehow they
I
made a really phenomenal sequel to it.
bro, I fucking love Kung Fu Panda 2. And then 3 is
3's alright.
I'm not the biggest fan of 3, but it's okay. Tell me about Kung Fu Panda 4,
So
because I've heard things.
Stephanie Stein and Mike Mitchell, two directors on this. If you've not seen the first few, it's Jack Black, James Hong, Ian McShane's in this one, Bryan Cranston, Viola Davis plays the antagonist, who's the chameleon. Dustin Hoffman's in it, Ke Huy Kwan's in it, and Aquafina plays the new kind of deuteragonist in this film, the fox that you see up on the front and center on the poster.
So, from my understanding, and in kind of in relation to the casting, is it true that they did not bring back a majority of the OG cast because of budgetary things?
Probably.
Because I think notoriously this was one of the first DreamWorks films that they outsourced production on, if I remember hearing correctly.
I'm not
I
sure
could be
about
wrong
that.
on that. That was something that's kind of been in the news lately, mostly in relation to that Wild Robot is the last DreamWorks film they made in house, but we'll talk about that later. Continue.
The plot of this one is Poe's kind of bookended his adventures, and Shifu tells him it's time to select a successor because like you can't do this forever, and Poe's like, I want to do this forever. It's kind of cheeky in the way that it's saying, we know we've done a lot of the Kung Fu Panda stuff. Maybe it's time to move on. And yet they made a fourth.
Right. So someone it described it interestingly, where they were criticizing the film when they said this, but I found it an interesting analysis where they said that within the context of the movie, they're like, well, Poe needs to choose a new dragon warrior. But the weird complication of it, as the person talks about in the script within the script, is, but Poe loves being the dragon warrior. Why does he need to pick a new dragon warrior?
Yeah.
What? So because the franchise needs to continue.
Either the franchise needs to continue, or they need to like acknowledge the fact that they need to do something else with Kung Fu Panda. Well, I guess they can't really call it Kung Fu Panda if the panda's not the main character anymore. It'd be kind of silly.
I see Paleo and Justin have weighed in about, okay, I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, Paleo has said that there's some misinfo going around on what is like the technical last one or the first one they outsourced. That's fair. It is the internet. So thank you for that clarification. I've heard chatter that this was one of those movies that had a lot of outsourcing, that they didn't bring back the Furious 5 for very long because they didn't want to pay them. It was
They
a whole
didn't
thing.
bring back the Furious Five in the third, and I don't
Are
think,
you
right?
sure? I thought they were in the third one. I could be wrong.
Or
It's been a bit since I've seen
maybe they were
three.
in it. They didn't talk. Did they talk?
Okay.
Because that would be, they got some A-list A-list actors and actresses for the Furious Five back in the first one.
Right. Continue. You were talking about Kung Fu Panda 4, though. Sorry.
Yeah, it
We're
was.
talking about studio politics now.
I was gonna say, I didn't see any horses, which is weird because the whole thing is like anthropomorphic animals, and there's at one point they are running through the city, vastly populated with animals. I didn't see any horses, but maybe there could have been.
Schrodinger's Kung Fu horse.
If anyone saw, and I saw this movie twice, so I was definitely looking the second time to see if I can spot a horse, and I didn't.
Bro watched Kung Fu Panda 4 twice just to see if there was a horse in it.
Well, once by myself and once with friends. But yes,
Aw.
I was looking for the horse and I couldn't freaking find one.
Damn.
So Aquafina plays the supposed successor to the Kung Fu Panda, and the chameleon's the big bad who wants to use all of the defeated villains' energy to give herself the magic of kung fu so she can take over the world or something. It's not super complicated, but she does she does bring back a lot of the spiritual energy of the villains, which is why Ian McShane comes back voicing Tai Lung.
I did hear about that, yeah.
And no one else gets voiced. Because, I don't know if they would... They couldn't
They're not
really
gonna
shell
pay
out
Gary
for
Oldman.
Gary Oldman, and
They're not going to pay Gary Oldman to come back.
Yeah.
They
So I thought it was fine enough for a fourth movie. You don't really, you go into a fourth movie and you go, is this gonna be any good? It's not bad. It was by the numbers. The award I give it is the easiest twist villain to spot. I don't know if spoilers. If you haven't seen Kung Fu, I'm gonna spoil it for you. It's the Aquafina character is a street urchin who's really like cunning and thievery, and Poe takes her to under his wing to so she can bring him to the big bad. Although it turns out she's been working for the big bad the entire time, but Poe was so nice to her that she's like, oh, maybe I'll have it. Maybe I'll change a heart because all I've ever known is villainy. You've seen that before though. I called it 3 minutes into the movie, so it's yeah.
It sounds like a Kung Fu Panda movie.
It is a Kung Fu Panda 4. Definitely a Kung Fu Panda 4.
A Kung Fu Panda 4.
So I give it a B. There was some parts in it that really made me laugh. One gag in particular is they're being chased through one of the villages, and bulls are the security guards chasing them, and at one point they run into a china shop. And they are very careful the entire not knocking anything over, not breaking anything, even the security guards. They just tiptoe around everything.
Reminds me, God, I can't believe I'm about to say this. Reminds me of that one gag in Family Guy where someone runs into a china shop, breaks everything, and then an employee walks in and it's a bull, and then their boss walks in and he goes, "I know what you're thinking." There's your Family Guy reference of the stream, everybody.
There's your Family Guy funny moments for those who needed to be distracted.
And Paleo said they did that in Ferdinand too.
I never saw
there
Ferdinand.
You go.
John Cena Ferdinand.
That was the I was going to say Blue Skies Ferdinand, but sure, John Cena wrote, directed, and produced that. I never saw it either.
But he was Ferdinand, wasn't he?
He was.
Okay.
He was, yeah.
I didn't want it to I'm throwing a random name. It's I thought he voiced Ferdinand, but
that sounds like a character that would have been voiced by John Cena.
But yeah, not too much to say about Kung Fu Panda 4. It was good enough. I give it a B. It was fun. I saw it with friends. And it gave us a kick-ass cover song, a Tenacious D cover song of "Hit Me Baby One More Time," which I still have in my brain hole.
Nice.
Okay.
Interesting.
Love Lies Bleeding.
Hey, this is my speed. Okay.
Yeah, I'm the Kung Fu Panda 4 speed. You're the Love Lies
We
Bleeding
are not the same.
speed. Directed by Rose Glass. No horses. Unless you can
There's a
remember.
lot of things in this movie, but there are not horses.
Yeah. So
So,
go
would you
ahead.
like to explain? You would like me to take the
Yeah, go
so
ahead. You said is your
this is my
speed.
weird. This is my weird shit. So Love Lies Bleeding is the second film by director Rose Glass. She previously made. This is also obligatory mention. This is an A24 film, so all of you indie and horror fans out there, here's your representation.
Mm-hmm.
Rose Glass is a director. She made. This is her second movie. Her first movie was a really good horror movie called Saint Maud, which was kind of like a religious horror kind of character study. Really good. And only 80 minutes, so you're in and out of there. Good experience. Love Lies Bleeding is a film about two women, one an owner of a gym, the other a bodybuilder, in the middle of in like a desert town. I can't quite remember what region specifically, but it's desert, shall we say. And they have a meet cute, and they kind of start to fall in love and form a relation, like a kind of like a runaway relationship kind of. And then as you're kind of learning about the two of them, where the bodybuilder, the gym owner, or rather the one of the maintainers of the gym, is played by Kristen Stewart from I don't want to say Twilight, but
Charlie's
she's
Angels.
from yes, Charlie's Angels 2019, famously of Charlie's Angels 2019. But she's a great actress, Academy Award nominated for Spencer. She's fantastic as Princess Diana in Spencer. She's a great actress, her and Robert Pattinson as well. But as you kind of grow to learn more about these characters, you figure out that Kristen Stewart, her family is kind of like sort of like a mafia family. It's a crime ring, basically.
They do some
So
crime things like drugs and
they do,
distribution of the drugs and the selling of the drugs
and some murderings.
A little bit.
Yeah. But as they kind of fall in love and are like learning more about each other, they get wrapped up in this crime family that Kristen Stewart belongs to. They get involved. Her bodybuilding girlfriend, who is also like kind of like on the just off the grid, shall we say, she gets involved with drugs, specifically HGH, steroids, because she's a bodybuilder. So she wants to get big.
She wants to win.
And let me tell you, like Katie O'Brien, who is the bodybuilder, she's amazing.
Yeah.
She's a great actress in it. I had not seen her in anything prior to this, but now she's going to be in like everything. I think she's going to be in like the next Mission Impossible. I think she's in the next Knives Out.
Good for her.
Great. Yeah. Great performer. And she sells the physicality.
Oh my God.
She has big muscles.
It's insane. I'm just like, holy shit. I didn't know you could have muscles there.
Yeah. And it kind of descends into a very like, my best comparison is it's very David Lynch, where there's a lot of surrealism, there's dream imagery. A lot of the movie loves the color red. It loves the color red. It loves synth music. And it's all done really, really well. And you're kind of, as you're following them, it turns into a thing where it's like they're getting wrapped up in Kristen Stewart's family's, crime dealings. Yeah. And they're like, we need to take the money that we can do and get the fuck out of here. So they try to just take the money that they can and run, because she doesn't want to get involved with her, I believe her brother and her father.
Right.
Her brother is played by Dave Franco, the uncanceled Franco, and her father, who is played by Ed Harris. Yes, and he's great. He eats a bug at one point. It's awesome.
Oh my God, the character is so weird looking, and he plays it very well as just super unsettling. And why has he got like super long hair?
That? So Rare Phoenix mentioned, have you not seen Quantumania and Twisters? I did not see Quantumania. You did just remind me that she's in Twisters. Thank you
Oh.
for that. She is in Twister. Listen, the reason I forgot that is because I saw Twisters in 4DX. I could barely
You couldn't
see
remember
anything.
any. You
My
rattled
brain was
memories.
scrambled. But yeah, and then I will say to kind of wrap up the plot synopsis, bad things happen
Bad
and
things happen.
their plan goes awry and they kind of have to improvise and shoot and fight their way out of it. And
Will their love endure amongst the drugs, and can Kristen Stewart's family leave them alone? That's
yes. Yeah,
two
exactly.
big
And it's
questions.
all right, and it's all brilliantly directed, I'll say. Like it feels like you're watching a nightmare at certain points because you have the big red color scheme. There's a lot of dreamlike imagery. There's a bodybuilding tournament at one point. I guarantee you do not know how that whole entire plot
It's
element will
trippy.
end.
It's trippy as hell.
Uh-huh. Um and it's just a good crime story for me. It really gets you in. The style of it elevates everything. The performances are for the most part great. I didn't buy Dave Franco. I think
Eh.
Dave Franco's a bit too dweeby for me. His role that he was meant to have in there, I kind of was looking at him like, you were Greg Sestero in The Disaster Artist. I can't take you seriously as a threat. But it's a very, the direction and just the vision of it is what you're there for me. And then, and also it's very unapologetic about its sexuality as well, similar to Drive Away Dolls, although this is not Drive Away. That's a good double feature, actually.
Yeah.
You
The premises are kind of similar, but the tonal dissonance is massive.
Yes, that one is a screwball comedy. This is like a horror movie, basically.
So are you ready to see what award I gave this movie?
Yeah, and I would love to hear your thoughts if you have any, as many as or brief as long as possible.
Oh,
do you have any?
It does play out like a horror movie. I was full of suspense and trying to figure out how they're gonna work this one out, and then the sequences where Jackie is hooked on the drugs is just so beautifully horrific and like, oh my god, it really makes you squirm.
And then and then I won't spoil anything, obviously, but Ban and I and anybody else who's seen it knows that ending, though.
So that ties in with the award that I give it, which is
yes.
Wow, that wasn't the fetish I thought we were going with award. Yes. I'm not gonna say what. I thought it was going one direction. No,
yeah.
I was seeing in 2D. It went into the third dimension, and it completely lost me.
For the ending alone is worth a watch. Just to feel. I couldn't imagine the reactions of the people in the theater watching it with me. I couldn't believe what I was watching in a good way.
So I give this one a C. It's not a movie I would have gone out of my way to see normally, but I did find it fulfilling to kind of go and get the suspense of it. And then the woman's bodybuilding competition has not entered my mind ever, I don't think, in my life until I saw this movie. So that was interesting to get kind of exposure to something I've never seen before.
Yeah. If you ever want to learn any more about that, you could watch the sequel to the documentary Pumping Iron, Pumping Iron 2: The Women. That is the name of the movie. The Women. Apparently a pretty popular film in LGBT film circles. So there you go. And I'm sure this will be for years as well.
Yeah,
great film.
This will be probably what I remember Kristen Stewart the most from. So
really, okay.
I haven't seen
got some
Twilight
good performances.
or Charlie's Angels or
that's fair. She's very distinct
or
in
American
this, for sure.
Ultra or whatever.
Yeah, she's really weird in that Cronenberg movie from a year or two ago, Crimes of the Future. She's really like fidgety and like kind of. she gets good creepy performances, and I love that. Same with Robert Pattinson. They're both great.
Good.
Yeah. Onward.
Onward and Sideways.
Oh.
Ghostbusters Frozen Empire.
Tell me all about Ghostbusters: The Quest for More Money.
Ghostbusters Frozen Empire was they be busting some ghosts in
You be
New York or
busting.
whatever. Gil
Yes.
Keenan did this one. There were horses in this, surprisingly.
That would check out. Yeah.
There's a flashback at the beginning of the movie. They go back to the 1800s or whatever because there's an artifact. There's always an artifact. There's a ghost who's been trapped. Blah blah blah. But we see the fire truck pulled by horses, so this counts.
Oh, huh. Interesting.
God, what?
You
Fine.
sound very affected.
I mean, no, it was fine enough. Oh, wow. Hold on, I'm checking what I gave it. I must have felt. All right, so the premise is there's a ghost, a big interdimensional god who wants to freeze the world, and they have to stop him.
Uh-huh.
You know, nothing complicated there. There's to do that. What did they need to do? There was,
as you can tell, this movie was very memorable because Dan can remember everything about it.
Honestly, the most I remember was that horse scene because otherwise there would be no horses.
The impression I get, and this was a description I heard thrown around about this movie a lot, because for disclosure, I did not see it because I watched Afterlife and I was just it was too much reverence for the first film, for a movie that the first Ghostbusters. I'm a big fan of the first Ghostbusters, and I will say that movie is not reverent about its own material. Why are we making a legacy reboot that is reverent about every piece of iconography?
They were very heavy-handed with the homage to.
And then what I heard about this one is that it just feels like an episode of like a Ghostbusters TV show if they made it. You know?
I do remember Kumail Nanjiani is in this one. He's pretty funny. Patton Oswalt's in this one, and he's also pretty funny. It wasn't. I mean, they find the thing they need to find. I think what stood out to me is there's a character who tries to cozy up to McKenna Grace, the kid, the girl, the main character.
Right.
Who doesn't feel like she belongs, and like she makes friends with a ghost.
Oh, okay.
And that whole thing's kind of interesting, but I will also say that also awards her the moodiest teenager award.
So I guess my only question left, other than like, did you enjoy yourself with it, is did Bill Murray look like he wanted to be there? Or did he look like he wanted to be anywhere else?
I don't know if I've seen a movie recently that Bill Murray looks excited to be there, to be honest. But Ernie Hudson did very much look like he wanted to be there, and he looks great for his age.
Yeah, that's completely fair. I
remember why I found it so charming. So they take up residence in the fire station.
Of course, the original one. Yeah.
And it's kind of a mishmash found family thing with Paul Rudd and Carrie Coon. I don't think they're married. They're just kind of all living together, and they're just happy to be Ghostbusters.
Right.
And
Bustin makes them feel good.
The slice of life elements of it are kind of charming.
Right.
And even though McKenna Grace's character is off being moody because teenagers are going to teenage,
of course,
it was kind of nice to see sort of a middle of the road everyday Ghostbuster. The Ghostbusters who live in New York City, here's what their kind of day looks like.
Okay. No, that is completely fair. But I would almost argue that's kind of just what the first movie is. Is you're kind of just because the first the original.
The original. I mean, the original, of course.
Because the original one, effectively, is kind of just about like starting a business. People give that first movie, and it's a very funny movie. I love
Very much
the
so.
original Ghostbusters. It is a movie just about starting the business and then starting a business in 80s America and then just accidentally needing to be heroes of the planet. And that's where the comedy comes from. It's just that like that irony of it. And I wonder if these current people writing it and directing these new Ghostbusters movie understand that that is why that first movie, one of the reasons why that first movie is so funny. Or do they just think it's funny and fun because
ghosts are
proton pack.
Ghosts are gross and they throw up and haha.
And they right, Ecto-1, Bill Murray. It's I don't know. It's just it seems a bit obsessed with its own iconography. Whoever is at the reins of these new Ghostbusters properties, and I don't know. Focus on being funny first. That's my thing. Now it just seems like they want to be action movies.
Yeah,
that was the whole thing. I kind of got the impression
that they definitely went action route. It was.
Yeah, I'm unsure how I feel on it. I am. Did you ultimately have a good time with Frozen Empire?
I must have, because I gave it a B. I must have.
Interesting.
Now I'm like, I think if I revisited the ranking, because I must have ranked this back in March and I forgot to like go through and recheck. I probably would have given it a C, but oh well. I think I gave it a low B on the tier list anyway, and low B and high C are interchangeable anyway.
Fair. That's fair. And ultimately, if he had a good time with it, I cannot take that away. I didn't see it, so I can't weigh in proper. So, hey.
Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say. It's just
Gotcha.
Next.
Godzilla
Kong, New Empire. Whoa, another Godzilla. That's crazy.
I was gonna say, and this one's definitely same quality as -1. Just as good.
Adam Wingard directed. It's got, I think, most of the cast from the first two.
Except the people left over from that second Godzilla movie. What was it? Millie Bobby Brown, Vera Farmiga, Kyle Chandler. They couldn't pay them to come back for this.
This had Rebecca Hall, Alex Ferns, Dan Stevens, Brian Tyree Henry, Fala Chen, and Kaylee Hoddle. And Brian Tyree Henry is gold. Very funny.
He's good. I will say, in my opinion, I don't think anybody. I was just talking to someone in a film server I'm in earlier today about how like I love Rebecca Hall. Rebecca Hall is a great actress. She elevates everything she's in. I can't remember anything about her in these Godzilla X Kong movies, and
you don't go to Godzilla Kong movies
for
and pay attention to the human characters. What?
I mean, here's the thing. Like, yeah, we know why we go to Godzilla X Kong. We don't go for the human characters and the human stakes. We go to watch King Kong suplex Godzilla off of the Great Pyramids, which is great. It's awesome. Saw it in IMAX. Great stuff. I will say, though, something like Godzilla -1 existing and this coming out so soon after it does this movie a great disservice, unfortunately. But I will say, though, there is room for Godzilla -1s at the table where there's a lot of like poignancy and commentary and real beautiful like characters and stakes and things to say and just like scariness to Godzilla. And there's also room for these interpretations because there was a big debate when this came out between kaiju fans, global, where people were like, well, the legendary Godzilla movies are ruining the character, and it's like, well, no, these different interpretations can exist.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you, if you watched the older Japanese Godzilla movies, there was stupider shit than this. Did you ever see the one where Godzilla fights a monster made entirely of pollution?
No.
He flies in that. He flies. You ever see the one where he drop kicks a monster? He slides on his tail like 200 feet.
One? Oh no, the other one.
No, that's Godzilla. The same one where he stuffs
a tree down the neck.
Oh, that's the original King Kong versus Godzilla.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
King Kong shoves a tree in Godzilla's mouth.
I
It's
think
great.
I've seen react images of Godzilla just flying on his tail, like past the camera.
They fly now. Thank you, Cindy. Um, yeah, so I think there's plenty of room for silly, stupid, throw everything at the wall interpretations like the Godzilla versus Kong movies. This one in particular, I remember it less than Godzilla versus Kong. I feel like this was a little bit more aware of what it was compared to Godzilla versus Kong, and
Yeah.
that made it a little, I don't know, a little less entertaining
I
for me
do I
personally.
do like in this one the threat was not a bigger, stronger. It wasn't a dragon. It wasn't a world like god eater or anything. It was just a lankier monkey.
It was yes, exactly. It was red monkey,
Red monkey, but he was pretty
red Kong.
intimidating because he used a giant bone whip.
I did, yeah, I
Lanky
did find
Kong.
lanky Kong. Exactly. I did find it interesting that there is a certain stretch of the film where they really let the Kong and like uh that society of the other Kongs. There's no dialogue for a lot of
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
and I
that was
thought that
cool.
that was kind of a risk for a movie like this, and I appreciated that. I will say this movie is very much a King Kong movie than a Godzilla X
For
Kong
sure, for
movie.
sure.
Godzilla, I won't. I don't. Is this really a spoiler? Godzilla's asleep for like half the movie. Bro is literally
He
sleeping through
was,
half the
but
movie.
he did a big fight at the beginning, so he had
He
needs his
did.
nappies before
He
he
did. He
fights white blue eyes or no blue eyes white dragon. Yeah,
blue eyes red Kong.
it was Kong on ice breathing dragon monster thing. What was that supposed to?
Yes.
Just another kaiju, I think.
Yes, that was an OC. That was an
So
original creation.
got it,
That
got
was
it.
an original creation. There is another Toho Godzilla monster that shows up that I won't spoil, but there is more than one Godzilla monster in it other than Godzilla. But it seems like they're trying to make their own mythology out of these legendary monster movies, and I will say, uh, compared to like all of the other crash and burn efforts of making cinematic universes after Marvel did it, your DCs, your dark universes, whatever, people don't give a lot of credit to the legendary monsterverse, but
Yeah,
it's kind of maintained and they're trying to make something out of it. I know they have an Apple series now. Um, yeah, I find it. These are this movie and Godzilla versus Kong, very silly, dumb fun. I did like Dan Stevens.
I did too. I actually
Dan
thought
Stevens is
the
always
human
good.
characters in this one were pretty good. Compared, there's always human characters in the previous legendary Godzilla Kong ones where I'm like, nah. I think
I will say
they were
I
all
like
passable.
I like Skull Island's
Oh
characters,
yeah,
but
that one.
that might just be because of the perform. Well, I like John C. Riley and that, and I like Sam Jackson, and I like John Goodman. Tom Hiddleston and Brie
Brie
Larson
Larson. Yeah,
are very forgettable.
they're the
But
main action people. That's fine.
yes,
Whatever.
exactly. Paleo says that the Monarch show is pretty good.
Oh,
Noted. I need to watch it. I am curious. I do like Kurt Russell and Wyatt Russell. So, um,
let's see. What
but
award did I give this one? Yeah, this is the hardest conflict between my adult self and my child self because when fucking King Kong gets a giant mechanical gauntlet to punch
they can,
things
yeah,
with
they can,
harder, my
yes.
8-year-old self was like, "This is the coolest fucking shit ever,"
And
and my adult self is like, "How the hell did we get here?"
I love that Dan Stevens just has that on call
Yeah,
at that point in
on
the movie. It's
spec.
just like this is just what we're doing. I will say that self-awareness of just like don't question it. We're just going to give the giant monkey a gauntlet now. I'm like, all right,
Because it looks badass.
right,
Why not?
exactly. And then there's a scene where there's giant monsters fighting in zero gravity. And then you have that they fight in Rio at one point, and they're just throwing buildings around like a Sim City
It's
session.
so
Like,
extra.
yeah, like it's a silly, stupid movie, but if you turn your brain off, I can have a good time
Hmm.
with it. Don't go in expecting much. If you want giant monsters doing giant monster things, it's a fun time.
So I gave it a C.
C for Godzilla.
Exactly. Turn your brain off and go in, and you're like, well, I want to watch the big monsters punch each other and somehow emote at each other.
Yes. Yes.
It's cool. It's cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Monkey Man.
Hey, oh, we're going from one monkey to another.
Yeah,
I
so
love
it's
it.
significantly smaller monkey.
Yeah.
Not with a metal gauntlet, but with just well,
Can we talk about how there's a movie called Monkey Man this year, but that's not the movie with a monkey man in it somehow.
correct.
And the movie that does is called Better Man. Figure it out.
Which is not a different man. It's a better man.
Not a different man.
Not a different
Yes.
better man. And not
Go see
Monkey
a different
Man.
man. Great movie. We had many mans this year. And we have a wolf man coming out in a few weeks.
We do. Excuse me. So Dev Patel directed this one. I know, wasn't Jordan Peele advertised on this, even though he didn't really do much with it?
So the story goes with this movie is that Dev Patel, he produced, wrote, directed, and starred
Yeah,
in this.
he
which
was
is
a powerhouse in this movie.
yeah. Oh my god, he's all over the movie for sure. The story went that it was originally going to be produced and released by Netflix. And then I believe Jordan Peele got it screened to him. He saw it and he went,
And
I
he
want
pushed
this.
for it.
And he was like, he wanted it to be in theaters because he thought that it would be a wider audience and there'd be more of a cultural impact with it if it went to theaters and got a wide release rather than getting relegated to just the black hole that is Netflix for a lot of the movies that get stuck there. So he acquired it with his production company, Monkey Paw Productions, which has done Get Out, Us, Nope.
Mm-hmm.
I think he also produced the Candyman remake from a few years ago. And also like the Twilight Zone reboot. So they acquired it when it was originally going to go to Netflix, and they gave it a wide theatrical release in association with Universal Studios. Would you like to start our conversation? Because I have a lot to say about Monkey Man.
So for those who don't know what this is about, it is a man who, when he was a kid, he grew up. His village was raised by a group of individuals looking to develop it, I believe. Basically kicking out all the little people who lived there, and he was one of them. His mother was killed as a consequence. So as an adult, he is striving for vengeance against the corrupt leadership of the government that, took his village and his mother from him as a child.
Yeah, it's a classic revenge tale.
Yes, he's I guess an amateur MMA fighter or kickboxer. He moonlights as an amateur.
He's like not even that. It's like an underground like
fight people
shit
to try and earn some money.
Right. It's like you can die doing this basically, or you can make a lot of money.
Unregulated, unsanctioned, and so he uses that limited skill and then just through sheer force of rage and will executes his vengeance.
Right. And he finds that because in the meantime when he's not doing that, because that's just like an extra a side hustle for him. In the meantime, he finds working as like a waiter, working at various clubs, and he, shall we say, I won't spoil too much because there's things to spoil with the movie, but he finds through a couple connections that there might be a link where he can find, locate, and potentially kill the guy responsible for killing his mother and raiding his entire village. So, classic revenge tale. And
I love me a good revenge story.
yeah, and it is an action revenge movie because boy oh boy, we could talk all day about the action here.
Yeah.
It's it's amazing to me because he wrote, directed, and starred in this, and he does all of the choreography as far as I can tell. All of the stories that came out of this, dude like broke like a bunch of bones making this movie. They almost got shut down on production multiple times because of COVID and funding issues. And it's amazing because you don't ever get that impression because the action in it is so like it's legit. It looks like a John Wick movie level of quality of action. It's not as pretty and like super like almost like a ballet almost, kind of how John Wick kind of looks where it's
This is
very
rough and tumble, like try to
yeah,
survive. Even the cameraman is trying to survive
and
along
the
with
camera
the
is
protagonist.
really the camera's really tight in, and some people have complained that it's a bit too tight and it looks a little bit chaotic, but for me that's what it should look like with the way that the tone of the movie goes. And like you mentioned, there is one sequence that I love where he's going down like a stairwell fighting a bunch of people, and there's a point where the camera is following him like POV cam, and a guy fucking punches him in the face so hard that the camera literally like it breaks the POV, and you're just suddenly looking at I don't know if that was a mistake or not, but the way that I receive that is motherfucker punched Dev Patel so hard that it knocked the camera out of POV, and I love
Knocked him
that.
into third person mode.
I love that. Got punched so hard it changed the POV. Yeah, but just from an action level, so much satisfying shit in it. I know some people have complained about the pacing. Meh. It's fun. It stays constantly fun and visually exciting to watch. There's so many great. There's a bunch of club sequences where they have like. I remember there was a scene with the police's Roxanne over like a club remix beat, and you're getting all of these slow-mo shots in the club, and there's a lot of dialogue there's not a lot of dialogue because a lot of things are like conveyed visually, whether through the editing or the way just characters will look at each other. There's a training montage at one point that they just got a guy who could play he could play like bongo drums really well, and and they just found this guy who could do it, and there's just a whole training montage set to like fast drumming and everything.
Yeah,
And it's all just it's fun to watch.
it was.
And it can be really brutal at times too. There's great hallucination sequences. I always have a laugh when I've watched the movie 3 times now. I always have a laugh where they when he goes back to the club near the end of the fight club at the end of the movie, and he beats that one guy immediately. and then Charlton Copley who's in it, and I love Charlton Copley. He was in District 9 among other things. His immediate rebuttal to it is he calls in the next guy, and he's just calls in a big taller guy. He just calls in the boss level in. There's a comedy to the movie.
Yeah,
like he tries to jump out a window at one point, and he completely eats shit against this window, because what's great is that he's not a John Wick. He gets Dev Patel gets the shit beat out of him, and it's you can feel a lot of the hard work that went into the choreography and the action and the design of the movie. And to me, that's so admirable. And then when it's fun to watch, and there's great LGBT representation baked in there too. There's that. There's some really interesting commentary about the government of the area that the film takes place in that I found very interesting.
It's this whole thing's set in India, by the way.
Yeah.
Those who don't know.
Yeah, and because of that criticism, I don't believe this has been released in India yet.
Ooh, so it's controversial too.
A little bit, but then it's just a great action movie. I've shown this movie to multiple people, and it gets great reactions every time. I remember the first time I saw it. It's just a blast to watch. This would be. I know some people have been talked about, like, the stunt ensemble Oscar and whether that should be a thing. It's such a shame that this is not going to be this year. It's not going to happen, because this should definitely get consideration for an eventual award like that, because it's so much hard work into it, especially considering just the work Dev Patel must have put into it.
So it may not. Oh, yeah, finish.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I'm just about done with my thoughts on it. Yeah.
I was it may not receive a stunt award, but it does receive a Banquo award, and the Banquo award is the angriest male protagonist of the year. Goes to Kid, played by Dev Patel, and I gave this an A.
I was gonna say, the character does not even have a name through the whole movie, because you don't need it. You kind of get everything you need without. He is called Kid the entire movie. That is all he is referred to as. But exceptional movie.
The only reason why it's not an S for me was I did find myself susceptible to a little of the jankiness of the camera. I found myself getting very slightly motion sick during some of the action sequences, specifically during he jumps out the window as he's trying to get away from the police, and that I was like, oh my god, I can't handle what's going on right now.
I will give you that. There's also a car chase scene that it leaves a little bit to be desired. It's not it's not cut together great. They try a car chase at one point, and it's not the greatest thing, but
otherwise this is my jam. I love movies like this.
Yeah, if you are a fan of John Wick, I mean, I know everyone is everyone and their mother has compared this to John Wick since the trailer dropped, but if you are a John Wick fan or any kind of action movie fan, this is right up your alley. One of the best action movies of the year. I'd probably only put maybe Dune Part 2 over this in terms of action. So, check it out.
Next is Civil War.
Oh, speaking of action. Okay.
Movie by Alex Garland with no
horses.
Alex
Garland. No horses. So Alex Garland, before we divulge further into this, he's directed some great movies. He's written some great movies that I love and directed great movies that I love. If you don't recognize his name, he wrote 28 Days Later, the original 28 Days Later. He wrote Sunshine. He then directed Ex Machina, which is a fantastic movie, a wonderful sci-fi movie. And then he directed Annihilation, which is another amazing action, not really action, sci-fi horror. And then he did Men a few years ago, which was a little bit divisive. And then, which brings us to Civil War. I am curious what you thought here, because this movie, people seem to have an idea of what they wanted this movie to be since it first started to get advertised, and then it came out, and then it either met what people wanted or it did not. So I'm curious where you stand with it.
For those who, the brief synopsis of it, the movie follows a group of journalists who are documenting and reporting on the Civil War that has broken out in the United States in the not so distant future.
Near future, yeah.
It is a civil war between the Western forces and the loyalist states, which they never actually say like which is which, other than saying the Western forces are the unified forces of California and Texas, which is a wild fucking statement.
You kind of just have to move past it.
But yeah, the loyalist states are. Paleo says no horses in a civil war. Wow, yeah, they really dropped the ball on that one.
I don't believe
the loyalist states are supposedly what New England, where DC is located in surrounding area. I think I remember looking up a map for this because I was really confused. Like, where were they trying to draw lines? Because they never say why specifically. They seem to imply that the current president is a tyrannical totalitarian.
fascistic, shall we
Yeah, yeah.
shall we say. Like the movie opens on him giving like a very like on a speech that is like, oh, you understand
So
where everything is at,
you
the
would
tone.
think, okay, you kind of know what they're trying to say with this movie, but you actually don't, because it never goes any further past they're going to war. The president is a fascist, and they're trying to kill him, and that's basically it. It's set very much. It's not like they're red and they're blue. You're
Mhm.
not quite sure who's who. You don't even know who you're following, and they're all former United States. And so, since this is happening in the not too distant future, they're crossing states that maybe are loyal to one side or maybe the other. They're going to run across people who are maybe loyal to one side, maybe the other. It's very grounded in a way, because we're following average reporter people trying to
Yeah.
document this.
the the way that I looked at it, and you're kind of you're summing it up perfectly, and I'll kind of put a pin on what I felt on it. To me, it's not occupied with the politics of it and the potential implications of the politicalness of it. It's more occupied with the vantage point of the journalist in those conflicts. Because it's a movie more. That's the thing, is I think people went in being into like, oh, what are the political nature of it, especially in. I won't go any further on this, but especially in the choice to release it in an election year. Like, it feels incendiary for sure, and it feels almost, I'll use this word lightly, exploitative, shall we say.
Yeah, yeah.
Here's the thing. To me, and as someone, I work in television news journalism, so to me, I kind of got this impression from it. It's more about the bystanderism that the journalist has to play within any kind of conflict. And some people could say, well, why not set it in a war in another country that's more, why do the Civil War in the United States angle? To me, that's just, I can't quite answer that. But what I can say is that for me, at least, it's interesting how it never takes a side.
Right.
But that's kind of by design.
That actually plays into the award I give it. It is the most political while simultaneously saying absolutely nothing about politics at all.
Exactly. It's interesting to me because it's from the perspective of these photojournalists, and it's about kind of like sealing yourself off into apathy towards seeing just horrific shit, because you see some messed up shit in the movie for sure. The tone, it's a tough movie to recommend because it is such a downer. It is such a downer of a movie. Like, I remember leaving that discarding the final image of the movie, which Ban and I and people who have seen it know it's kind of haunting. But everything about the movie is very just like, it is very much like, oh, humanity kind of sucks, doesn't it? And it kind of lulls you into feeling that apathy of like needing to be a photojournalist covering something like this. And I think the performances in the movie kind of sell that. I mean, Kirsten Dunst is great in it. Kaylee Spinney, I don't know if anybody's familiar with her, but she was in Priscilla 2 years ago, and she was also in Alien Romulus this year. Great lead performances from them. Also, what was his name? Tyler something, Hendricks something. He's really good.
Stephen
the
McKinley
older
Henderson?
Yes, that's who it is. Thank you.
Got it. It's in my spreadsheet.
Yeah, thank you. He was really great. The performances are great. I would say its weakest thing is that, like, other than the kind of journalism angle and like the covering that apathy and the bystanderism that's inherent in being a journalist in war like this, as you kind of said with the award, you kind of leave it being a little confused on why it was made and why it was like made with this political landscape in mind.
But you also kind of get why.
Right. And then also just like on a sound design level and on a visual level, looks fantastic. I saw it in IMAX, so that whole sequence at the end where I won't spoil too much, but there's a sequence near the third act where it is like the most accurate depiction of what a war zone would feel like in a sensory way.
There's no backing track. It's just bullets and noises and echoes, and you just feel terror.
You could feel your head ringing by the end of that.
I mean, last thing I'll say about this is Jesse Plemons plays a very small but very impactful role, and I was fucking terrified.
He's not even credited. He just showed up and he did that. Uncredited, and he's the most memorable thing.
It shows in the trailer. He gives a really haunting performance the trailer spoils it, but like I said, I won't go too much into it. But as someone who goes around in rural towns that very often does not look like the people who I see in those rural areas, watching that performance that Jesse gives, where he's asking like, what kind of American are you? That scared the ever-loving shit out of me, because that was the most realistic scary scene that I can imagine possibly facing in my lifetime.
Jesse Plemons, man, MVP of a lot of movies he's in. I also like what is here? Dusty Gamma saying, but isn't that the most politician thing of politics? Saying so much but not really meaning anything. Yeah. That's fair. Nick Offerman was the He was. And he tries very hard to not evoke any specific kind of politician. Right. It's interesting how much it sidesteps being a political flashpoint movie, because it's about again, like I said, it's about being beyond it and just covering everything objectively as the photo, because that's the POV of the movie. It's not from anybody fighting. You're just the journalists running into a situation, and it's like, oh, you're just witnessing what humanity is kind of deteriorated to, and it's spooky.
Very spooky.
It's spooky.
So I give it a C for Civil War.
Hey, see, we finally matched up.
We did. We matched. Yay.
We did it.
We win the prize.
We went. What do we get? We get one Civil War. No.
Oh no. So we're going from something extremely heavy to something very not heavy at all.
Hey,
this was a Riffponies watch along special. Hundreds of Beavers.
Let's go.
By Mike Cheslick. Rare Phoenix says yippee.
Oh, I love Hundreds of Beavers.
There were horses in this.
There was an incredible horse.
There were beavers in this. There was one man. So this one was in black and white. So I had to.
Yeah.
This was also up there with the best black and white movie I've seen this year. But I liked -1 slightly more.
I was going to say, this and Godzilla -1 couldn't be more different.
So holy shit. For those who, I'm assuming maybe the majority of people have not seen this. So Paleo asked an interesting question that I can actually answer. So Paleo was asking, did this come out this year? Because it's listed on Letterboxd. It is, as a 2022 film. So yeah, as you inferred there, Paleo, it was shown in like early rough cuts in film festivals as early as 2022. But I believe the Hundreds of Beavers Twitter recently came out and said something like, hey, we know we're listed as a 2022 film in a lot of places, and we did screen the movie early. It's like an early version of the film at some early events. But the final version of the movie was released this year, is what they've been prefacing it as. So that's why I'm including it here.
Right, and same here. When I do my 2024 stream, it'll be this will be included for sure. So for all intents and purposes, it's a 2024 film, and actually, it's been getting some award recognition in like really independent small ones. When I hit YouTube, it's great because this is on I'm pretty sure Tubi, Amazon Freevee. This is really readily available. So like you could watch this for free with ads, but free on like Tubi right now. But we'll get into it and talk about it now before you watch it. Ban, what did I know? The only time you've watched this movie was with 5 other loud bronies. But what did you think of Hundreds of
This
Beavers?
was
First and
absolutely
foremost.
delightful. It is the closest
Yeah,
thing to a live action Looney Tunes that
yeah,
I think we're ever going to get. And it is,
yep.
to try and describe the plot, I think is I can't really accomplish that, but we'll just say there's a man trying to survive in the Midwest winter, and I
After
think
he
that's about it.
he blows up all of his friends and their Applejack orchard.
Yeah. so
So he has so
he's
he
trying
has
to
to
survive in the
yeah.
wilderness, and he keeps finding ways to improve his situation, I guess.
Paleo made an interesting point. It's also the most video game movie without being based on a video game. Yeah,
Mm.
exactly. A lot of video game and cartoon logic. Exactly. It is a video game movie, really, because a lot of it is kind of fetch quests and like gathering inventory and everything in a way.
It's one of
Um,
those that I would try to explain people to watch it, but instead I might just say you gotta just watch. I might just show it to you instead of trying to explain it to you.
yeah, yeah. It is joke every 30
It
seconds,
is so funny.
even less. And then the third act of this movie, I will say the only criticism I would give of it is that it takes a little bit to set everything up, but then once it does, the third act takes everything that it sets up. One of the funniest third acts
Mm.
in this year, any year maybe, because every single joke it pays it off, and it's all very stylized. There's great stunt work in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of fight sequences and everything. The impressive thing is that it was all filmed on independently, mostly on green screens. Some of it was on location, like in the winter, in the woods and everything, in like the forests and everything. But a lot of it was filmed on green screens and like a lot of computer like composited in. There's a lot of mascot suits. There's a lot of, because the beavers are all like
There are no
mascot
live action
suits.
beavers. There's no live
No,
action animals, I'm pretty sure, throughout this whole
no,
thing. It's all people
nope.
in costumes.
Yes, it's sensational. It's such a commitment to its bit. I don't think there's any there's no like shortchanging a gag because they didn't have time, or wasn't in the budget, or they couldn't figure out how to make it work. Every possible gag they can exploit from the setup and the cartoon world logic, it gets exploited, and it's wonderful.
It's so funny. So
A few puppets and stuff, but mostly people in costumes. Yeah, exactly. And I just like to give you an idea of the logic and the sense of humor within the movie. One of my favorite common things that happens in the movie is when he's fighting a beaver and he'll just punch one of the heads of the beaver off, and there's just a human skeleton underneath, and there's no explanation. That was the skeleton they used.
very little dialogue. I think there's only maybe a couple
Uh,
grunts, and
yeah, there's romance, there's sexuality,
it has it
it
all, folks.
it has it all, and it's a delight. Watch it with a bunch of friends, maybe with some alcohol too. But they actually just released it on Blu-ray, and I believe it was like, for the company that released it, Vinegar Syndrome. Shout out to Vinegar Syndrome, one of the best boutique Blu-ray suppliers out there right now. I think it was the fastest film to sell out. It sold out within like a couple hours. Thousands of Blu-rays just sold out in
There are
hours.
committed fans to this movie, and we
I
are
mean,
among them.
yeah, I mean, I bought the Blu-ray. I'm currently waiting on it. And on their website, if you go to the Hundreds of Beavers website, they have not a steelbook Blu-ray, but a woodbook Blu-ray. It is a case made entirely out of wood carving. So really neat. Wonderful people. Great that made this. Great Twitter. Follow the Hundreds of Beavers Twitter, because they're constantly posting some funny shit on there.
So
Um,
this movie gets the funniest movie of the year award from
Yeah,
me.
I'm about that.
I
It's
give it an
difficult.
A.
Yeah, it's difficult to think of a movie that I laughed harder at this past year.
Solid movie. I recommend everyone go watch it, especially if it's free on YouTube.
Yeah, it's free on Tubi, on Freevee, which is Amazon. I think it's on YouTube. Yeah, like you and Paleo said, worth a watch. Definitely, definitely the movie to check out from this past year if you don't watch any others that we're talking about.
Okay. Next is The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare.
Okay, so this was the Guy Ritchie, the
Guy
Guy
Ritchie.
Ritchie movie of the year. Yes, because he's just pumping them out now. He's got a movie a year now.
There were no horses in this, but this
Okay.
stars Henry Cavill and Alan Ritchson, who's built like a fucking tank. Isa Gonzalez, Hero Finds Tiffin, Henry Golding, Till Schweiger, Alex Pettyfer, Carrie Elwes, Babs Olmukin, and Henrik Zaga. Have you seen this one, Thoth?
I have not. So this is my break here where you get to tell me about a movie now.
Sure. So this is based on the true story about a commander, Major Gus March Phillips, who leads a team to sabotage a German U-boat fleet. So this takes place during World War II, and it is an operation that actually occurred from the on the British side. As a matter of fact, the individual who is in charge of this operation on the on the intelligence side of it was oh god. Well, he went on to write James Bond. He made James Bond based on Gus March Phillips. What was the name of who made James Bond again? I totally forgot.
Are you talking about like OG, like James Bond? Oh God,
It was.
What was his name? I know who you're talking about.
But all right, so
I can look it up. Hold on.
The guy who wrote James Bond was a lieutenant in the armed forces and was
Ian Fleming.
Ian Fleming was in the armed forces. He was in charge of this operation that actually happened in World War II. So
okay.
It's historical. It's not a drama. It's very funny. It's played. There's a lot of slapstick humor, but it's also very violent. So very Guy Ritchie, if you will.
Right. Oh, for sure. I mean, have you seen any of other Guy Ritchie's other movie, like his back catalog? Because
I've seen The Gentleman, which I love.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember if I've seen anything else.
Have you ever seen Snatch?
No, I have not.
Oh, I love Snatch. The movie. Yeah. Great movie.
Wait, this isn't Twitch. I think you can still clip on YouTube though.
But no, yeah. That's a fantastic movie. Brad Pitt is in that, and he invents his own accent in that movie, and I cannot understand a single fucking thing he says in that movie. It's hilarious. I think Jason Statham is in that too. A lot of great Benicio del Toro is in that too, I think. A lot of great actors. That's a good crime comedy movie. Snatch is great. If you liked the Gentleman, you would love that. What did you think of this one? Though,
this one was decent. It wasn't it was nothing groundbreaking necessarily, but it did give me insight into something I never knew about in the first place. This real thing that happened.
Right.
So they sneak in, they sabotage the German refueling tankers so that the German U-boats could not refuel, which cripples the German occupation of the maritime. It cripples their maritime forces, allowing the United States and whatnot to assist in World War II without getting sunk. So it's kind of a heist, it's kind of a spy, it's infiltration, and it's murdering.
It's murdering
Nazis as well.
Yeah, we like that.
So we do like that. It is, like I said, it's very Guy Ritchie, very stylistic, and they're funny while they're doing it. So it's main character is played by Henry Cavill, who does plays it pretty well. I can't think of the funny parts were a lot of Alan Ritchson, he's an actor known for he plays he's in a TV show. It's the
name
Reacher,
sounds
Jack
familiar.
Reacher,
Oh, okay. I see. Okay.
and he is a massive individual, but
Massive individual.
like he's like
I like that.
6'3", like
Oh,
200 something pounds, all muscle, and he's like that in Reacher too. And he's very soft spoken, like wears glasses, but he just rips people apart. And
It almost sound. This all sounds very Inglorious Bastards coded.
yeah, it does in
it
that sort of way.
does it skew a little too close or too similar to that? Because let me say, I do love Inglorious Bastards. So
It's not very dark. It doesn't.
Okay.
It
It keeps it light.
It's very
keeps things-
light. It
Okay.
does not take itself too seriously, despite the subject matter, which is actually pretty serious.
Of course. Interesting.
But I recommend action fans, because it's very much an action movie, and if you have I like movies that kind of touch on historical events that make me look up historical things. Even it's not a faithful retelling by any means, because it's they dramatize cinematically and whatnot.
Right.
But the award I give it is that, wow, I should probably Google this afterwards, because I needed to find out like what this was all about. Was this real? It was real, and it gave me some insight into something that happened in history, not taking this as, a documentary or anything. It's
Right, of course.
very entertaining.
Right. Hey, I mean, if a historical based film that manages to be fun and makes you like intrigued to read about the event, that's a win in my book. So I might have to check it out then. I'm curious now that you've given. I'm assuming you would recommend it.
I recommend. I give this a solid B. And
Okay.
I was very entertained. I was not left afterwards wanting.
Okay. Nice. I'll have to watch it then. I'm spotty with Guy Ritchie because I've liked some things I've seen by him, and then some I've been like okay-ish with. Because I will say, maybe you'll hate me. I thought Gentleman was all right. Maybe it's just because I really love Snatch and I'm more familiar with his filmmaking there than
That's
Gentleman.
fair.
But
something
I
about
would be,
guys and nicely dressed men in suits doing unsavory things, but looking very dapper while doing it, and
that's his that's his
being
style.
very their dialogue is very snappy.
Yeah, that's all very much trademark for him. So if you're into that, then definitely watch his other movies because that he maintains that. Except when he does weird one-off things, like he did like the Aladdin live action remake for some reason.
He did. Oh my god, I didn't even realize.
He did. You couldn't tell. He did
that did not have any hallmarks of him at all in it.
No.
But
he did do The Man from U.N.C.L.E., which our good friend of the show over at Riffponies, Algernon, thinks very highly of Man from U.N.C.L.E.
More Henry
Cavill was in that too.
Yeah. I love Henry Cavill's sidestepping everything except actually playing James Bond. He's doing every role James Bond adjacent or diet James Bond except for the man himself. Even the man that James Bond was inspired by, but not actually James Bond.
Crazy.
Okay. Are we ready? Thoth, are you ready?
Uh-oh. Do I know what's coming? Hey.
Riffponies watch along event, and the Thoth seal of approval.
Oh, there it is.
Goes to Challengers.
This is Challengers, baby. Movie of the year. Horses present. None. That's true. It's an F. No. Okay. So who starts here? Do you want to start, or would you like me to?
I think you can let loose and go ahead. This is yours, your baby.
I'll try to truncate it as much as possible. So Challengers is a film directed by Luca Guadagnino. If you're not familiar with him, he is a gay director who, this is relevant, I promise. Among other things that you might have heard from him, he made Call Me by Your Name back in 2017, Academy Award winning, Best Picture nominated. He also did the Suspiria remake from 2018. He also did Bones and All. has done. His big thing is he really likes love stories for in one way, in one vantage point or another, and he really likes filming human bodies. He if there's any takeaway you could get from him as a director, he likes photographing the human form. He likes making people look sexy on screen for
And they
sure,
do. Oh my
and
god.
they
Everyone in this
do.
freaking movie.
Everyone's hot in this movie,
It's
but
not
I'll get
fair.
into. But I'll get. It really is. But Challengers is a film written by Justin Kuritzkis, who, if you're not familiar with him, he was a playwright that now writes screenplays. He wrote this. This was his first script ever, and he also wrote Queer, with also directed by Luca Guadagnino, who came out a couple months ago with Daniel Craig. And you may also know Justin Kuritzkis because he's the potion seller guy from that YouTube viral video. If you remember the potion seller video, that's him. Crazy.
Crazy.
But Challengers is a sports romance drama kind of action movie almost. That I would argue. I'll explain it. But it's essentially about a love triangle between three tennis players over the course of like close to 20 years. And it's phenomenal. It's really phenomenal. And I just recently watched it again. I've seen it about 7 times now. That shows you how I saw it at the Museum of Modern Art just the other night. They did a screening. The way this thing is put together, from the direction where, because it's nonlinear storytelling. The story is told where you start the beginning at this tennis match that doesn't really mean anything. You're just dropped into like, oh, these two guys are playing tennis in New York. Okay.
And Zendaya's watching for some reason.
Zendaya's watching. She looks really interested in watching. Oh, she's not watching the tennis. She's watching these two guys. And then literally as they're hitting the ball with these rackets, the edit cuts and you're like 16 years in the past. And you're like, okay, well, why are we at this tennis match? Why are we watching it? It's like, oh, these two used to be friends. Oh, they both play tennis with Zendaya. Oh, they're both infatuated with her and both want her number. And from there, it becomes this really like knotted up kind of story of every one of them like jostling for each other's affection, basically. Both of these guys want Zendaya. Zendaya just wants to see everyone play good. She's in love with tennis.
She is tennis sexual.
Right. It is a romance movie, and these three people just kind of like pulling at each other's lives and affecting each other and their tennis and their lives and their careers. And meanwhile, there's a score by Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross of Nine Inch Nails fame, if you're familiar with them. But the score is just like an electronica club beat constantly going through the film that kind of like adds this extra oomph to everything you're watching. So it all looks and feels like the greatest perfume commercial you've ever seen in your life. There's so much slow-mo, but then there's really high-powered, like, you'll watch how they film tennis in the movie. Every single sequence they do it is filmed completely differently, and it never gets boring. You're watching tennis, and it's like, in one, they'll be showing their full body shots of them as they're playing, and then they'll cut, and it's the same angle, but of the other guy. So it's so dynamically edited. There's a certain point where you, as the camera, becomes the tennis ball. What a highlight! One of the best moments in film this year, I would say, from like a cinematography angle. And yeah, it's filmed gorgeously. The cinematographer also did Call Me by Your Name, amongst other things. He did another movie that we'll probably talk about here in a little bit. But just beautifully photographed, beautifully edited, where it somehow keeps a story that takes place over the course of 20 years, like, coherent, and you're able to follow it. and quite literally, you're watching this tennis match at the end of this chronological story, and you realize that the story you're watching of these people fucking with each other's lives and fucking each other over because of their love for each other or for tennis or whatever, that is the tennis match. Basically, their whole life is this tennis match between each other's affections. All of the performances are wonderful. Everyone looks as sexy as they should. Like as we said, Luca Guadagnino thinks everyone in this movie is hot, and boy, does the movie make sure they look hot the whole time. Listen,
it's Zendaya, it's Josh O'Connor, it's Mike Face.
Listen, I will preface this. I'm a straight man. I looked at those boys and Mike Face and Josh O'Connor. I'm like, man, those are attractive lads.
Some pretty attractive boys.
They're attractive lads.
Also, as a straight man, yes, I have similar thoughts.
It's just it is a sensational thing to watch for sure. It's the way and just the way it ratchets up tension with how it's shot, the way the music functions. There's so many great pieces of music.
Would it still be fun for an Ace to watch? I think didn't we have
Algernon was in chat, and he said he loved just watching our reactions to it because it is definitely intensely, like, it's definitely sexual. There is no direct sex shown on screen the entire time. A lot of it is just the sexual tension. Yes. But even then, as long as you can, like, I would say even for an Ace person, you would get a lot out of it just watching how these people's, like, the dynamic of, like, their romance and their characters, because you understand the character archetypes brilliantly. You get, and like the way the leads of Mike Face and Josh O'Connor, like how their motivations of why they love Zendaya's character in it are completely different. It's fun picking apart why these characters are the way they are, why they act, how they look. And it's all really, like, the screenwriter from the 2 Q&As I've been to where he's spoken, like, he thought about it, and he just listening to him the other night talk about how he started from the ground up writing it. It's his whole thing is that he wanted to make a movie based on a tennis match he saw once with Serena Williams and another tennis player, where he found out about a rule where the coaches cannot talk to the tennis player on the court at the time. And then he basically said, well, what if in a tennis match, you really needed to talk to somebody on that court, but you couldn't. So you would just have to look at them. And that's what a lot of the movie is about, is like just saying so much through
without saying
looks.
Anything.
And you put it perfectly when we did the watch along, which, as we just did recently, we ranked the Riffponies watch alongs, and we ranked this as our best one because it was the most fucking unhinged out of any of them. But it was amazing. 6 people getting very drunk and of different sexual orientations, losing their mind at every single thing that happens in this. But so many twists and turns. And you made a point that by the end, they're having just full conversations, just looking at each other with a glance or emotion. I won't spoil that. Emotion. But just full conversations. And then in the middle of all that visual language, it's just an amazing score, amazing visuals. You love the characters and hate them in that same motion. The writer Justin Kuritzkis said it pretty simply the other night. He said that kind of story between these tennis players and this romance on this court and speaking only through looks, it felt cinematic to him, and that's why he chose to write it as his first script. And not to do an internet Martin Scorsese meme, but it is cinema. It uses every part of why filmmaking is the incredible medium it is. It's genuinely becoming, I mean, I'll talk about it more when we do my ranking on the year, but because I'll talk about it forever, but I want to leave you room to talk about it here. It's just, it is next level filmmaking. to me. I think it is one of the best directed, one of the best edited, easily the best score of the year, like music wise. I have not stopped listening to that score since it released. Yeah, if I could recommend any movie from this past year, as you see the seal of approval, it would be Challengers. Just an all-encompassing experience, and it's on Amazon Prime now. So if you have Prime, you can watch it for free. I would recommend it. But what are your thoughts, man?
It was a great movie. I don't typically go for movies like this, but you convinced me with how much you were saying you enjoyed it, and then watching it in the Riffponies watch along and seeing everyone's reactions to it and reacting myself audibly, because you can't really do that in a theater, but there were some genuinely jaw-dropping moments, and moments where I wanted to scream at them, moments where I was sympathetic with them, moments where I was like, oh my god, they did the thing. Not to spoil anything. So very much appreciate you showing me this movie. It was very
of
good.
Course, very, of course. It was great because the other night when I was at the Museum of Modern Art watching it, there was this old guy in the row in front of me who shout outs to old guy. Anytime there was like a back and forth between characters of them, and this was a thing that people in the watch along were saying, were like, I think it was Zen who said, like, I hate that every line of dialogue from these characters, they're terrible people, but I agree with what they're saying. They make good points. And it's like, yeah, that's what a well-written movie does, where you can understand why every character is motivated by what they're doing. And then just like the eroticism of it all. No, there's very few movies that I see now, because there's the whole conversation about, like, does the current generation want sex in their movies or whatever? This movie does not give a shit, because there's plenty of sexuality coursing throughout it. Everyone is horny, sometimes for tennis. But
as a matter of fact, the award is tennis is sex. You can take this literally. You can take this as a metaphor. You can take this as a joke. It works all three ways.
Everything. If there's one thing I've learned from this movie, is that everything is tennis except tennis, which is also sex. That,
ladies and gentlemen, is Challengers.
That's Challengers, baby.
With a wonderful A rank, probably top of A. The only reason it's not an S is just not my S's are my choice in movies that like really appeal to me personally. Technically, I was gonna
say I like Paleo in chat. Well, you do bounce balls around in tennis. It's true.
You do.
It's true. See, thus tennis is sex.
Green balls too. All
Green
right.
Balls.
Move.
Appreciate it, Dusty. I hope you check it out. That the hundreds of beavers Challengers double gonna go off. Let me tell you. It's the Fall Guy.
Here's The Fall Guy, by David Leitch. Leitch.
One of the co-directors of John Wick, the first John Wick, and then he also did Bullet Train and Deadpool 2, I believe.
I have been a fan of Leitch ever since the first John Wick. I've liked everything they've done so far, I think. Well, I probably haven't watched everything, but yeah, I've watched Bullet Train, watched Deadpool 2. And
did you see he also did Atomic Blonde? Did you see that?
That was, I think, a little before I was heavily invested in watching all these movies.
I think that was the first thing he did after the first John Wick. So because then Chad Stahelski. Oh, hey.
So this, in fact, does have a horse, but bonus points, it's a unicorn.
It is a unicorn. That's true.
In this movie, there's a distinction there.
Right.
So you saw The Fall Guy as well?
I did. I did not see it in theaters. That was why it didn't do well box office wise. No, I saw it on digital after it hit digital. But I did see it. Yes. I'm curious what you thought, and then I'll weigh.
The plot of this movie is Ryan Gosling plays a stuntman who is the double for the main actor played by Aaron
Taylor Johnson.
Taylor Johnson.
Kick-ass guy.
Mr. Kraven the Hunter.
Kraven the Hunter. Oh, no.
And when something mysterious happens to Aaron Taylor Johnson's character, and so Emily Blunt, who is the director of the movie, recruits the stuntman, who is also in love with her, to find out what happened to the main actor. And there's crime, there's a plot, there's intrigue, there's action, there's romance, and there's a unicorn.
There is.
It was very much I think there's probably another dad. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't say dadcore necessarily. It was a little bit more to it than that, because there was a very nice romance between Emily Blunt and Ryan Gosling, and a little bit of a are you washed up kind of a undercurrent, and
aging, I guess.
Aging, falling out of what your specialty is, and also do you pursue that which you
is the unicorn in Tempest Shadow. Callback.
No, maybe. It's up to your interpretation. There's a lot of symbolism in this, which I found interesting. Or maybe it was just because there's drugs being used in it. But it was very... I thought it was a very solid movie. I had a ton of fun with it because the action was off the chain. It's David Leitch, and he knows how to do action to make it appealing to you and to audiences.
Right. I liked the action stunt work that was in camera, and like the more inventive stuff, like the bit in the car chase at one point where like Ryan Gosling is fighting a guy like in a moving dumpster at one point. That was all very interesting. I liked that. That was very inventive. I like Ryan Gosling because he's wonderful in anything. I don't think I've seen him give a poor performance, and he's very charisma in this movie for sure. He sells a lot of it. Otherwise, I found some of the more like meta and self-awareness elements of it kind of grating. If I'll be honest, that's just me.
Ham-fisted.
I think it's, and I'll talk about this with another movie later. But I think a lot of the things in the vein of Deadpool now have kind of made it like it kind of makes the meta and more like wink wink kind of elements of these movies a little like grating, and like I know it's a movie, and I know it just felt very, I don't know, maybe it's just I saw this by myself, and maybe it plays better with a crowd. Maybe. That could be the case, but I won't deny a lot of the things that were in camera and like physical stunts were very like were definitely worthy of like admiration.
The whole fight scene with Winston Duke and Ryan Gosling versus I guess the gangsters, that was I thoroughly enjoyed that fight scene. It was very comedic, but also action fun.
Yeah, the movie shines when it's really letting the stunt work, as the movie really positioned itself as like a movie that wanted to position stunt performers at the front and center of it. When it's letting that shine, it's definitely at its best. Or when Ryan Gosling is on screen.
Yeah, the only thing is that how can I look at Ryan Gosling and believe that he's not a main? Like he's the stunt guy. Yeah, but it's fucking Ryan Gosling. Like it's not
right. Yeah, exactly.
But you know, it's
right.
Fine.
It's and I find it funny that Aaron Taylor Johnson is the vibe I got out of his character was something like a Jake Paul or something.
Very
if I'm being
so,
real, yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if that was some of the model on that. I also found it very funny that they did like the movie within the movie that they're doing in it is very clearly like a riff on Dune. And it's funny because I'm pretty sure these two movies were out at the same exact time. So
if not very closely apart.
Yeah. So a case where a movie's like of its time parody was surprisingly apt at that moment. I think they even had the lady who goes, like they had her, not the exact lady.
They had
but
someone
they had
do
like,
that, yeah.
the lady
on the
wailing in
set
the
in the
back.
movie. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that's fun. That's all funny stuff. Maybe I'll rewatch it at some point. Watch it
That
with
would be
like
a
a
great watch
crowd.
along, I think.
Maybe I could see that. You pair it with another Gosling movie. You know what I just rewatched recently? That's a great Ryan Gosling film. This is only semi-related in
Hmm.
that Ryan Gosling's a star in it. Did you ever see The Nice Guys?
I did. I
I
did
love The Nice
uh
Guys.
with hold on. I got it.
You
I
got
got it.
this. I believe in you.
Gladiator.
Yes.
Um
Yes. You're there. You're getting there. Don't spoil it, chat.
Shoot. Don't tell me.
You got this. Les
Russell
Miserables.
Crowe.
Yes,
Got it.
you've got it.
I
You
was
know
like,
who
I was
else?
like Kurt Russell. That's not right. It's Russell Crowe.
You know who else is in The Nice Guys? Margaret Qualley.
That's right. She was in that too.
A very young Margaret Qualley. It was crazy though. I was like, wow, that's I saw you in The Substance like only a month ago. But yeah,
that was a good one.
Yeah, we could pair them. Nice Guys and Fall Guy.
So I give this award for the Fall Guy goes to the best stunt recognition because they do a whole montage sort of at the end commemorating all of the good stunt performers, and this is kind of paying homage to that unsung, but increasingly recognition has been being granted to them. But I think it's when they first introduced stunts kind of into cinema, where they went largely unnoticed.
Yeah.
So
now there's kind of chatter about more award recognition for stunt performers, which should be a thing. I feel like.
Mm-hmm. So I give this one an A, just because it was just a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. The performances were enjoyable. Don't think too hard on it, but if you're there to enjoy the stunts and some of the humor, then I think you'll have a good time with it. Next,
I might have to revisit it then.
Mars Express.
Hey.
Yet another Riffponies watch-along feature.
Riffponies
A
recommends.
French film by Jeremy Perrin. I won't try to say it with an accent. I'll offend someone. There were no horses in this movie, but there was cyberpunk.
There was a lot of cyberpunk. This is Cyberpunk the movie for sure. Would you like to explain, or would you want me to?
Yeah, I'll talk a little. It's
Go for it.
So the gist is the main character is investigating a string of crimes involving jailbreaking robots. So robots are in this futuristic cyberpunk society are adhering to certain rules that robots are allowed to follow, but jailbroken ones are running amok and they can, hurt humans and such and such. And so the main character is investigating these robot crimes. Of course, all of these build up to a grander, more sinister scheme that makes its way into some higher authorities, and they're investigating what that would mean for society.
Set in a very like Cyberpunk 2077 or like RoboCop or the Terminator kind of like there's a lot of discussion of like you said, a lot of synthetic and like android and AI discussions. Very much a movie about aesthetic. I would put its aesthetic over its biggest strength over its story, but the story is not bad. It's very it's like a neo-noir kind of. It is a detective story.
It's a nice mystery detective story.
Right. And then as you're kind of putting the pieces together with the characters, there's you get to hang out in this world that is really well developed and just well defined, gorgeously animated. Oh my gosh.
The animation's is very much a standout here.
Yeah, for sure. I've described it to people as very like Toonami core. It's something you would catch at like 1 a.m. watching Toonami or Adult Swim back when in like the early 2000s. Very much that texture to it. And there's a wonderful like production design in the film. I love watching how everything works in the movie. And like there will be bits where you'll open in a scene and you'll be in like a room and you think there's a scene playing out, but then all of a sudden there will be a reveal and it's like, oh, you're watching like a hologram that's like a full scale like room video recreation of something that already happened. And it's like, oh, the movie got you.
It does a lot of showing, not telling, with how things work in this world, which is very, very good, and lets the viewers kind of extrapolate and doesn't treat them as stupid.
Yeah, it doesn't hold your hand much, and I mean that complimentary. Like it's definitely, it trusts that you'll hang on to it, and I think it's only like 80 something
they
minutes.
pack a lot into something that I remember us during the watch along. We go, wow, they fit so much into that relatively small package.
Yeah. And you get enough characterization in there too, where you get little hints of like the past histories of these characters. Like one of them, the main detective lead, she is not even implied. It's shown that she's like a recovering alcoholic. So some very noir stuff right there. Her partner is a synthetic, but they established like, oh, but he was a human, but he transplanted his conscious into it. So kind of like a RoboCop situation. So he struggles with that because you occasionally see like him struggling with his previous life as a human and clashing with him being a robot now. And there's all sorts of cyberpunk dystopian politics to play with. It's,
as we discussed during the Riffponies watch along, that last third of the movie is bleak.
It is. Yeah. Maybe perhaps to the detriment to some people, but for me that's just a good cyberpunk text, is if it's bleak. That's because the genre. Yeah, exactly. It traditionally, cyberpunk is not very doesn't show a lot of favoritism towards the good of humanity.
Right.
Thank you, Dusty. I'm glad that you're sold already.
We have extensive thoughts on Mars Express on the Riffponies watch along.
Please.
A bunch of us weighing in on it, and we talk at lengths about what it delivers for us and what doesn't work for us, and kind of, without spoiling, because there's major things that happen in the last third of the movie that I definitely don't want to talk about if people want to watch it. But it's animation's great. It's in French. Just go ahead and read the subtitles because it's in French.
True. There is, I will say, for people that like maybe they have difficulty following along with subtitles, I will say there is an English dub, and I can vouch for the quality of it. The English dub is not bad, I will say. So if you absolutely need to see the English dub, it's by G Kids, and they do pretty good stuff. There's a Blu-ray out right now too, so if you choose to watch it, you'll like it enough, support them. G Kids is great.
And we love animated films in this household.
We do, and this is worth supporting for sure. I think these same people also did a Netflix animated series a few years ago called Last Man or something. Very like video gamey. So yeah, more from this creative team. I would love to see. I'm glad I got to catch this in theaters.
Give this one a watch, you all. But the award I give to it is the FedEx Award, because everything was delivered upon. Not because of the shipping. That was Challengers. But
yes,
this is FedEx because everything they introduce gets a payoff.
Right. I would say the worst criticism I could say is that I wished there was more of it. And that's, to me, a good criticism. If I'm left wanting more, I mean it in a complimentary kind of way, usually 9 times out of 10.
So I give this an A.
Nice. I like it.
Next, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes.
Monkey.
We a lot of monkeys this year.
Monkey. Yeah, it's true. I can't wait to see better, man. I want to see Robbie Williams
as a monkey. This is not a anthropomorphic. Well, this is not a stand-in for an actual human being. These are just monkeys that have evolved past human civilization. So this is the 4th installment in the modern Planet of the Apes filmography, but the beginning of, I think, a new trilogy, because they bookended Caesar's story with, was it War?
So I was gonna say, do we need to preface people here because there was previously a trilogy of Planet of the Apes movies, Rise of the Planet of the Apes,
Rise, then
Dawn of the
Dawn,
Planet
and
of the
then
Apes,
War.
then War.
Hmm.
I will chime in really quick on my take on those. All very good movies. Rise is pretty good, has some signs of 2010s blockbuster movies that are not great, but it's pretty good. Dawn of the Planet of the Apes is my favorite of the series. That the sequel, the second one, that one is like the ideal blockbuster for sequel to me. That's brilliant. And then War is pretty good. And then continue on your thoughts on
So
Kingdom.
this is
where you were.
kicking off a new saga. There's none of the characters from the previous three movies, but they do touch. But it is in universe. They do mention Caesar.
You could
in
almost
this one.
right. You could almost watch this without seeing the previous trilogy. I would recommend you do, but you
Not
could almost
necessary.
watch. It's not necessary.
As long as you are genre savvy and you can pick up what they're implying by mentioning.
Right.
So
Caesar paleo. Caesar is like Jesus to the apes.
it's like Clarence.
Yeah, exactly. The Book of Caesar.
This one has my seal of approval because I think this is it of all of the movies that I traditionally like to go see in a movie theater, which is a lot of action, a lot of adventure, or animation, but it's very cinematic, different world, otherworldly, seeing things that you don't really see every day.
Right.
This, I think, encapsulates most of everything I wanted from the Planet of the Apes. And historically, I've found the Planet of the Apes, modern Planet of the Apes filmography to be kind of sleeper hits. Like, you never really be like, oh, I can't wait for the next Planet of the Apes. But then as soon as the trailer drops, you're like, oh, but I want to go see this though. And this follows the story of Noah, which is a tribe, member of an eagle tribe, and his village is attacked by outsiders, and his fellow villagers are taken, and so Noah's on a quest to rescue them and bring them back. Is the plot of this movie.
And if I recall, within the setup, it's been a bit since I've watched, because I did see Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, and I have my thoughts on it as well. But if I recall correctly, isn't it kind of almost by his doing that happens as well? So there's that added kind of guilt element to it.
It is. He unwittingly kind of leads these groups of outsiders to his tribe, and unfortunately, they're not friendly. And so
no, not friendly monkey.
He's also the son of the chief, and so it's a hero's journey. It's a story of living up to expectations. It's a journey of self-discovery, and it's all being done through a character that is not human.
Right. Exactly.
They don't speak. They do speak, but it's not like human dialogue, and so they do a lot of world building. They do a lot of conveying of emotion through these ape characters, and it's very gorgeously CGI. This is CGI done very well. We joke a lot of time about, oh, it's too CGI, it's too heavy on the CGI, but if you do it properly, it can look completely astounding, and I love this movie for it.
Yeah, you can express a lot through, especially with performers like Andy Serkis. And I mean, Andy Serkis is no longer performing, but I think he's a consultant still on this movie. All the performers that are...
This one was Owen Teague, Freya Allen, Peter Macon, Kevin Durand, and William H. Macy. A couple of those are human characters playing humans in this film.
Yeah, it's they get so much out of it. They must have a crack team in there that works on the animation of these characters and how the expressions, because if they were even slightly off in how they express emotions in this, you would feel nothing for these characters. Yeah, you would feel nothing for the characters, but because it's so well directed and well performed and well animated, everything is just calculated where you feel human emotions for these entirely CG characters, and that's commendable to all of these recent Planet of the Apes movies, for sure.
So the good news is there are lots of horses in this
They're
movie.
right on the poster. There's a
They're
horse
apes
moment right
riding
there.
horses.
Hell yeah,
Which is
that's what we
freaking
want.
cool.
That's what we want. That's the best.
So I saw this movie twice in theaters, once by myself and once with friends, and so both times I was just really blown away with how much of an experience it was. And I think the thing I love the most about it, and we're kind of veering very much into spoiler territory, but I want to talk about it, is
Sure.
there are human characters in this story, and as human beings, we're like, oh, those are the humans. That I identify with those. But throughout the entire movie, you're unsure of the motivations of these human characters because the protagonist is Noah, the ape. And even if you're like, yeah, we can trust them because they're human, even up until the very end of the movie, you're still not sure if the humans are quote unquote good guys. And it's very ambiguous at the end whether or not you even want to trust them or believe that they're good, even though they're our species. You are with Noah. That is your protagonist. That is who we've followed. And so it's very cool to see that sort of twist. Usually it's, oh, there's the human characters. We're human, so we identify, right? But this one doesn't really do that.
Right. It is interesting now that you pointed out, because I didn't really think about it until right this second. It is funny how so used and how much humanity we feel for the CG apes characters in the movie, where you hit a certain point where you meet and interact with some more human characters in this movie, and it feels like you feel like alienated almost, and it's like, oh, I feel less humanity in these human
beings,
like flesh and blood people that are on screen than I do from the apes. Like there's more. Yeah, absolutely.
Gamma says, trust humans? Nah, I trust the horses. There you go. That's the right way to do it.
There you go. That should have been the tagline for Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron. But yeah, it's definitely, I love how much character they add to these that they give to these CG creatures, essentially, and the performers that add so much to it. I love, like you kind of mentioned it, how every one of these apes movies kind of leaves you with like excited and looking forward to what the next chapter is going to be for it. This one is no exception. I won't spoil the ending of this one, but it gives you reason to be like, oh, the next one's going to be really interesting what they do with it.
And if this is the beginning of another trilogy, I'm ready. I'm ready for it. I'm on board the ape bandwagon.
Yeah, I think for me, I find it so interesting that it sounds like this is your favorite of the year, and I love that. I think for me, it's very good. I think if I were to give any notes on it, and some people kind of mentioned it, the first half is very much takes its time. I'm specifically thinking of after Owen meets the other characters on his journey, where they're kind of just wandering through like the terrain for a little bit.
Yeah.
There's that period where you are learning about the characters
and the history. They're kind of expositing on how things
filling
have
in the
changed.
blanks. Yeah, filling in the blanks. But it definitely does take its time a bit with that, where you do start to feel the length a little bit, and then once you get to the Kevin Durand Monkey's Kingdom,
the Proximus Caesar.
Oh my god, yeah, he's great. I loved his performance. I needed more of him. He was wonderful. I will say, it kind of feels like a whole other movie starts up once you get there, and like, if I rewatch it, I'll probably still have a good time. I do think I'll feel the runtime a little bit. That's the only real like issue I could have, because otherwise, very well exemplary filmmaking in every regard. I love the direction. Someone mentioned that the director Wes Ball, I believe they're lined up to do a live action Zelda
Legend of
adaptation.
Zelda. Yeah, I'm curious how that's gonna go.
Yeah, and Paleo mentioned, I love that they released a cut of the actors in the mocap suits on the Blu-ray. They did. So there was I think it was called like the raw cut or something, where they showed like it's a side by side screen comparison. I have the 4K of the movie. I haven't watched this, but I've seen clips of it where they show a side by side comparison of the final cut of the movie, and then next to it, they're showing like what it looked like on set, where it's all of the actors in mocap suits,
That's really
and they're all
cool.
just and you can see kind of like the filmmaking. It looks like behind the scenes footage, but it's just an entire movie of it, where it's these people in mocap suits, and you're seeing like the set where you'll see where like little things that they composited into the scene in the final cut, like in the original, like you'll see like flagpoles or whatever, or like the big banners or whatever, and there'll be one or two on the set that day, but then in the final cut there's like 10. So you could see like, oh, they composited those into more. So that's like a little film school right there in the box. So if you want to get the 4K cut of the movie, the 4K Blu-ray release of it, because it has I don't know if it's called the raw cut or it's something like that, where you can see like what it looked like before the visual effects, and like how the physicality of the ape performers. It's great. I love stuff like that.
So this award, we already did the thoughts. My award is the best antagonist catchphrase, because I still love "Oh, what a wonderful day."
What a wonderful
It was a great trailer line, and a great line in the movie. And if I made like sound alerts or whatever, if that would be one.
I was gonna say, like,
What a wonderful day.
I would love to see Kevin Durand in more movies. He's a great performer. Hopefully they bring him back, kind of like they did with Toby Kebbell after the end. I won't spoil the first trilogy of Apes movies, but after he was a very notable antagonist in the first two Apes movies, and then they kill him off, and it's unfortunate because he's not in the final movie, although they kind of work him into it.
So
But
you called it. This is one of my favorite movies of the year.
nice. S for apes.
S for apes. So
S for
let's see. We covered both of our seals of approvals that we've
yeah.
gushed about, so we can move probably a little bit faster for these.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's talk about If.
Okay, interesting. I did not see
Okay,
this.
you have not seen If. This is by John Krasinski of The Office
From A
fame.
Quiet Place.
Or
and
A Quiet Place. Yeah.
I just kept wanting the trailers for If to be like from the director of A Quiet Place.
If. I think it was also another. It's not Jack Reacher, but it's like, one of those.
He was in something like that. Was it a Jack Reacher
It's
that
like
he
a
was
John.
in?
It's a Jack Reacher, John, whatever you spy.
Right.
Anyway,
Right. John
horses
Clancy.
are present, and yes, one of them's a unicorn.
Isn't she played by Emily Blunt also? That's
Yes,
crazy.
so this is the real life canonical Tempest Shadow.
Wild.
So this is the plot of it is the girl that you see hugging the big purple thing. Her name's Bia, and Calvin is the Ryan Reynolds character. Work to reconnect the imaginary friends with their creators while Bia's father is in the hospital, and Bia's father is John Krasinski, and it is very blatantly just Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends.
That was the thing I was going to mention. Isn't this just Foster's Home?
It really is. It is. I'm wondering why they just didn't make it a Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends movie, because it is almost 1-to-1.
Why did John Krasinski use his, that old term that they talk about in studio filmmaking where they're like, oh, one for them, one for me.
Right, right.
Why did John Krasinski use his one for me to make Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, basically?
I thought
that's the thing that's curious to me.
A Quiet Place was his one as well.
No, he didn't. He didn't write that.
Oh, he was just in it.
He directed it. He starred and directed in it, but he did not write it. I think he he might have written the second one, but the writers of the first one, they were the guys that did 65 and
Okay.
and Heretic
My
in this past
favorite
year.
dinosaur movie, 65. I
Yes.
love to I
Yes.
love to tease Paleo Steno with this because he's a they're big into prehistoric animals and whatnot, and 65 is just
Yes.
egregiously terrible. So
Yeah.
um
But continue telling me about it.
this movie,
Yes.
it's visually cool. It's
Okay.
very magical, very whimsical. It's kind of reconnect you with your inner child sort of thing. And the entire time I'm just sitting there going, why isn't this just Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends? The last 15 minutes kind of won me over because there's something just so genuine and sincere, even in with how cynical I can be, even if it wasn't really made to be. The end of this movie is very much kind of don't let your inner child don't forget about your inner child, your sense of wonder, your sense of whimsy, and your sense of fun and happiness. And that usually hits me, even if the movie itself isn't all that great. It's just like,
Okay.
because My Little Pony fans, like, yeah, obviously
We get it.
we're that it
We
me.
get it. Yeah. Right. Me.
So
I
it's
do like.
go ahead.
I was going to say this is completely tangential. I do like how with the way our horses are positioned on screen, it looks like we're part of
We
the poster.
are also imaginary friends.
We're also
ifs.
an if. Yeah, we're also an if.
So they brought in a lot of I feel like the combined forces of John Krasinski and Ryan Reynolds just brought in as much like star power to do little cameos and voices for this, because I'm looking at my credits list for everything. Steve Carell plays the big purple thing, and then just a absolute deluge of memorable names for all of these other like imaginary friends.
I was gonna say, isn't like George Clooney and
there's
Jon Stewart in the
There's
movie?
George Clooney,
Like,
Jon Stewart, Amy Schumer, Maya Rudolph, Bradley Cooper, Sebastian Maniscalco, Vince Vaughn, Christopher Maloney, Sam Rockwell, Matt Damon, Blake Lively, Aquafina. It's just like, I don't know.
God.
It's a little too much. Like, they don't need to well, I put all those credits in there just because I wanted
who's
to name
who?
drop. Yeah. They only say like maybe one or two lines each, but it's all right. They're just
Dang.
flexing on the how in Hollywood both Krasinski and Reynolds probably are.
Right. Wow.
But yeah, it was.
Jeez.
I give this a most direct ripoff. Wait, did I even hold on? Most direct cartoon ripoff without actually using the cartoon brand. So I flubbed the grammar here, but it's ripping
You're
off
fine.
of Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends completely, utterly, and totally. That being said, the last 15 minutes of the movie, and there is kind of a nice twist, which I should have seen coming if I was paying more attention, but it did kind of catch me by surprise, and it was kind of sweet.
I do think I had that spoiled.
Okay.
Not unwillingly. I maybe I'll watch this at some point. I'm not sure. I've been curious about it.
I wouldn't say this is a must-watch, but
Okay.
maybe if you're feeling down, this is a pick-me-up.
Okay. I can be into it.
Yeah. Okay. Furiosa.
Hey.
This one is also right up my alley. I love this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm curious. How familiar are you with the Mad Max franchise?
The originals, not really at all, but I did watch Fury
Interesting.
Road.
Of course, everyone saw Fury Road. Yeah, I feel that.
Furiosa, George Miller, of course. There were horses in it right out of the gate at the beginning, and now let's talk about it.
Yeah. So I guess we'll start with you. What were your thoughts as someone whose only familiarity was Fury Road?
Stylistically, it's just really cool, and I feel like edgy teenage me who went to see the first one, Fury Road, I loved it just because it's so stylish. With the action, stylish with the world that it's built, stylish with all the characters who are so wonderfully absurd. It's
Yes,
very
for sure.
much unrealistic, but also gritty and kind of realistic, and uh, just oozing with um yeah, just style. I think I'm trying to find a better way to say it.
No,
It's
yeah,
a very particular look and
yeah.
feel.
George Miller is very, as a director, is very much about that. Where it's the way I would describe it. It's very like comic booky, without being like the self awareness of, say, a Marvel film, where it is full embracing of like that. It's comic booky and also like folklore
Yeah,
kind of, in a way, and it's also post apocalyptic. It's a lot of things.
it's a lot.
George Miller likes his influences. But it's a prequel story to a character that was in Mad Max Fury Road, which
Mm-hmm.
is Furiosa, who was played by Charlize Theron
Charlize.
in that. But in this, it's a Anya Taylor-Joy and a child actress who was really good and looked a lot like Anya Taylor-Joy. And it's
Mm-hmm.
interesting the way they made that. They branched the aging up of them like seamlessly in it. Was
Yeah.
supposedly what they did was every single scene after that child actress shows up, and they every time you see her and until you reach where she's Anya Taylor-Joy, um every single new scene that would, like, as a time lapse, they would kind of tweak her facial the child actress's facial expression to look more and more like Anya Taylor-Joy's
Hmm.
progressively over time. So further you went
Interesting.
along, the more like subconsciously it would look like Taylor-Joy as you went. So that's kind of how they sell it. And even then, like, the child actress is great.
Yeah.
Um, but the real star of the show here, I think, Anya Taylor-Joy, who I love, she's a great actress. I feel like the real star of the show here is Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah.
Like, what a
What
performance!
I saw his comedic chops. So I did watch Ghostbusters 2016.
Okay,
I
I
loved Chris
respect it.
Hemsworth in that movie.
Fair enough.
He was so
Fair
I
enough.
hadn't really seen him do comedy. I think that was before Ragnarok.
If I remember correctly, Ghostbusters 2016 was like a calling card for him that he could do comedy,
Yeah.
and that's kind of what made them like embrace that in Ragnarok. Yeah.
Yeah. So slight tangent here, but yeah, he played the character called Dementis very well.
Yes. I
Dude's
mean
name is
that
Dementis.
yeah. I mean Doctor Dementus, or
Ah,
whatever variations. It's the funny thing is his character is so full of himself in the movie that he keeps like adding new like qualifiers onto his name.
yeah.
So he's kind of like a poser, really. He wants to be this big shot amidst all of like these post-apocalyptic warlords,
He
when he's
wants to
kind of
be what Immortan Joe is, to the point of
right.
threatening Immortan Joe, but he's not even close
He's
to the vibe.
right. He's like a frat dude.
He is.
He's like a leader of a lower level frat that is just kind of a goober. But and he
But
is
he can
doing an
command people to kill you, so yeah.
yes. And that's the threat with therein, yeah. Um and then meanwhile it's an origin story for Furiosa,
Hmm.
which she, I think Anya Taylor-Joy only has like 16 lines of dialogue total.
Yeah.
Everything else is about her expressions and her mannerisms.
Very much like the first Mad Max as well, right? He didn't
Mm,
speak very much.
right. Fury Road, yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
That no, it's just funny to me. You're referring to Fury Road as the first one, and I'm like, man,
Yeah, there were
that's
like
like the
three before
fourth.
that, but yeah.
They're definitely all worth watching. They're along the same lines because like Dementis is very much a character that's within like the realm of the rest of the franchise's characters, because there's a character in the second movie, the Road Warrior,
Hmm.
that is named like I think his name is General Humongous. And he's just a dude in like a hockey mask, and he's just in a hockey mask and kind of BDSM out garb,
It
and he speaks very proper like this, but he's very deep, and he's like, they're just, that's the thing about George Miller films and the Mad Max universe, is just he invents these. It's it's a universe entirely built from his own head,
Yeah.
and it's so imaginative because you get all these crazy sequences, like they don't do too much Fury Road-ish stuff in this, and to some people that might be a detriment, but they stick all of it in that sequence in the segment of this movie, The Stowaway, where they're on that tanker truck, and they get all of that action stuff in there. And it's such a well shot sequence and well choreographed, and they do all this crazy stuff where they have Anya Taylor-Joy like climbing under a truck and everything as it's moving, and you have these gliders, so you get these really beautiful.
You get dude skiing on sand into gliders, and it's just kind of like, who thinks of this? This is awesome.
Yeah, George Miller's mind is just in the dude, and again, the dude is like in his 70s or 80s and pumping these out.
Yeah.
That's the most incredible thing to me. He is more imaginative like in his 80s than most people are in their 20s.
We could only hope just to be as inventive.
Yeah, I really hope they let him make another one of these, and that this movie kind of not doing great at the box office doesn't deter them, because, yeah, I can't really explain why that happened. Maybe it's down to it wasn't an identifiable enough of a property. Is it down to low
Mad
ticket
Max
sales
was
at
always
theaters?
kind of off the beaten path, very much like cult classic kind of vibe,
Yes.
wasn't it?
It was never a mainstream kind of thing. I think the most mainstream it ever got would probably be Road Warrior was pretty big in theaters, but then really big on cable. That was a big like HBO movie, that dadcore, as we say.
Jay Monty said Fury Road didn't do that well either. Wow, that's surprising.
It didn't. I think it barely made its money back.
It must have just been correctly in my circles that really enjoyed it.
I mean, the internet. I was gonna say, in the internet circles, like social media circles, people loved it, because I remember that distinctly, and I remember seeing it twice when it came out in theaters. Me and my friends were very into it, but I think that's what it is that it's kind of just destined to be a cult thing, because that's the thing about cult films, and that's kind of the thing that Hollywood studios kind of don't understand about it when they try to cash in on a cult property, kind of like when they made the Blade Runner sequel, which is incredible. Everyone should watch Blade Runner 2049, directed by Denis Villeneuve, who did Dune.
Hey.
Blade Runner 2049 is fantastic, but that bombed at the box office. And the thing about it is, because the first Blade Runner bombed, because the thing they don't understand is that a cult movie, the reason the thing about a cult movie is that it's a very tiny community of people that really, really love it, but that's just the thing.
No one else really pays attention.
Yeah, it's a very narrow audience. Yeah, so okay. Maybe they would have been more well versed to make like a TV show out of Mad Max, but I know that would be even more budgetary considerations, yada yada yada, whatever. But we'll wrap up our thoughts on Furiosa here. But what are your concluding statements on it?
I like this sort of thing. I like the first Mad Max, and it's kind of a smashing together of a little bit of juvenile humor, but also the maturity of a story, and visually really awesome. Not everything. There were some wonky CGI bits I remember watching, but overall, I was able to suspend just for the sheer enjoyment of, wow, they really did that. They really are doing this concept. It was so cool.
Exactly. There's kind of less of the in-camera tactility of like Fury Road in this one, which is a bit unfortunate, but I think that's just down to like the era-ness. And also Fury Road took like something like 20-30 years to materialize, so I guess they just they were just like the fuck it, put it all in kind of mentality of it. And this, I think it had more studio hands on it, and that is probably why. And also there's more fantastical imagery in it that probably couldn't be achieved. But like the flood of bullets at one point,
Oh yeah, yeah.
like the bullet farm. That sequence, I don't think you could have managed that practically unless you had like tons of money to burn, which evidently this movie did box office wise.
And yet. So earlier we had Dev Patel winning the angriest male protagonist. Here we have Anya Taylor-Joy winning the angriest female protagonist, and I give this an S.
Nice.
Probably the weakest S out of all the S's, but I had a phenomenal time with it.
Yeah. I remember specifically you messaging me after you got back, and you were very ecstatic. And my girlfriend and I saw it on a date because we loved Fury Road, and she was very ecstatic about it as well, and so was I. I have my qualms, but a very good movie, one of the best of the year for me.
Good stuff. Yeah. I think we've got a few more, then we'll take an intermission here.
Sounds good.
This one I think we can just kind of go by relatively quickly.
Sure.
This is the Garfield movie, directed by Mark Dindal. There are no horses in it. The general plot of... Did you see this movie?
I did not. Okay. No.
Yeah, the plot is Garfield and Odie get roped into a dairy heist because his dad, voiced by Samuel L. Jackson, had some beef with a giant cat that you see up in the top left of the poster.
What? Okay. Sure.
Nicholas Hoult is in this one too.
Wow, what a year for Nicholas Hoult.
He plays John, I think.
I think I heard that. Yeah. Man.
It was, of all the movies to come out this past year, it was one of them.
Was it a fun time at the very least?
Not really. I give it a well.
Wow. You sound about as enthusiastic as Garfield.
It's Chris Pratt is Garfield, and yeah, it's just Chris Pratt. I mean, I don't really know what they could have done.
Does he give a good performance as Garfield?
I don't know what Garfield's supposed to be on the big screen, to be fair. I never saw, what is it?
Never saw the Bill Murray one.
Yeah, I never saw that one, so
I mean those aren't very good either.
I don't really see a successful Garfield cinematic portrayal in, materializing.
Right. I think he's just better suited for like the Garfield show. Like if you ever saw like Garfield and Friends from like the 90s or whatever, like he's just better in a more serialized, or like the comics, which is the format that he's notorious for.
That also originated as, right?
Right, exactly. I will say shout outs to Lasagna Cat, if you ever saw that YouTube series. Incredible YouTube series. That's kind of like a commentary on Garfield. Wild YouTube series. Dusty in chat, is Garfield's expression what you felt about it?
Basically, it just was another cash grab with a kids movie, and didn't feel very inspired. The award I give this is the weirdest looking bull. There is a bull character in this movie which looks fucking weird.
Do you have a photo of it to demonstrate?
I should have, I thought he was in the poster, but it turns out he wasn't. He just looks like a giant mound of flesh, and then there's a tiny head with horns and ring in the bull's nose, so it's a bull.
I might have found it.
Is that not just chat? Go ahead and Google the bull from the Garfield movie. Is that not just the weirdest fucking looking bull you've ever seen? Yeah.
But why? That's the thing, is it all just looks very... Everything that I see about this movie looks very unimaginative.
Yeah, very much so.
Who did this? Was it Sony?
Good question. Does anyone know out in it was this Sony?
Was Garf Sony? Yes or no?
It was.
I think it might have been. It seems like Did anybody want a
Yes,
Garfield?
Sony Pictures. Yeah, it was Sony.
Oh, there
Jay
you
Monta
go.
says Sony. So in order to not dwell on this any longer than it needs,
Yes. Yes.
this is a D. It's not an
D.
F because
Okay. Okay.
I couldn't find technically anything wrong with it, and I'm sure the people who animated it did the best job that they could have.
For sure. It's
So,
funny because the director Mark Dindal, I'm pretty sure he directed like Cats Don't Dance,
huh?
which is an
Yeah.
incredible 90s animated movie. I highly recommend
Well,
Cats
Sony
Don't Dance.
distributed it, but Sony Animation wasn't the animation studio for it. Says Paleo.
Oh,
Got it.
interesting. Okay.
Yeah, if there are any Garfield movie apologists in the chat, let me know what the appeal was because I didn't get it. I don't know.
Garfologists.
Yeah. So, yeah, well, I'm not going to dwell on this any longer. It doesn't deserve
sure.
it. Next,
For sure.
a much better animated movie, which is also... dang it. Okay, there should have been another Riffponies logo here because we did do a watch-along of Robot Dreams.
Imagine a Riffponies logo on the top left.
Pablo Berger. There were horses
There were. It's
in
true.
this anthropomorphized New York City in the 80s. Or was it 90s?
80s.
80s, yep. It's
80s,
it's the story about a lonely dog who gets a friend, orders a robot friend off of online, and
He builds a friend.
builds a friend.
Effectively.
They go out one day, some mishaps, and he's trying to find his robot friend.
Yeah,
And
it's
robots trying to get
effectively
home.
right. Effectively, it's a movie about missed connection and like finding like a connection and finding a friend, and then kind of growing distant for one reason or another, and trying to reconnect. It's it's a movie about friendship ultimately.
Let me read off the cast list for a second here.
Yes,
Nothing. It's dialogueless.
yes. There is it's
Entirely
completely,
visual.
yeah, and sound for sure, but
Right,
it is no dialogue, and that kind of makes it like a universal kind of experience where the movie is I believe it's a French and Spanish co-production, France and Spain, and but you wouldn't even know. You could show it to a child here in the U.S. and they'd get the same amount of it out of it as someone like across the globe would get. It's a universal experience. I saw it in theaters in New York City when it first released, and the other thing about it is that this movie will make you sad. It's a very sad. It's a happy, sad cry movie and a happy cry movie for sure. Really wonderful on a visual level. I love how it presents New York City because again, it's so funny. It's like a Spanish-French co-production, but it's about New York City in the 1980s. So it's so specific in its design, but I love the way they present New York City, and
It's
the
not bashing
feel
New
of
York
it.
City like a lot of movies
No.
do. It very much plays into all of the things that New Yorkers like about New York City. I'm assuming. I'm not a New Yorker
Yeah.
myself, but
Yeah, it captures the city wonderfully. I won't go on for too long because I want to hear your thoughts on it as well. Although you did weigh in a lot on it on our watch along.
we did talk a lot about it on our Riffponies watch along of
We
this movie,
did.
but
You can
I will
check that
just
out.
say it's slice of life esque. I mean, it's a little bit of a fantastical premise, but at the end of the day, it's a relationship between these two characters that you come to really fall in love with, and
Yeah.
it's a story about very human, relatable feelings and emotions.
Yeah, for a movie that's about a dog and a robot, it is one of the most human movies you could watch this past year for sure.
And it was just lovely. It was a lovely experience. The back-to-back watch along we did at Riffponies was Robot Dreams into Mars Express. And so robots in both. Very tonally once again tonally different movies, but this one, it has a very simple animation style, but I think that really lends to how accessible it is to everyone.
Yeah, and it's and there's some great, like, beautiful animated sequences at certain points as well. I love the montages. Those are the best when you get the little. It's like you're looking at a scrapbook of like an animated scrapbook of a bunch of memories made with friends. Like you're looking through a photo album almost.
I know a lot of the jokes we made during the Riffponies watch along were how this movie made us sad, but I do agree with how it can be sort of a bittersweet kind of cathartic feeling.
Yeah,
Not necessarily joyful or maybe happy, but
there's joy to be had in it. For sure.
There's closure.
Yeah, there's many emotions. You feel it's one of those movies. I think there's another movie I'll talk about that I very much feel is a similar all-encompassing kind of thing, where it's a movie that makes you. It's a reason movies exist, to make you feel every emotion. You laugh, you cry, you feel sad, you feel glad. It's great.
Very good.
I love a story. I love a cinematic story that gives you and makes you feel everything, because you feel satisfied and like you said, fulfilled by the end.
So this award I gave it is the Audible Cry of Frustration Award, which you were present for.
I was
watching, and
I was.
We won't explain why the frustration. For those who have seen it, you probably know what the cry of frustrations were. There are multiple.
There are.
But I gave this an A because it was just very, very good movie. And Paleo says, "Yep, I thought you might." Okay. Oh, there's the Riffponies watch along. I put it in the wrong order.
Put it in at the end. There you go.
Next.
Yes.
Inside Out 2.
Oh, okay.
Kelsey Mann did this one. No horses in it, but a follow-up to the critically acclaimed, I think, Inside Out from a few years ago. Riley is growing up, and her emotions are maturing, and as she's becoming, I guess, preteen or teenager, she's having more complex emotions and has to deal with consequences that those said emotions give action. The consequence of the actions, the emotions influence.
It's a natural evolution from where the first movie's like standpoint on how emotions factored into you as a person. Because I love that first Inside Out. That might be one of my amongst my favorite animated movies, just because of how kind of like heady and out there the concept is for a children's movie.
Yes.
But they sell it and they make it a very like compelling animated family film about the complexity of emotions and how they play in, and how like it is healthy to have like to feel sadness and as equal shares as like happiness. Or joy, I guess. It's a mature understanding of emotions for a children's film, and that's neat that they can tell a story like that, to teach kids on that. And then this one,
some adults too that have a harder time. I know it kind of made me realize something about my own emotions, and it's a very grown up way to discuss it all.
And then in Inside Out 2, it kind of develops from that, where now the lead character is a teenager, and thus you introduce more emotions, because that's what happens as a teenager. That's what happens, exactly. And within that, I won't spoil anything, of course, but the next level that this movie takes is, okay, well, you understand that you need to feel all of these emotions, because that's healthy. That's what being a person is about. And then in this, it makes the further argument of, well, emotions don't make you, but the memories and the complexities of that make you, and like the clashes between you are not just your emotions,
right? You are a very complex creature.
Yeah, it's all very mature for what is effectively. Obviously, we don't like saying these are kids' films, because they're not. They're all cinema, of course. They're all films. They're all works of art. But for a film that is intended for very, very general audiences and families, because both times I saw this, they were theaters packed with families. It's interesting to see such a mature understanding of these themes be depicted in a family film. Um, Very good movie. I don't like it quite as much as the first film, but
I concur.
what would be as good as the first Inside Out, of course.
It
But
had a
still,
lot to try and tackle with this concept of growing up, and so I thought
yes,
it did as well as it could
yeah,
with
and
what it was given.
right, and kind of tackling like the conflict of because really it then becomes like a whole thing about a struggle between your best interests and like trying to maintain a social group,
Mm-hmm.
because you kind of see Riley struggle with that. And like, let me tell you, as someone who went through public school and has been through many friend groups, like I get it.
It can get
I've seen
complicated.
they get complicated, and this doesn't go as complicated as maybe a more narrow kind of audience minded movie could get with this. Like you would go to like a Don Hertzfeldt film to see that. For Inside Out 2, it's fun, it's poppy, it's colorful, and it's a little bit real.
Yeah.
It and also I love the one thing I keep thinking, the one gag I keep thinking about from this movie is when they introduce some of the more like the hidden away characters in Riley's mind, and you get, not to spoil anything, but you get that one character who is basically like a Final Fantasy RPG character,
Yeah.
and he's animated like an N64 character with like his hair is clipping into his model and everything like an N64, and he has tank control movements. That was delightful. Someone had a wonderful time coming out and coming up with and designing that character. I was in hysterics both times, and nobody else was laughing, but I was like, no, this is great. Someone had a great time here.
It was just you can tell people were passionate about working on this. So
Yeah, and I mean, it's funny you mentioned that, because then came a whole news story out about how there was a lot of crunch involved with the production of this film, which is a shame. But we can still admire the work that all of these artists put into it, while also reprimanding the companies responsible for these conditions. Yes, exactly.
So
similar to
you mentioned earlier a movie theater experience. So my award for this movie is the hardest existential crisis while children laugh hysterically right next to me sitting there. And that was, I'm sitting there. It's a point in the movie where it gets very cerebral, right? And very introspective. And the kids are just, ooh, pretty colors. Haha, how fun.
No.
And I'm sitting there going, you don't get it, kid. Because you haven't gone through it yet. But I'm sitting here going, this is too real right now.
You're like Yoda in Empire Strikes Back. Where he's like, you will be.
One day after the little gremlins install the expanded control console in your mind, you will.
Oh no! They keep expanding my control console.
When will it stop?
When will it stop? Listen, it was all downhill once they started allowing alcohol. You know.
Oh boy.
Yeah, exactly.
So I give this one an A.
Hey. Oh, you could have put well, this might be a spoiler. Never mind. I will say there is a funny little detail about this movie where apparently there is a sequence in it near the end of the movie that they took visual inspiration from Uncut Gems, which is hilarious to me, but it does make sense. Do you know what sequence I'm talking about?
I have not seen Uncut Gems. That's one of those ones I need to watch.
Oh, okay. I'll put it this way. It's that one sequence near the end in the penalty box. Yes. That was, they apparently took a lot of the inspiration from the kind of like anxiety-inducing camera work from Uncut Gems from the Safdie brothers. Some of my favorite directors. You should watch Uncut Gems and Good Time. Great movies. Wonderful movies.
What do
I
we
mean, they
got next?
yeah. What do we got?
Okay. Kinds of Kindness.
Hey, okay.
Yorgos Lanthimos.
This is my freak shit. This is my time.
This is freak shit indeed. No horses in your freak shit. Tell Yorgos to
Amazingly.
do better. So,
Okay.
oh god, I'll.
So you've implied to me you have thoughts about this. So I'm curious.
For those who don't know, this is 3 different stories.
It's a triptych, as they say.
So there's a third of the movie is one story where the actors play characters, and then the second
Yeah.
part, the second third of the movie are actors playing entirely different characters that have no association with the first story at all. So it's like 3 movies crammed into one.
It's an anthology movie, essentially. You get 3 stories for the price of one.
Mm-hmm. And so let's see. The first one, there's a boss controlling, over controlling boss that basically
Played by Willem Dafoe.
tells him, "Here's the next thing I want you to do is commit vehicular manslaughter."
Yes.
The second,
exactly.
The second story is the main character played by Jesse Plemons.
Yes.
His wife has been lost at sea for a long time, but when she finally returns, Jesse Plemons believes that she's not actually his wife and she's been replaced, or she doesn't seem like herself.
Yeah, exactly. She's an imposter. Something is up.
And,
Something is up.
And
yeah.
in the third story, Jesse Plemons and Emma Stone are in a cult type situation who are looking for a particular person who has the ability to bring dead people to life.
Yes.
Even though they don't know they have this ability, they go through a series of tests to determine who this prophesied chosen one is, and bring that person to the cult leader, played by Willem Dafoe.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Heaven's Gate kind of thing, or like something like that.
Yeah, so
some cult shit, basically.
So, Emma Stone, Jesse Plemons, Willem Dafoe, Margaret Qualley, again, Hong Chow, Hunter Schafer. They all play 3 different characters in this movie.
Mm.
They're all pieces of shit in this movie.
Yes,
they're all very human.
The characters, to be clear, the performances are great.
Right. They all the characters in this movie are either selfish or completely crazy or completely disinterested in each other, or it's fucking weird. This is some fucking weird shit.
But the conjoining thing about all the 3 stories and everything that binds all these characters together is the levels and the commitment of like the kindness that you are willing to do for a person you love or care about. It's like, what are the limits of human kindness?
What are the limits of human kindness?
Kinds of kindness. It's a very loose connective thing. It's a thematic, and then there's one character that appears in all 3 stories that also connects it.
Right. But
yeah, RMF,
who's never really he exists in all 3 stories.
Yes,
as a way to connect them.
Super loosely.
Okay.
So I'm curious. I'm curious of your thoughts.
I didn't quite
get it.
Look, okay, I came out of the theater, and someone followed me, and they were talking amongst themselves, and they're like, "I have no idea what the hell I just watched." And I'm like thinking to myself, "Yeah, pretty much. There was a plot, but the situations are played very realistically with how humans interact with each other. But the premise are just far out crazy. Like,
it's surreal.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of like a nightmare world in a way.
Yeah. And the second one is just so fucking unnerving.
It is. I would say the tone that I felt the most affected by was in the first one. All of them are very oppressive, like tones for sure.
And I thought there's the whole running gag where is control, not running gag, sorry, a running theme is having control, kind.
See, you do get it. I
Yeah,
would
but
say you do get it. But did you get a lot out of it, I guess, is the next question. And that's
I didn't like this.
No. I mean, fair.
I see it's not for everyone. I understand it wasn't meant to be for everyone.
So here a little bit of a background on it, because I know you are familiar with Yorgos Lanthimos's previous works. He did Poor Things, which I know you liked. You liked a lot.
We
I
talked
loved
about it last year. Mm-hmm.
We did. He also did The Favorite, which is fantastic. That's an all-time top 100 favorite for me. I love The Favorite. But those two movies, the things that people kind of miss about those last two movies he's done, is that he didn't really write those movies. The Favorite was written by a duo, a man and woman duo, and then the Poor Things was written by one of the guys from The Favorite, and then I think Yorgos Lanthimos co-wrote it, but it was also adapting from an existing book.
Mm-hmm.
But prior to those, Yorgos Lanthimos made movies that he wrote with his writing partner. They did The Lobster, they did Killing of a Sacred Deer, they did Dogtooth, all very weird, surreal, oppressive movies kind of like this. So in a way, and he wrote this movie with that same writing partner from those movies. So in a way, it's kind of a return to his earlier work, is what this would be. And it seemed to catch a lot of people by surprise because Yorgos Lanthimos is a bit of a freak when it comes to what...
He came off of Poor Things, which is pretty widely received well, I think. And relatively, compared to this, way easier to understand.
The way I understand it is that while they were in post-production, like on Poor Things, and waiting for all of the effects shots and everything to be finished, and that him and some of the crew from that basically took a bunch of scripts that he and his writing partner were writing and kind of just played and made this as like almost like a B side to Poor Things. So that's kind of the explanation for why it exists and why it's so strange compared to his previous works, because it's more of like his older work, which is a lot darker, a lot more dry and oppressive and kind of fucked up.
I'm trying, like, throughout these stories, I'm trying to find someone that I'm like, okay, I can identify with that character, or maybe the partner cop in the second one was relatively accessible. And
it's an interesting, they're all interesting setups.
We get to the third story, and I'm like, okay, because Emma Stone's character just walks out of her family, her husband and her two kids, to join this cult or whatever.
To join this cult, yeah.
And when and I'm going back, and I'm like, oh, so the father, the husband character, he's more of a, I can identify that's a decent kind of person amongst all these weird people. And then he does something not very cool, as the kids would say, and I'm like, never mind. I fucking hate this guy too. So it's just, I'm trying to find something I can latch onto, and nothing. It's given me no footholds to stable myself while I'm watching this thing.
I was gonna say, is it the lack of not being able to connect with the characters being presented? Is that why?
Perhaps.
I mean, that's fair. That's very fair. It's definitely, you need to kind of be on his the more like his older freak kind of wavelength to really be into this one is definitely not for everyone. So I don't begrudge you whatsoever not as being as into it.
This is my pick this year. Last year was Beau is Afraid. This is your Beau is Afraid. This is my Beau is Afraid for this year. I could not get into it. So the award is the most unlikable characters of any film. Also, Emma Stone awkwardly dancing.
She was great. That was awesome.
I couldn't pick an award, so Maybe I'll
You
give that
just
Emma
noted it.
Stone awkwardly dancing because I just like I cannot forget that she did this in the
That
credits
is,
of this movie. It was so
she does a funny dance in every one of Yorgos's movies now. It's
and,
great.
and this is at the last story and everyone's like, okay,
She celebrates.
yeah.
She's with her she's with her like incapacitated friend in the back, just in a wheelchair, and she's dancing. It's great.
And then, well,
Yeah.
anyway, the end of
Yeah.
that story happens. You
No, we don't talk about
fuck.
the ending there. You have to watch the movie for yourself.
So I give it a D. I
I
couldn't get
do
on it.
I do appreciate that you did not rank this lower than Madam Web. So that shows that you saw some redeemable qualities.
I couldn't find anything technically wrong with it,
Yeah,
and
it's a well-made
I
movie.
could find the thread, perhaps so I was kind of on the right track of what it was trying to make us think about.
Yeah, it might just be a sensibility thing where it's just the tone is
Yeah,
not your thing for sure, which
definitely
is
not.
fair. I like I will talk about it when I do my countdown on the year. I was very much a fan of this,
I'm sure
but
you were.
what's that supposed to
That
mean?
means you have so much wider accessibility to these kinds of movies. It's Beau is Afraid all
Fair.
over again.
Fair. No, I respect it. It's one of those things where I understand a 10 out of 10 and I understand a 1 out of 10. It's one of those,
One of those.
divisive, as they say. But yeah.
I'm looking forward to see your further in-depth elaboration later in the in February or whenever you decide to do
Mm,
your stream. In the meantime, we should probably move on.
yeah. What you got next? What do we got?
The Bike Riders.
Hey, I've seen this one.
From something that was really hard to understand to something that is relatively easy to understand.
True. Very
The
true.
Bike Riders, Jeff Nichols, no horses because they didn't ride. They rode motorcycles the whole
They
time.
ride motorcycles,
There's no need
it's
for
not the horse
horses.
riders.
No.
So for me, I'll make my thoughts really brief.
Hmm.
Um, this is very dadcore
Yeah.
movie for sure. It kind of struck me a little bit if you've ever seen Goodfellas.
Hmm.
It was very historical piece. I believe this movie was based on a photo like a coffee table book.
Yeah.
It was a coffee table book that was like photos of the 1950s, 1960s era, like biker culture, like
The
Hell's Angels
the
kind of era.
Chicago Outlaws was the
Yes.
group I believe it was based off of.
Yes. And it's all very like period accurate. You feel like you're in that, you're just like soaking in that era throughout the whole movie. And I love stuff like that.
Yeah.
All the performances are pretty committed. Many silly accents.
Tom
I
Hardy
love me
doing an
some silly.
American accent is so like
Oh, bro,
I don't
bro,
know a
bro,
Midwest
bro,
accent on top of it.
bro. There were adults giggling at my theater whenever he spoke, which was kind of annoying, but also kind of funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, just very, very much your kind of movie if you like silly accents, but really good performances. The cast list is really good. Austin Butler is in
Yep.
it. Tom Hardy. Norman Reedus shows up at
Yep,
one
he
point.
does. I think
Um,
he's like a crazy bearded kind of biker
he
guy.
is. I love the people on Letterboxd who were like, no, Norman Reedus just showed up on set that day. They didn't tell him to come. He was just like that.
Yeah, he's just
Michael
like this.
Michael Shannon is in it, and we love Michael Shannon.
And Mike Faced.
Mike Face shows up. Yeah, he's kind of like the frame narrative character.
Yeah.
It's a who's who cast, and yeah, and you just kind of exist in this period of time with these characters. It's very, and it kind of spans over a course of years, and there's not really like a super like concrete story. You're just following the lives of these people in this era. You're following the story of this era. And I kind of like movies like that where we just hang out with an interesting group of characters in an interesting time period.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
So that's what really hooked me with
it. It evolves the evolution of a people who collectively like a certain thing into what we think of motorcycle gangs, and
Right.
What comes to mind when we think of that sort of thing.
Right.
It
It's
kind of
almost like
got out of hand.
yes.
The movie seems to
The
depict it.
the party vibes were harshed at a certain point.
Yeah.
It's almost kind of like a story of a fandom, kind of.
A little. I do kind of get that. It's because
Yeah.
they were motorcycle fans,
Yeah.
basically. And then
Yeah.
some
Yeah,
new blood came in.
does doesn't Tom Hardy, isn't the entire, like, not this one, this isn't a spoiler, but they show like a flashback, and his entire motivation for starting the motorcycle club is he's just watching a Marlon Brando movie where he's playing a biker, and he's just like, that looks pretty cool. I want to do that.
Yeah,
And then that's how the biker club
it
starts. He's
was
literally a fanboy.
it's
He's just
a bunch of guys, relatively chill guys at the beginning, just coming together to drink and chat about motorcycles and whatnot,
yeah.
and then some new blood comes in. And they take things too far, and they don't load the spirit of they don't reflect the spirit of how it was originally meant to be, and that now it's bad.
Exactly. The vibes were harshed. I love your biker voice, Ben, by the way.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm a professional bike Yeah. So my award is this is the longest continuous period of time ever thinking about motorcycles.
Yeah, it's a solidly made movie. It's funny because this was originally going to be a Fox Searchlight movie, and I believe Disney dropped it. And then Focus Features, which is Universal's like art house label, they picked it up. And then it did fairly decent at the box office. So
it's not bad. It definitely helps that they got recognizable and acclaimed people as attached to it. They really pushed the Tom Hardy, Austin Butler, like, are in it. Jodie Comer.
Yes, for sure. Jodie Comer's great in it too. People made fun of her Chicago accent, but I think from everyone that was from that area that weighed in on it that I saw online, they were like, "No, that's pretty accurate. That's not exaggerated. That's accurate." And I would agree from my time knowing people from that area.
Yeah. So it was a decent watch. I think I'm starting to get an idea of I gravitate towards dadcore stuff. I kind of like dadcore stuff. I'm not a dad. I don't have any kids, but
it's a good Sunday watch.
Yeah.
Is what this movie is. It's a perfect movie to watch on a Sunday, and then you watch it with a parent, and then your dad goes, "That was a pretty good movie."
Oh, yeah.
That's
your dad
the
voice.
vibe. That's the dad core. Yep, that's my dad voice. My dad voice and your biker voice. They meet up on Sunday to play golf every Sunday. You know.
Okay. Fly Me to the Moon.
Okay, I did not see this, so I'm curious to hear from you on this.
This one is a romance comedy between Kelly Jones and Cole Davis. Kelly Jones is Scarlett Johansson. Cole Davis is Channing Tatum in this movie. And he's a NASA flight director, Cole Davis is, and NASA's worried that the public approval for NASA is not as big as it used to be, and so they hire Kelly Jones, who is a marketing expert, to basically sell NASA to the general public. And this is in the leading up to the moon landing. So they want full support for the moon landing when America decides to go to the moon. And they even go to the point that say go to such lengths where, if this doesn't work out, we need to portray that we went to the moon, so we're going to fake it.
Interesting. So I have thoughts on this, but I have thoughts on this, but you continue.
It's not that they don't go to the moon, because they do send the crew, obviously, in this movie. They go, obviously we went to the moon. We're not just to be clear, we're talking about this movie, which has this underlying conspiracy theory that they faked the moon landing. In this movie, they do go to the moon, but if that doesn't play well for ratings, they film a moon landing that's more, cinematic and controlled that they want to depict to that they want to show to the general public. It's very smarmy
prettier.
government intervention with science and yeah.
Right. Right. It's an interesting concept.
It is.
Here is the thing, though. I have seen a movie that does almost this exact premise, and I would bet it does it better. Have you ever heard of the film Operation Avalanche?
No, I have not. Is that basically this plot?
So Operation Avalanche was directed by this name might be familiar, Matt Johnson.
Hey,
who did Blackberry. Yeah. And Operation Avalanche was the second feature film, and it's filmed in a documentary style, so mockumentary, as some might say, almost found footage in a way. And that one is about a bunch of guys who work in the FBI who are also film fans in the 60s, who they find out through communicating through networks in NASA that NASA realizes internally that they can't make it to the moon before the end of the decade, like John F. Kennedy promised. So what they pitch to NASA, to the FBI, is that, and NASA, is that they're going to go in and they will, knowing that they can't make it to the moon in time, they offer to get a production crew together and fake the moon landing and then air it on national television to sell it to everybody in America that they went to the moon and beat the Russians and made it there before the end of the decade. So keep in mind, this was 2016.
Right. Okay.
So hearing you describe this, I'm like, oh, they just made the same movie but with an Apple Films budget.
So the difference here is it. As much as I'm playing into it, is the center stage of it is the romance between Cole and Kelly.
See, that's the difference of it, and that's kind of where I would lose interest, just because the first the premise you kind of described to me is a more interesting premise than
the backdrop.
Channing Tatum, Scarlett Johansson romance.
Right.
Yeah.
It's marketed as a romance comedy. They're two different worlds. She's a advertising whatever from New York City, and Cole Davis is just a real down to earth flight director.
They came from opposite ends of the track. Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what it is. But once again, it's what it's framed against is so much more interesting to me, which is why I put that in the whole. In my summary, I made the romance like a side thing because what is romance?
All this tells me is that I should show you Operation Avalanche.
I think you should.
That's what this has convinced me of.
Unfortunately, there were no horses in this.
NASA didn't have horses.
No,
Nonsense.
They just decided to put people on a rocket instead. It was fine enough. Ray Romano's in this too. He's kind of like the second in command. Paler says, "Excuse me, Luna's on the moon." Maybe she's not there. Maybe she made it home. It was fine. It's good enough. I did kind of like the comedic aspects were pretty good. And I'm wondering how much I want to like spoil because where it wins me over is kind of how they tackle the ending.
Okay.
Also, what's his name? Woody Harrelson plays the government agent who kind of comes in and is really sleazy about everything.
Do like Woody Harrelson.
He does pretty well, and he's like, I'm gonna imply all of these things. But it's just a joke.
Interesting. I do like a good Woody Harrelson performance, so that does intrigue me.
Yeah, it's solid enough. And as much as weird as it is for me to say it's framed against a conspiracy theory, it's actually pretty palatable.
The word I was gonna say is the word coming to my mind is palatable. Yeah. It sounds like something that's easy to stomach, which fair enough.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to
It sounds watchable.
So my this may be a spoiler. So if anyone is
Okay.
interested in this
Plug
movie,
plug your ears,
plug your
everybody.
ears. I don't know if you're interested in all, but my award for this
Oh,
movie is the conspiracy theory, which is proven and disproven at the same time.
interesting.
Um,
Okay.
I won't elaborate any further in case anyone wants to watch it, but yeah, it's fine. I gave it a C. It's charming. I like to see Scarlett Johansson in more things that's not action.
Marvel.
Yeah, basically. And I
Right.
like to see Channing Tatum. Um, he either does goofball
Mhm.
or well, he kind of does like action with a side of comedy a lot, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Trying to
I
think
would
of
say so.
trying to think of what his staples are, like Magic Mike, I guess. Not seen it, but
Hmm.
he does a fairly good job being the I guess male lead character. But the Woody Harrelson and Ray Romano characters are I think give a little more interesting performances.
Right. That's fair. That's never a good thing if your supporting characters are more interesting than the central romance going on. Oh
It's a room.
dear.
I will fully admit I'm not super big into romance movies, but maybe that's just because it reminds me of my sad life. But we're not talking
No.
about that. What are we talking about next, Banquo? Oh, we're talking about intermission. We're going
Man, the intermission blew up that transition. Oh no.
we're going to
It's
take a
okay.
brief break so we can get some hydration, go to the bathroom and whatnot, and
Hydrate with popcorn.
yeah. So all those in the chat, we will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes or so. I'm
Yeah.
going to switch to. I remember how to do this. And we're back.
So anyway, this one time at band camp.
Oh yeah, what'd you do with that oboe? Whoops.
You know that. It's this is as you said, this is a mature stream. I don't even know if I can cover it here.
Hope everyone's come back, or maybe you're just have us on the background anyway. Hush. I heard that. We're continuing. We're about little past halfway. So some of the more interesting ones we'll dwell on a little longer, and some of the less interesting ones I think we're gonna maybe take a more rapid approach, just to make sure we get in everything we want to talk about for the important ones.
And get y'all home safe into your beds.
Because I know you came out a long ways to see us, and we appreciate it. Everyone in the chat. We appreciate everyone out there watching. I've had a great time so far.
Yeah, same. Thank you for having me again.
Of course.
I appreciate it.
Let's see. Post intermission, what do we have next?
Tell me about it.
Twisters.
Hey, Twisters.
I was not even going to watch this one, but then we did a Riffponies watch along of Twister, and so I thought, well, now I have the backstory of the Twister, so I guess I should watch Twisters.
And then neither movie had anything to do with each other.
Nope.
Technically.
So this is about, for those who don't know, it's about a tornado wrangler and a semi-retired storm analyst, and they are trying to do research to develop technology to quell tornadoes, basically. Yes. It is Glenn Powell, Daisy Edgar Jones, Brandon Perea, Kieran Shipka, Sasha Lane, Anthony Ramos, Nick Dodani, Daryl McCormick, and Maura Tierney, among others. Directed by Isaac Chung.
Yep, who did Minari, if I remember correctly, from a couple years ago.
Oh yeah,
which is a very strange jump from a slice of life like indie drama and then Twisters. But hey,
there were Twisters. There were horses. There was destruction. There was a romance. There's a romance. Not a bad movie. Exhilarating. It didn't quite have the charm of the first one.
That is the big thing that's missing between the first and the second one, is that as dumb as Twister can be at times, it is very charming in a 90s blockbuster kind of way, that this feels a little bit sanitized in a lot of ways, which is unfortunate, but it is also, when it gets big and grand, it does it well. I mean, I can't speak too much to it because I saw it in 4DX. This is the infamous Thoth 4DX trip, which I'll talk about at another time. But
you had your brain rattled.
Yes. And I got punched in the groin by the Transformers 1 trailer multiple times. But yeah, it was a fun time at the movies for sure. The 4DX format was definitely like the optimal, like if I were to watch this movie in any kind of format, that was definitely the most interesting way to experience it. And I definitely would say that it's a fun double with the original one, but the original definitely has more of that blockbuster popcorn film kind of charm, where this is similarly popcorny charm. Specifically, I love Glenn Powell. Glenn Powell is a delight in anything. But
they did a lot of practical stuff in the first movie, and I feel like
not so much in this.
Yeah, not so much in this one. But there were two. There were two Twisters though.
Did James Cameron walk into the room when they pitched Twisters and he put the dollar sign? Did he do it?
We got twins.
Twins. If you feel it, chase it.
Yeah.
I'll never get that trailer out of my brain.
It was
just like the Argylle.
I swear, they just need to chill it with the trailers 4 months from when the movie comes out. I
know.
But it was decent enough.
I would agree. I give this one actually a more likable protagonist than the original, actually. You think? That's fair, I
Not
guess.
sure if that's a take or not, but I mean, the original film, he was going through a divorce. His ex-wife was there. He gets back together with his ex while his new girlfriend's like
Challengers 2024.
yeah. But they didn't play tennis. They just tornadoed.
They just got sucked off in a tornado. Sorry, sucked up in a tornado.
They got girl bossed all over. Watch the Riffponies watch along of Twister.
One of her favorites. Please watch the Twister watch along.
Good
That's
one,
a favorite of ours. Yeah.
So I give this one a solid C. It was good enough. Twisters.
Yeah.
Good enough.
It's a fun time.
Yeah.
I remember having a good time with it.
Okay.
There was a specific cut in it that I really like. It was not to like get too knee deep in the nitty gritty details, but there was a specific cut at the beginning where we went from the tornado at the start to like cutting to like open sky in the aftermath that I really liked. And that was about the most I remember, other than Glenn Powell.
Yeah.
But no, it was a fun time. I bought it on 4K, so I must have liked it well enough. So
Yeah.
there you go. It's a fun time, I'd say.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Okay. What came after that? Deadpool and Wolverine.
Deadpool, Wolverine.
So, Sean Levy, no horses. I liked it a lot when I watched it the first time. We also I watched it a second time with friends at Everfree Northwest at the tail end of the weekend.
Oh.
So seeing it with friends was definitely a treat. I love Hugh Jackman Wolverine. Like it a lot. The Deadpool, I saw people complain a little bit about this movie. I liked it enough. I thought it did everything. I like the grand spectacle. The multiverse thing is a little. Well, everyone's doing multiverses now, so that's just kind of
a little played out.
Yeah, we just have to deal with it. But I thought Ryan Reynolds was funny. Some people tend to disagree. They thought he was annoying. I like all of the returning character. For those, I'm going to talk about spoilers. So if you haven't seen it, go ahead and mute while we've got this poster up. Yeah. I like how they got a lot of the cast from the original X-Men movies to come back and reprise their roles.
A lot of the Fox Marvel movies. That was kind of a treat. Yeah,
I liked it enough that they decided to do that, and paying homage to the Fox X-Men universe. I liked it. I did.
Yeah. That's fair.
What do you have to say about this one?
So I had an interesting experience with it because I did not see it in theaters. The point when I did see it was last month. A good friend of our show over at Riffponies, Algernon, said to me, known MCU hater Algernon, said to me, "Hey, I want to suffer through Deadpool and Wolverine. Do you want to watch it with me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." Because as establishment, I generally liked the first two Deadpool movies. But that was also years ago. And we watched it together. Algernon hated it, of course.
Yeah.
For me, I don't know if it's that I've gotten old. I don't know if I just find different things funny. A lot of it, I was kind of bored.
Fell flat for you.
Yeah, and I don't say that as like judging anybody. Like, it sounds like you had a great time with it, and that's good because I wanted to go into it and have a great time with it. A lot of it, I just wasn't finding it as funny as maybe like a 4 years ago me would have.
I could see.
And
that,
I don't know if that's just me getting older or me getting more tired or me being tired of Marvel.
I don't want to hear about you getting older because I'm older than you, buddy.
Oh shit! Fuck. Yeah, I don't know what it is, and also a thing that's weird about the film to me, and this isn't a fully negative thing, but it is kind of odd, is that this movie is very, very open about studio politics joking.
Yes.
Like, you need to understand that 20th Century Fox was bought out by Disney, and you need to understand what like the implications of that for properties and like rights and everything was, because a lot of the jokes are built around that, which we get because we're informed on that. But I kind of just sat there watching it, being like, man, I'm thinking about that poor adult that brought like got dragged to the movie by their child, like their 10-year-old Deadpool fan child, and the adult is just not receiving any of what's being talked about or joked about in the movie. And to me, that's not, I can't say if that's an issue or not, but it makes me wonder. Not even, it's just like, it makes me wonder about the accessibility of it, and like, how is this gonna age in like 10 or 15 years? Is this gonna be as funny? Yeah. Is this gonna be as funny? Is this joke that they're writing gonna be as funny in 10, 15 years when? Yeah.
Because that's another. I haven't watched the Deadpool movie since they, they came out, so I don't even know if with meta humor you have to be very careful, because if it's not necessarily evergreen, the meta jokes that you make,
right?
Things change,
and then also
in real life,
and then also, I will say I found it very weird that they were trying this whole emotional arc with Wade Wilson and Deadpool about him wanting to be an Avenger and everything, which felt very out of nowhere and incongruous compared to the first two movies. I don't know. He just feels like a very irreverent character that would not. I was constantly watching it like, is this entire storyline an arc a joke? And then when they kept insisting that it was like the emotional arc of the movie, I was like, oh, okay.
That's another thing you run the risk of with a character like Deadpool, is like, when is something played seriously and when is it a bit? Because if there's too many bits, you get Boy Who Cried Wolf, and you don't know what's supposed to be serious or not.
They keep, I will say this: Hugh Jackman is great in it, and they keep him serious. They don't turn him into a joke unless it's like in relation to Deadpool's shtick. So that was nice, because they kind of acknowledge at the very beginning of the film that like what they're doing with the character of Wolverine with it is kind of like pissing on the grave of the movie Logan. And then they outright acknowledge it and do a whole bit about it that I won't spoil for people who haven't seen it. But they do a whole bit that admittedly is kind of humorous in how they handle it. So that's fun and all. I don't know. Maybe it was because I was watching it with Algernon. Listen, I love Algernon, but he was very much not into it. He has this rated. He has this as his worst movie of the year.
I didn't see that.
I didn't go that far with it, but I definitely, for a lot of it, I was kind of like, man, I should be laughing, but I don't know if it's just me getting older. But it was just not hitting with me.
That's very valid.
I don't begrudge anybody for having a good time with it, because I like that you had a good time with it, and that others had a good time.
I did see, like I said, I saw this at the tail end of Everfree Northwest with a lot of friends, so that definitely, and they were enthusiastic about it and receptive to it. It was nice.
I was saying to Algernon, maybe this just plays better with a crowd. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. Is it meant to be a two dudes watching it in a Discord call kind of watch? Who's to say?
And but to Dakota Brown, yes, Bye 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 did become my earworm for a long time after seeing that movie.
See, when that happened, I just started thinking about an older Sean Baker movie that uses that exact same song. Keep that name in mind. But I just thought of another movie that I was like, oh, I remember when this song was used in that movie and I liked that a lot. And now I'm just thinking about that movie. But I respect, again, like, I completely respect that it worked for a lot of people. So
I'm going to give this award the Most Cameos Award. If you know, you know. If you don't,
if you know, you know.
You'll find out. I give this a solid B. I think I had it as an A after I saw it. Maybe I'm letting Algernon infect my ratings.
Don't let us affect your ratings. Love what you love, please.
This was good. I mean, B is not a bad rating at all. I enjoyed myself, and definitely maybe not the best movie of the year, but certainly enjoyable. All right.
Love it, please.
This one I have thoughts about. This movie is Dee Dee. It's a comedy directed by Sean Wang. No
I believe it
horses,
was no.
but we have thoughts. Did you see this one,
Yes.
Thoth?
Yes, I saw it in theaters because I had heard a lot about. I believe it was a big winner out of the Sundance Film Festival
Hmm.
early in the year, and that's usually pretty intriguing to me, as if it's getting a lot of festival acclaim.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I did see it. I saw it with a crowd that I could very much tell was people of the generation that it was talking about, because the movie is very much about um being in that kind of very particularly 2005 2006 era internet and
Mm-hmm.
social media, where it was, think, AIM Messenger and MySpace,
Yeah.
that specific nugget of time.
And
And in
early,
that
early YouTube.
very early YouTube, yeah, like first year or two YouTube, yeah, exactly. And in that sense, I really loved. I loved that you could hear it in the crowd whenever, specifically, there were moments where there was aim. You were seeing an AIM chat with no music, no anything, just seeing a naturally occurring AIM chat happen, and just the whole audience would have different reactions to everything, to even just specific emoji choices.
Yeah.
You could tell it was a whole crowd, a theater crowd that had been there,
Mm-hmm.
quote unquote. And that's kind of a lot of the movie is if you've been there, the more you've been there and things that happen in the movie, the more connection you will get from it. So I'm curious about you, because it sounds like you have a lot of thoughts on it. So I want to hear your thoughts
So, for
first.
those of you out there, Dee Dee is a coming of age story of Chris, who also goes by Dee Dee, growing up as a young teen in the late 2000s. So, I am of that era. Were you also kind of around that era as well, or is that a little bit too? You
I
missed it by a little bit.
So my like coming of age through the internet was like late 2006, early 2007
Mm-hmm.
was when I first kind of discovered it. So this was right around my time. I did miss MySpace, but
Yeah.
I caught like the tail end of like the AIM era, and also obviously the very beginnings of YouTube.
Yeah.
I was on YouTube before it
Yeah.
was cool. But yeah, I was on YouTube when like you could still post like full episodes of cartoons
Oh
on
yeah.
there, and you could just watch them like unfiltered and everything.
So
So a lot of it was definitely relatable in that sense. But
def
tell me about your
definitely that.
experience.
If you look at my YouTube channel, you can see that it was created in 2008.
Oh my gosh.
So Dee Dee um, hits this interesting point between growing up in a Asian American cultured home where
Mm,
the parents are rather traditional. It's his mother is kind of taking care of him and his sister. His grandmother is also in the house. His father is away most of the time for work, sending money back.
right.
His sister is about to go to college, and they have a tumultuous relationship as siblings. Nothing.
Mm,
They're antagonistic to the point where it's just because they're siblings. At the end of the day, they do care about each other, and this character Dee Dee is just trying to find his way in the world and trying to
yeah.
discover who he is. He's going into high school, I believe, and
Yes.
finishing middle school. And so there's a lot of social situations. There's a lot of trying to find your friend group, even the people who might not have the best intentions for you, trying to fit in, doing things you wouldn't do otherwise, but you just want to seem cool, and so you do it.
Yeah.
Framed against an Asian American upbringing where the expectation is you go to school, you get good grades, and then you do get a good job. And being creative and posting things on YouTube is not really something that's understood by maybe more traditionalist parents. Not even just Asian American. Anyone who has grown up with kind of a more strict traditional family background knows what that feels like.
Right.
And so all of this hit me very, very close to home.
Hmm.
growing up in middle school, watching him commit mistakes that you remember doing as a youth.
Yes,
that you
for
did
sure.
not have the foresight that you do now, looking back on it. And you can't even fault him for it because you were just like that kid
Right.
when you
Exactly.
were that age. But it's not necessarily disastrous. It's not and world ending. It's not. He doesn't have any mortal danger that he puts himself in. But it's an emotionally trying time for him, and trying to salvage his strenuous relationship with his mom because he just doesn't think that his mom is proud of him or loves him.
Mm.
And
It's a period of time, fittingly, as as we were all there as teenagers. It's the emotional stakes are very high, but ultimately, like, it is the time to fuck up. As at that age, that's how you find yourself, and that's kind of what the story of Dee Dee is about, effectively.
if you go in to watch this movie, be prepared. If you're around our age, I won't say exactly what age, but growing up on the internet in the late 2000s, I'll just say that. If you're around
Don't
that
dox
age,
yourselves, yeah.
you're going to go watch this movie. Be prepared because everything that you remember from that period of time is going to come flooding back to you all at once.
Yes, for sure.
Both good and bad. And it's very nostalgic. And that's exactly the award that I gave it.
Nostalgia
The
award.
Nostalgia Award. I felt
wins
the most
it over.
nostalgic, yeah.
It wins it over Deadpool and Wolverine. That's some clutch award giving there.
It is just hits very personal to me. A lot of what is explored in this movie.
I would definitely say if you really enjoyed this, there's another great movie from two great movies from a couple years ago, 2018, that are of a similar like thread. 8th Grade and mid-90s.
8th Grade was Bo Burnham, right?
Yes, that was his first feature film.
I remember seeing trailers for that, or seeing clips of it on YouTube and whatnot.
Yeah, great movie. 8th Grade is great, and then mid-90s was the one that Jonah Hill wrote and directed, which is another very nostalgia. You might not feel as much of a connection to it because it's kind of like being a coming of age in the mid-90s. So that was a bit. We kind of just barely missed that. If I have our ranges correct. But there's still a lot of like personal experience to be like, oh, I've been there. I get it. So all three of those would go very well hand in hand, I think.
So this was a great watch. I'm really glad.
Yeah.
Smaller indie movies I have to go to a different theater for, not the one right by me, but not too far. I did venture a little bit to go see this one, but I'm really glad I did. I give it an A. And the only reason it's not an S was because it made me uncomfortable.
Really, really great movie. There's one or two points of it that kind of get left hanging that I wish they'd gone back to. Not to spoil anything, but he went the skater group he meets up with and kind of becomes friends with. They kind of just leave that hanging and don't go back to it. And I wish they'd gone back. But sometimes relationships in life and friendships in life are like that. So I can kind of understand that. I do wish they went back to it because I wanted more from that.
Fair enough.
No, great movie. I was a fan.
Okay, Dee Dee, go watch Dee Dee. I think that solid recommendation from me,
and from me,
and also a recommendation from you. Trap. M. Night Shyamalan.
Trap.
No horses in Trap, but what was it about? Let's see.
Go for it. Good luck.
Cooper takes his daughter to a concert, which turns out to be a trap set by police
for the serial killer, the butcher.
In order to catch the serial killer. Is it a spoiler? They kind of say in the trailer.
They kind of spoil it in the trailer already. Yeah. To be fair, that's not the main twist of the thing. Yeah. I you can go ahead and tell people because that's part of the text.
You find out pretty quick, but the twist is that the serial killer they're looking for is the protagonist, Cooper. It's him, but he brings his daughter. He's such a stereotype nice guy dad, but maybe it's because he's living this double life
He
as a murderer.
Right, he it kind of gets touched upon in the movie, but he kind of has like two modes
Yeah.
as a person. He's like you said, a double life. Like he can operate on the G. Willikers like good guy dad mode, cool guy dad mode,
Yeah.
and then he operates on like this psychopath level, and it's the switch is so goofy, but 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 Josh Hartnett sells it.
He does. It was so fun to watch, but also left me very what's the word I'm searching for?
So let me say this while you try to find that word. I took my girlfriend to see it the second time I saw it. And I said to her, and she's very analytical about films and scripts and script logic. If something does not add up, she will hold on to it.
Oh God.
Well, wait. So I specifically said to her, I was like, okay, go into this, turn your brain off. If you think about any of the plot of this movie for more than 5 seconds, you will start to hate it. But if you just roll with it and you just have fun with it, you're going to have the best fucking time. And I think that's the best way I can sell M. Night Shyamalan's Trap.
I found so much of it just absurd.
Right. But I think Shyamalan knows.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he's asking you to take much of it too seriously. I think he wants you to take the stakes of the protagonist as a serial killer seriously. But other than that, so much of the antics of the movie are very like it almost feels like the best Hitman movie ever made.
Yeah.
Like it's why it's just you love watching this central character like get in and out of situations almost preposterously.
Very preposterously.
Right. There's so many situations where if you really think about it for 2 more seconds, you're like, this would never happen this way. But don't think about it that way, because if you don't, it's so much fun. So much fun. The way I've sold it on people is think of it like a 90s like crime thriller, similar to like The Fugitive. Where when you're watching The Fugitive or something like that, you're not thinking about the logic of like Con Air or something, or The Rock with Nicolas Cage and Sean Connery. Like you're not there to think about it logically. You're there to have a good time, and that's what Trap is. It's funny, whether intentionally or potentially unintentionally. I don't know. There's still points where I can't tell. But it's such an enigma of a movie, and then you get into that wild third act, which I won't go into because that is where like the movie that is sold in the trailer is only like half of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
There's another half of the movie that won't go into, but it's the movie is such a blast. Josh Hartnett's performance, I feel like nobody else could sell like nobody else. If his performance, if someone less like talented than him is at that center role, I don't think it's nearly as entertaining as it manages to be.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I did realize that was the approach that you recommended. I had to discover that, but only after I had gone through about a third of the movie, and I'm like, what the on earth?
Were you hating it for the first third?
I kind of was. So here's my award for it.
Yes,
it's the greatest number of plot conveniences.
Yes,
because you're just there's no earthly way any of this would be even remotely within the realm of reality. But once you overcome the hurdle, it's very entertaining. That dissonance between how I usually watch movies and only finding out halfway through that's kind of how I need to approach it. I gave it a C, but
okay.
Once again, C is not bad. I had a great time with this movie as a C movie.
It's it's a very I've never been huge on the whole turn off your brain and you'll have a great time, but this is definitely one where I think about what was it? I think about 15, 20 minutes in, it kind of clicked to me the tone that was
Mm-hmm.
being shot for, and I was like, okay, I'm having fun with this. Whether or not it's intended or not, I can't say, but I
Mm-hmm.
think a lot of it is intended to be
Right.
stupid and
Yeah.
dopey and kind of fun. There's certain things where I'm like, M. Night couldn't possibly believe that you want to take it 100% seriously, especially that third act. The third act becomes a Wile E. Coyote and
It's
Roadrunner
just kind
cartoon.
of insanity.
Right. But if you're having fun with it at that
Yeah.
point, then it doesn't matter. You're
Yeah.
just like, yes, I want to see what you do next. And that's kind of what the beauty of Trap is, that you want to see what they could possibly crack out on you next. And
So
also the movie looks gorgeous.
yeah,
It's
it's pretty
shot by the
good.
same director of photography as the guy that did Challengers. So there you go. There's a connection.
Very solid.
And no, that's not why I rated it high.
But
For anybody about to accuse me.
it's as a C movie. Go watch this
Yes.
movie. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, it's an experience. It's not. It's
Yes.
a movie I've an experience I've not really had before. So
I've seen so much discussion about this movie this year, and if it gets that much discussion going, that shows you the kind of the power it has.
okay, what do we have next? We have Borderlands next.
Algernon moment.
It's an Algernon.
Where's Algernon?
I don't think they
Get
could be
that man
here.
in here.
Directed by Eli Roth. There's no horses in Borderlands.
Bullshit.
Okay, where do we want to start with this one?
I have not seen it, so you.
Oh, you haven't
take
seen?
the
Okay.
reins. I have not yet.
Have you
planning
played
to.
Borderlands?
No, but I'm vaguely familiar with it.
So, the synopsis is a ragtag group of misfits tries to reach the vault on Pandora before the corporate megalomaniac who runs the corporation Atlas gets there first. And supposedly there's a big giant weapon in the vault. So you want to stop the CEO from getting there first. And we're treasure hunters, and we're gonna go and find them. And Cate Blanchett plays Lilith. Kevin Hart plays. Is he supposed to be Roland? I think he's Roland. Right. Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
Ariana Greenblatt is Tiny Tina.
Can I just say that exhale you just did was palpable. I felt that in my bones.
Floria Montano, Jamie Lee Curtis, Gina Gershon, and Edgar Ramirez are in this one. I played Borderlands 1, 2, and the pre-sequel. I am very much aware that video game movies aren't set up to be the greatest.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, I didn't hate it as much as some people are hating this movie. Technically speaking, I couldn't find. There's heavy CG. There's very little personalities to these characters. I think Ariana Greenblatt as Tiny Tina is probably the best. I'm not really sure what they were going for with Cate Blanchett's Lilith, because that's not Lilith. But anyway.
Right. That's it's a prevailing thing I heard. Is that
and
the thing
Jack
is
Black is Claptrap, by the way, in case you didn't think.
Yes.
Claptrap. So they're setting up Claptrap to be like a mascot of this, but in the video games, he's the most fucking annoying piece of shit in the games. It's like, why do you want to champion that in your movie? That's like the least. I guess it's an identifiable part, but the identifiable part is you want to fucking kill him.
Funny robot, Dan.
Yeah, I guess, but it just didn't. They didn't try. They just phoned it in. Like, let's cash in on this IP. People will see it, and it just felt very soulless and boring.
It very much, it very much strikes me as any of the people that were saying it was one of the worst movies ever made, yada yada yada. It just seemed like a dispassionate
Yeah.
piece of filmmaking, but it didn't seem like one of the worst. Listen, I've seen some dog shit in my time. This looked lame, but it not the worst thing I've
It
ever
was not the
seen.
worst.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's Kate Blanchett. I'm not seeing a ton of stuff with her or the way they wanted her to play it, but this
I
award
mean, okay, go ahead.
is the most Kate Blanchett poses award because she's just the wig is weird and she just stands there with gun after shoot and she's just posing and I'm like, I don't know, you're in a firefight, just kind of like move around and do there's it didn't seem like there were any stakes. It didn't seem like there was any tangibility to the gun to being shot. No risk. I don't know.
The thing of it is Kate Blanchett is an exceptional actress.
Yeah.
She's an Academy Award-winning
Right.
actress. She's wonderful in Blue Jasmine. She was great in Tar. If you ever saw that,
Right.
Tar is incredible. I think what it is that this movie is very much a victim of miscasting all the way up and down the cast roster. From this, the impression I get. Especially with Kate Blanchett, it just seems like she was the wrong type of actress for that role. Yeah,
I think
it seems like
hit
everybody
it on the head what I was thinking, but couldn't put into words.
It seems like everybody was just the wrong type of actor for that role. It seems like Eli Roth, the director, who, if you don't know Eli Roth, he has done a lot of horror movies in his time, and then just randomly is now doing studio projects like this. Or House with a Clock in Its Walls, which, interestingly, Kate Blanchett was in. So I think that might be a prior working relationship thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just seemed like his thought process was, it would be cool if I got all of these actors in it. Or the studio was like, you need names in your movie. It could be that too.
So very much tangible studio corporate soullessness in this, which is funny because the whole movie is like we're fighting against the big corporate gun manufacturer. But yeah, not the worst movie I've ever seen. I give it a D, but you know, technically it was boring, but not necessarily bad. Not that I could tell, anyway.
I wanna point out before we continue to our next film, I received a DM from my girlfriend. Who just sent me a DM, said, got home, ate, passed out, woke up, went the movie stream, and tuned in at the right time for Trap of all things. Classic.
Brilliant. We shout out to your girlfriend.
We love my girlfriend. # Trap Sweep.
# Trap Sweep. All right. Borderlands is done.
Yeah, yes.
The Crow 2024.
Take it away, Ben. I did not see this and have no intention.
Horses.
There were wow. Okay. There were horses.
I must put an asterisk. The horse that we see is a dead horse at the beginning of the movie. So technically there is a horse, but it dies, so that's not great.
An extinct horse.
So if anyone's familiar with the original Crow, which was, I believe, Brandon Lee playing
directed by a
character.
Yeah, directed by Alex Proyas, who went on to do Dark City, iRobot, and Gods of Egypt.
Oh, hello, Blue Bro. Welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, the main character is someone who dies very unfortunately, and is given supernatural powers to bring justice or something like that.
Because his girlfriend got killed.
Yeah, because his girlfriend got killed too, and he's mad, and the gods or whatever said, yeah, we can give you a second chance. And so the whole motif with the crow is his special power that he can't die or something.
Yeah. Have you seen the original?
I have not seen the original.
You should watch it because it's better than this sounds.
Probably. So for those, yes, I saw The Crow 2024 without seeing the original.
Now,
interesting. it is not. I will say it doesn't try to be anything more than what it is. Bill
Hmm.
Skarsgård does the absolute best that he can, being like this um, moody guy who only loves. I think Ga is the actress. No,
F
Ga
Efka
Twig.
Twigs.
Efka Twigs. Yeah.
Yeah, Efka
I
Twigs.
think
Yeah.
that's her. Yeah, he does the best that he can, and to be fair, the action sequences are pretty good.
I've
Um,
heard there's a specific action sequence which is not bad in the movie. There's
in a theater.
yes,
Yeah,
that's the one I've heard is actually decent.
that
So,
when we get to that part, I'm like, oh, why? I'm enjoying this part.
hmm.
So it's not like I can come out of this movie and say that I didn't enjoy my time,
Right, right.
but it just didn't quite. I don't know. Maybe it's not an IP that I'm familiar with, and it doesn't really stand out in terms of the protagonist. It's not like a gimmick that is super noticeable or super
Hmm.
recognizable, and everything's dark and dreary.
Are you
That
not big on that aesthetic?
I mean, it can be done well, but this just felt wallowing in blackness, which maybe that was the point of it.
Hmm. I would be interested to see your reaction to the original
Yeah, I think
The
another
Crown.
thing is I've not even seen the original, so I don't really have a frame of comparison. Maybe I would despise it.
You might be more into it because it sounds like it kind of has more of a pulse and a personality to it
Right.
than this sounds like it does.
So the award that I give it is the highest number of bullet wounds.
Mm.
If
They should make that an Academy Award.
they should, but it's a Banco Award, so it's basically an Academy Award.
Basically, exactly.
The action sequence you were talking about, I
Yes.
thoroughly enjoyed that. And when it takes a while for him to like get his stride, because at the end of the day he's just a guy. He's just this normal kind of scrawny dude who
Uh-huh.
was given the ability to come back to life after he had died.
Who can get shot a bunch?
He
Yeah.
can get the fucking shit shot out of him, and he
Yeah.
does.
That is a thing that is definitely carried over from the original
Okay, okay.
material. Yeah.
So overall, I give it a C because
Hmm.
I did enjoy parts of it, and I was like, I'm having
Man,
a good time. Other
bro,
parts, I'm
bro,
like, eh,
man, bro rated The Crow higher than Kinds of Kindness.
yes.
Wild. You're fine.
Okay.
Continue. You're fine. Continue.
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
Don't say the third time.
I'm just edging him.
You're
Shout out
just
to Zen
edging
Gaming
him.
101. Directed by Tim Burton. No horses in this one.
Crazy.
Um, so I take it that Crow is not a funny version of Deadpool. No, he's not really funny, Dakota Brown. So let's talk about Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. This
Mhm.
is a direct sequel to Beetlejuice.
Yes.
The recurring characters, Lydia is now a grown person, an adult who has a daughter, played by Jenna
TikTok
Ortega.
lady. Jenna Ortega.
And
Wednesday girl.
yep, and some circumstances befalls the family, and they need to seek the help of Michael Keaton Beetlejuice to get them out of said situation. I'll just say.
Hmm.
There's also a dead dad.
There is a dead dad. in more ways than one.
So
What a what a great way of writing out the fact that you cannot have that actor come back for the movie. Ooh.
we get
It's
we get a
kind of
lot of
impressive.
we get a lot of recurring cast members. We get some new characters introduced as well, which
Yeah.
I like.
Mhm.
Freaking Willem Dafoe eats it up in this really hammy, really silly, overly
I love that character's whole thing
yeah,
because
his
he plays
shtick.
he plays oh my god, I'm trying to think of the whole gag with him. He's
He's
a
an act
ghost of an he's a
right.
ghost of an actor
Who
who played a cop on a cop procedural show, but now he's a cop in the
No.
Ghost universe
Right.
because he could act like a cop.
Yeah.
So the only reason he's a ghost cop is because
played
he
one on TV.
acted a cop. Strange.
It's
It's
so
like
silly.
they get. It's like the one thing I will say, because I generally liked this. It avoided the traps of a lot of legacy sequels where it's just they do the same thing and they show all of this over reverence for the original's material. Not this. They kind of do their own thing. They do play some of the greatest hits from the first one a little bit,
There's a
but
worm.
they don't. There is a worm. There is a Shai Hulud, but they don't. It's not this over reverence like the Star Wars stuff or like the new Ghostbusters movie where that's just the universe from the first movie. It's just you are revisiting that universe and you getting the same like charm that you got from the first one. I know you said you preferred this over the first Beetlejuice, which is interesting to me.
I actually did, yeah. I think it was because I. Hmm.
Hmm.
Why did I like this more? I think, well, the whole Beetlejuice trying to marry a kid in the first one was really weird.
Everyone, even the Broadway show, kind of acknowledges that whole thing is kind of weird, and we glossed over it in the '80s and '90s.
And then there were some unlikable characters in the first one, but I don't think I really disliked any characters in this one all that much.
Yeah.
It's not like I think this one's on a much higher pedestal. I just think marginally I just enjoyed a little bit more with this one.
Yeah, it's a return to form for Tim Burton after years of making like really dispensable Disney live action remake slop. It's nice to see him making a proper Tim Burton movie that there's a lot of color and like tactile practical effects and like stop motion and everything. It's goofy and it's fun. Shout out to Catherine O'Hara, who's the MVP in this one. She's fucking hilarious in this.
Really good.
Love her.
Solid movie, solid comedy.
Yeah.
I had a good time, and once again I probably wouldn't have seen it if I didn't watch Beetlejuice with Riffponies. So
happy to help.
Riffponies. The award I give this one is the Goth Mommy Award. I'm not going to elaborate too much, but I'll give it a solid B. Enjoyed my time with Beetlejuice. Monica Bellucci.
Bellucci. Her character doesn't do anything in that movie.
Yeah,
what a pointless character. I mean, fair.
Okay.
Tim Burton wanted to show off his new wife in his movie, okay?
Boy does he. Okay, Killer's Game.
Okay, I've heard about this. I did not see it, so tell me about it.
Directed by J.J. Perry. There are no horses. Joe Flood, played by Jay Bautista, is a hitman. And he falls in love with this girl, Maisie, a ballerina, played by... Is that Sophia Boutella, I believe?
Yeah, I like both of them, so you've already got me interested.
And they fall in love, and you give me a reason to not just be a killer, so maybe I'm gonna quit. And then he gets a diagnosis from a doctor that says he's got a terminal brain bad disease thing.
Brain tumor?
I don't think they ever actually say what it is, but they very much imply that, you're going to die pretty soon, so get your affairs in order.
The doctor that was just like, your brain is bad, Dave Bautista.
So here's to elaborate on that. So he's like, okay, instead of just like die, I'm going to take out a hit on myself.
Okay.
I think also for insurance purposes, maybe?
I guess they'd get the insurance money payout.
Something.
Is that the idea?
I forget exactly. I kind of forget some of the more nuanced details that explain why do this very contrived thing.
Okay.
Because turns out the diagnosis that he got was not for him. They mixed up the diagnoses, and he's not going to die.
Okay.
But now he can't cancel the contract on him because that's not how it works. So now he's got to fight for his life and fight for his love. Who's giving him a reason to live.
Very John Wicky kind of setup a little bit.
Yeah, but the way they get there is so fucking stupid.
it sounds very convoluted just hearing you
the
explain
setup
it.
is so dumb.
Now, all that being said, is the action and the comedy like entertaining? Because that can win it over.
I did fairly enjoy myself. It's a pretty decent cast. So it's Dave Bautista, Sophia Boutella, Terry Crews is in this, Scott Adkins is in this, Ben Kingsley, and Palm Clementieff.
That's a pretty big cast lineup, yeah.
Despite my qualms with how it got started, once it gets going, it's not terrible.
Okay. I can kind of be in on that.
It's decent enough. I mean, once again, the action takes the forefront of it.
It is the action very well choreographed and like in camera and everything.
It's there's some solid fight scenes where it was, like hand to hand stuff which was pretty neat. Some stuff is a little. I remember. There's like a cast of hitmen with their own little gimmicks sent out to kill this Joe Flood. Like there's a team of like strippers who use like sexy moves to like shoot guns and whatnot who go after him. There's like two Irish drunks who are like a bumbling pair of kind of incompetent, but somehow they usually get the job done.
So it almost sounds like all of the assassins are like cartoon characters.
Kind of. And then you get some Terry Crews, who's kind of like an old acquaintance who's like, I want to kill you, but you know, we're kind of buds, but also not, but I want to kill the Palm Clementieff more, such and such. So maybe I'll align with you for a brief moment.
Interesting.
So the standout here is such a wide variety of creative killers. There's an entire K-pop group, or a group of Koreans, like very K-pop-esque, who fight with absurd weapons, like a giant hand sickle thing that cuts people in half. And
what if the killer's game begs the question, what if BTS was trying to kill you?
So there's a gang of 5 of them, and Dave Bautista has to fight them off. So
interesting.
If you can make it past such an absurd like setup to get to where you're going, you can find yourself enjoying some of the action sequences later.
I mean, a great action movie that I love is Face Off, and that's a very stupid, convoluted setup. So you know what? If it's an entertaining movie outside of that bizarre setup, I could be in for it. So you've
Zen
kind of
says
got me
it's
intrigued.
not Red One. No, it's not. Is that Chris? I see. So Last Holiday with Assassins and no Queen Latifah. So overall,
She's spitting.
The award I give this is the most egregious case of medical malpractice, because how the fuck did you even screw up that bad? This is someone I've worked in the medical field for a few years now. I won't say doing what, but like, guys.
Diagnosing with brain bad conditions.
And I give it a C.
Okay.
So passable. Enjoyable enough. Go see this with your dad.
Yeah, you've got me intrigued for sure. I'm curious.
Let's go to the next one. Transformers 1.
Okay, I did see this.
Josh Cooley, no horses, there's just robots.
Just robots.
So, the plot is 2 minor mining bots, Orion
Minor.
Pax.
I was going to say minor characters, Optimus Prime and Megatron.
Yeah, they start off as mining bots, and they, let's say there's do I spoil it or do I not spoil? They somehow, the origin story of how they became enemies and how they become, I guess, what we know the Transformers are today.
Right, to the modern mythology that you know about Transformers, like Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots, Megatron, leader of the
Right.
Decepticons. It's talking about how they got there, and yeah,
The events around.
right. Uh, I guess I'll keep my thoughts really brief and to the point, where I'll say, um, very visually vibrant movie. It was the same team that Paramount Animation that did the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie from a few years ago,
Hmm.
Mutant Mayhem, which I love. I love Mutant Mayhem.
That was
Um,
last year, wasn't it?
Technically,
Oh, I see.
2023,
I see.
but it's weird, you know.
Got it. Got it.
2025. It's the first 10 days of the new year, so everything is like, do I say last year?
Oh
Do I
yeah.
say it's one of those. We're in the twilight zone right now, you know. But very visually vibrant movie. Um I liked the character stuff with Orion Pax and well, Optimus Prime and Megatron,
Yeah.
whatever. The voice acting for the most part was pretty good. I will say this, I found Keegan Michael Key very irritating.
Yeah.
I think he needed to do 50% less of whatever he was doing, but
That's fair. I can see
I
that.
think they were letting him do whatever he wanted, and it got a little irritating. Like, I understand the whole aspect of Bumblebee is that he's meant to not stop talking and be irritating, but the you know what I'm going to talk about here. They kept hammering away at this badassatron thing, this
Yeah.
gag, and I was like,
We
nobody
no.
in that theater was laughing, and
Yeah,
neither
just
was
move
I.
on from that gag, please.
Please. I understand, like, rule of threes, they bring it back 4 or 5 times,
The
and I
overstayed is
was
welcome.
50% less of whatever he was doing. But Chris Hemsworth and Brian Tyree Henry were very
Yeah.
good. Surprisingly brutal movie.
I mean, I was
There's
trying to figure out because I think this fell in sort of the limbo hell of marketing. Like, where do we, is this a kids movie? Is this like an adult movie? And
they were definitely, the first trailer advertised it like a kids movie, and then the
yeah,
other ones advertised it as a like a more adults movie. And then you watch it, and like, I don't want to spoil things, but like, they definitely took cues from the 1986
hmm
Transformers movie, which, for reference, the 86 movie fucking rocks. Go watch the Transformers the movie from 1986. That is a movie that goes hard. Oh my god. And I
heard
think
good
they were
things.
taking,
Yeah.
yeah, God, watch along sometime. This in the 86 movie, that would kill. And I think they were taking cues on from that movie on this one. There's direct references to the 86 movie in this one. The thing is, uh it's I don't know. I did not expect how brutal it would get, which is fine, and I'm cool with that. It was just very shocking.
Yeah.
But then you mix it with kind of the childish elements of it, like the whole, like, again, the Bumblebee things. But then you have great sequences, like the whole there's a whole race sequence at one point that
hmm
I love and is really visually, like, exciting to watch. Um and what else?
I
I
found
love
that. Oh, go
Go
ahead.
for it, yeah. I was going to finish off my thoughts with just, I love Steve Buscemi as Starscream.
Yeah, that worked well.
That's just the funniest fucking thing to me. All right, that's it. Those are my thoughts.
I do find that with animation, with the 3D animated thing, they tried to make the robots kind of, it's not as photoreal as, like, live action or anything.
Uh-huh. Right,
But
right.
when they do robots in animation and it's not like 2D,
Mm-hmm.
I found myself getting lost the characters in the background because the
Mm-hmm.
background's also a giant robot planet sort of thing.
It's a little bit visual clutter at certain points. Yeah, if that's what you're getting at.
And
I can kind of agree with that.
if they're not doing, I'm sure the 86 movie is very recognizable and I could follow that no problem. It's just this one, when everything, even with how colorful it is, with everything's blocky,
Mm-hmm.
even the backgrounds, I lose the characters and I'm like, where are they? What's happening?
Right.
So
Yeah,
that
I
being
mean,
said, the plot's
yeah,
pretty good. I'm not a
yeah.
huge Transformers head myself, but
Hmm.
I was able to get behind it fairly and support it. So
Yeah, it's a fairly solid family quote unquote animated film. Again, there's some fucked shit in this. I'm
there is.
amazed at some of the things they allowed in this movie. I guess because the justification was, they're robots.
Yeah.
Let them do whatever.
So the
Rip,
award I
rip,
give this one
rip
is
them into pieces.
the funniest
Funniest.
one-liner, and it
Which
is
one?
it is Bumblebee going, "This is the greatest day of my life. I get to work for the government."
Yes, that got a full theater laugh. I will
That
give
killed
them
me.
that.
As someone who used to work for the government, that killed
Mhm.
me.
You're Kent Mansley. You work for the government.
So I give this a
Iron.
solid B.
Nice. Yeah, I respect that. It was a decent time. I did not hate my time with it.
Yeah, me neither. Okay. Megalopolis. Francis Ford
Let
Coppola. Yes, there were horses,
their
and
horses.
there was a lot of, gosh, where do we even
There
start with
was
this one?
there was everything. Everything happened. Um, do you want me to explain very briefly, like the
The
background on
synopsis
this?
I've got is Caesar
Good luck.
Catalina, a genius
Good luck.
inventor, strives to build his utopia, Megalopolis, in New Rome, amidst a flurry of political turmoil, scandal, and opposition among the city's elites.
You know what? That's an acceptable description. You missed the part where Shia LaBeouf is cross dressing and John Voight has a boner, and Aubrey Plaza plays a character named Wow Platinum. But
This is a movie, for those out there, this is a movie where Francis Ford Coppola just threw as much of what he had in his brain onto screen,
yeah,
framing
he's
it
been
with this kind of loose thread of Adam Driver as a genius inventor, architect, kind of prodigy.
he, yeah, he's been conceptualizing this film for 40 years. And the whole big marquee publicity thing about this was that he basically sold a part of his winery, like his vineyard company, to completely independently finance this movie, which so he raised $100 million of his own money to produce this movie. And because of that, no one was telling him no in all of his
He
creative
just got to do
processes.
whatever the hell he wanted.
And boy does it come through like that. um it, the way I would describe this movie is that it's kind of like a roulette wheel of tones and scenes.
Yes.
Story beats and plot points are introduced and end within 5 minutes of being introduced. um there are random lines that don't have any bearing on anything that happened again.
It's a
There's a lot
potpourri
of
mishmash of all kinds of different movies jammed
yeah.
into one.
Yeah, a different perform. Everyone is in a different movie. Everyone's performances are completely different movies. Um, uh, certain line deliveries still live rent free in my mind. I
Back to
mean,
the club.
go back to the club. That became a meme as it deserves. It's impossible to tell what was meant to be. I mean, kind of possible to tell what was meant to be funny and what was not meant to be funny, but comes off as funny anyway. Um, but I have to say, I was thoroughly entertained throughout watching the entire thing
You
because
know,
it was,
same. I
yeah,
did not hate my time with it. As convoluted as it was, I was wowed by the visuals and just the sheer gall to throw
yeah,
that up on screen.
the audacity of it. Like there was no
Kinda
other
into it.
experience. Yeah, there is no other experience like seeing Megalopolis in IMAX opening night. I mean, it helped that Francis Ford Coppola showed up at my screening, which was very neat.
How New
But
York of you.
I know it was very inspiring. I got to see, and then he responded to me on Twitter.
He
What a
did.
weird week! What a fucking weird week, man! I
Holy
can't emphasize
moly.
enough. Um, but yeah, it's such a strange movie. Everyone is doing a different performance. Everybody is the tones completely differ between shots at certain points. Um, nonstop. And the funny thing is that he's not really even saying much with the movie.
Nah.
It's seen he's putting on the veneer in the movie that he's saying a lot with the movie, but ultimately it's kind of just saying like, hey, you know, traditionalism kind of sucks, anarchy kind of sucks. What if future question mark?
Just do what you want, I guess. That's what I took away from it.
And you know what? That's what Coppola did, and he
Hell
made
yeah.
Megalopolis. Yeah, I will probably have more thoughts on it in the future.
Hmm.
But just a wild movie.
It's a
I
trip.
think my best comparison I could make is it's like if it's like a Joel Schumacher Batman movie. If you ever saw Batman and Robin or something,
Long time
it's like
ago, I
a
think.
yeah, it's like a mix of that and maybe a little bit of I don't know if I'd say Godfather. I'm trying to think of it. It's Megalopolis.
It's Megalopolis.
It's incomparable.
Go
You just
watch
have to see it for yourself.
Megalopolis. The award that
Yeah.
I give it is the Yes Anti Wow award,
That fucking scene.
and
My lord.
I give it a B because
Bro.
yeah, I did have quite the experience. Honestly, and talking with you enhances the experience as well. And other people who've seen it, like Minty Root, saw it in
Yeah.
theaters too, and just talking with everyone, going, "What the hell was that?" I don't know what it
It's
was, but it was kind of cool.
it got people talking whether you loved it or hated it. Like you
Mhm.
could have an hour-long conversation about it and just every bizarre thing about it. So I kind of respect it a shit ton for that. So
Okay. Next, the Wild Robot.
hey,
Chris Sanders, no horses, but man,
cra- crazy that there's no horses because there are a lot of animals
I
in the
know. I was
movie.
like, where are the horses? There's got to
Where's
be at
my
least
horse rep?
one. What? Okay, a lost robot finds unlikely family amongst the wild animals and becomes a mother to a runt gosling.
Yeah,
Is the plot?
yeah. Listen. I knew I was done for when they showed a time lapse of that duckling growing
Duckling grow.
up.
Yeah, and
As soon as that happened, I'm like, oh no, it's this kind of movie.
the
Uh-oh.
duckling gets an arc. Robot
Yep.
gets an arc.
The
The
robot
fox
gets an
gets an
arc.
arc.
What's great is that someone made a really interesting point recently about it, where people were kind of assigning the robot Raz
Roz, yeah.
female pronouns, but if you think about it, it is a robot, so it doesn't really have pronouns, but
Mm-hmm.
it's such a Lupita Nyong'o's performance in it, she makes it a character. It's a really wonderful like voice acting performance. And then the fact that she's been so adamant about crediting the animators for the
Mm-hmm.
film in all the press tour because it's a gorgeous looking, gorgeous sounding.
It's brilliant
Um,
stylistically and
yeah,
story wise. It's just impeccable.
yeah. It's a movie about. People have talked about the movie is post apocalyptic in a way,
Mm-hmm.
but people have kind of talked about the movie as kind of being about death, and I didn't really get that impression. They kind of explained it to me, and I get it. But to me, the movie is more about like parenthood
Yeah.
because like if there's anything that I've always heard growing up with my mother, she's always said that there's no rule book for this, being
Right.
a parent. And that's kind of what the wild robot Raz kind of learns, is that there really is no rule book to it, especially when you have the character that we follow the arc of her her found son, the
The duck.
duckling. Yeah, it is a movie about parenthood and kind of about found family too.
Bringing the
And
entire
it's
force together for a common cause. I mean, that
yeah,
whole scene I don't usually cry during movies. I didn't,
Mhm.
but I got close.
Aw.
This one was very touching and heartwarming. So,
Yeah, it's a gorgeous movie. And I
hmm
gotta say, I love that this is a movie that's a good example of having like a cast of like A-list celebrities, but they all give really good like voice acting performances.
hmm
Like everyone really embodied their character as well. I think by the end, when I found out like the fox was played by Pedro Pascal, I was like, you could have fooled me. He,
yeah,
he sounded like a voice actor. Like great stuff.
another
Everyone
Catherine
was,
O'Hara
yeah, that's
in this
right.
as well.
Yeah.
Because the award for this movie is the best possum mom. And just like
Bro,
a really good movie over. Like if I was racking
yeah.
my head trying to think of an appropriate award to give it, but I mean it's just one of the best movies of the year. I give it an S.
You giving it an S? I'm with it.
It's brilliant, well
Yeah.
written, very they don't overstep into like realm of kids movie. It's a
hmm
movie for everyone that is accessible to everyone and will
I
mean something to everyone.
right. I could have used one or two less fart joke. I will say that. There's a fart joke or two in there where I'm like, you could cut that. I
Ah,
don't
yeah,
need that."
yeah.
It's a 1 out of 10 now. Fart joke. No, I'm
They made
teasing,
a
of course.
fart joke. I hate it. I hate it.
1 out of 10 exactly.
Okay. Wild
You
Robot. Go see Wild Robot if you haven't.
yeah,
Let's talk about
wonderful
something
film.
divisive. Jokey
Ooh,
Joker.
jokey,
Folie à deux.
jokey.
Todd Phillips. No horses.
There's many
I
jokers.
people didn't like this movie.
People hated this.
I did not mind this movie because I just love the fucking balls to completely go against everything they set up in the first one at the risk of championing people who like took the Joker as a real life hero or something.
It's so interesting to me because yeah, it is one of those situations kind of like what we just experienced last weekend with Gremlins and
Mm-hmm.
Gremlins 2. You can feel because my gathering from this movie in comparison to the first one, because I do like the first Joker quite a bit. Very good
Mm-hmm.
movie. Not world changing, not one of the most important movies ever made,
Nah.
but a well made movie. Well acted too. Joaquin Phoenix is great in that, and he's good in this. Not as good, but he's good in this. Um, the perception I get is that Todd Phillips and everybody involved with the first movie were forced to make a sequel because Warner Brothers wanted another
Money.
one and they wanted more money. And to me, this movie strikes me as Todd Phillips being pissed that he needed to make another one. And he was just like, okay, I'm going to make another one and I'm going to get out all of my frustration at all of the bullshit that came out of the first movie.
I kind of love that.
It, it it was interesting. It was interesting to see $200 million get funneled into a big giant middle finger of a movie. And for sure it was felt because even the most diehard of fans of the first movie hated this. And for me, I, I respect it. I respect the risk in doing that. I will say though, the movie treads a little bit meandering and a little bit long-winded.
Very
It
much so.
kind
They
yeah.
tried to make this a musical, and I really don't think it worked because
It,
there's no spectacle, not
it
really.
was an interesting idea, and the musical sequences are staged well and they look neat, but it's the music is not interesting and
No.
the choreography is not interesting. So it kind of doesn't work as a musical, really. So that's kind of a failing on that part, and it doesn't work as a sequel to the original movie. So it's also very complicated.
hmm
I don't think it's the worst thing ever though.
No.
If anything, I respect that someone was willing to burn $200 million to say fuck off to everybody who liked their first movie.
I
And
think that kind of informed my opinion of the movie once I found out about all that stuff
Mhm,
in kind of making my enjoyment of it framing
mhm,
my enjoyment of it, in
right.
which it wasn't. I came out of it going, that was kind of pointless then, but then
Mm.
finding out about everything that happened behind the scenes, I'm like, oh, that's kind of really funny.
I will say a recent funny thing that I'll note is if you watch a movie like, have you ever seen Chicago?
I've seen it on stage, but never the movie.
Okay. So, the same story. Um, that is a story both in Broadway musical and movie musical form that is about murder and a court trial for a murder, similar to Joker Folie Adieu, but that manages to be 1,000 times more like charming and well staged and well produced, yada yada yada, than this manages to be, which tells me that I think Todd Phillips just didn't know how to make a musical.
Mm,
I think he had an idea but did not have the execution. Um, it, I don't think it's one of the worst things ever, though. I think people are being a little bit hyperbolic in that regard.
very much
Um,
so. So my
I,
award for Joker Folie à Deux is the sickest 180 ollie of a message, quote unquote message from the original to the sequel. That was
yeah,
Tony Hawk Pro Skater. You get some coins for that. I think that's how that
yeah.
goes. I never played the game, but
You collect the videotapes and
yeah.
you collect the letters that spell skate. Yeah, I think ultimately it's interesting to me how it very much it tries to unpack this whole idea of like an unwilling martyr,
Mm,
kind of, and kind of confronting this whole thing of like, well, this guy isn't like a messiah, he's a person with mental problems.
right.
And that's an interesting way to go about it. The problem is a lot of the movie is kind of boring. But if you think about it on a meta textual level and think about it from a production angle, that's where the intrigue kicks in for me. But I probably wouldn't rewatch it anytime soon.
So this
Um,
gets a C from me.
yeah, yeah. Anyway, watch Chicago or all that jazz. Better versions of this movie, or watch the first Joker. I think.
Next, much like, well, at this point it's Sunday morning for us, but it
Hey,
was at one point when we started streaming
live from New York.
Saturday night. Jason Reitman, I think.
Yeah, son of Ivan
Ivan.
Reitman, who did Ghostbusters, among other things.
There are no horses in this movie.
There was a shark, though.
What it was a dramatized recount of the night right before the very first Saturday Night Live went live back
Yes.
in the 70s.
Yes, I want to say 74, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Something
74,
like
because
that. Was
this
so
past
it's
year was the
the
50th
preceding
anniversary.
90 minutes of the debut, and they do, obviously they didn't do one for one, but I thought it was interesting because I think the movie clocks in at just around that ballpark where they hit
They
an hour
try
and
to
a
keep
half.
it,
Yeah.
yeah, they try to keep it fairly in step with real time. Not too closely. It's not that close to it, but you know, time accelerates and slows when it needs it to.
Mm-hmm. So it's the original cast of the first SNL.
Hmm.
Chevy Chase. Um, Belushi.
Hmm.
Oh gosh, I'm blanking on
Bill,
like all of them, but
Billy
yeah, Billy
Crystal,
Crystal,
Lauren Michaels, which is the
the
lead
creator.
producer, yeah,
Mr.
lead
Muppet was
creator.
there himself.
Jim Henson, yes,
George Carlin.
Andy Kaufman,
Yeah.
and that's kind of the that's kind of sums up my thoughts on it. Is a lot of really good impressions and sometimes really good like performances of these people that we know now, it doesn't devolve too much into like oh, you'll never work in this town again, Chevy Chase. It's not like that, because that can get a little grating when a movie is like, oh, we know these people are famous, but
Hmm.
here's the joke. The joke is that they will be famous and they will get a job in this town, you know, because that used to be funny years ago, but now it's a little bit overplayed.
But
Um,
all in all, it was very hectic and frantic in kind
yeah.
of a charming way. If you've
Oh
ever
yeah.
done a group project in school,
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that for sure.
you kind of get, and you really want them to succeed just because, well,
Yeah.
you put yourself in the shoes of Lorne Michaels, who just wants to make this thing that no one really believes in him has a place in television, but then obviously we know what happens.
Right. Played by the guy who played Sammy Fableman in that Steven Spielberg movie.
The Fablemans.
Fableman.
So,
Um
yeah, did you
yeah.
have more to?
I'll probably save my fuller thoughts for a later point, but I will say I liked some of the performances of like the people we know
Yeah,
are pretty solid. Whoever they got to play Chevy Chase
Corey Michael
was,
Smith.
yeah, he was phenomenal. He nailed
Mm.
Chevy Chase, as far as I'm concerned. Um, guy who played John Belushi was really good. Um, uh, I
There was
was a
a
bit, yeah,
there was a J.K. Simmons in there
he
doing
was.
a
He
Milton
played
Berle.
Milton Berle, and he makes a joke about his penis because that's what Milton Berle does. All you kids out there, Milton Berle, like his calling card was he would make jokes about the size of his penis because he had a very big penis, apparently. Uh, there you
And
go.
he
I just
sexually
educated the
harassed
kids.
people. It is implied in this
And
movie.
and he sexually harassed people, and
And
people
historically.
laughed back then. Listen, the 70s were a different time. Um, but yeah, a great ensemble piece. I think everyone delivers a pretty good performance. Um, I don't know why the movie doesn't seem to like George Carlin or Jim Henson.
Yeah,
Their portrayals are a little bit unflattering in my opinion, but I'll save my full thoughts for a later point.
but what it
Um,
did deliver was
yes.
the most thrilling bricklaying scene I've ever witnessed.
Yes. Yes, you will
You
get
are
that.
on the
You will
edge of
get
your
that
seat
without
waiting.
context, folks.
You were on the edge of your seat waiting for these bricks to be laid. Just saying. I give it a
Yes.
solid B.
B. Nice. I'm
Okay,
good with.
let's talk about Enora by
Oh,
Sean
there's so
Baker.
much, so much to talk about.
No horses, but it has a very realistic portrayal of a sex worker.
Yes. Would you like me to provide some quick background
Go
here?
go for it. This is sort
Sure.
of your world more than mine. This particular movie.
Oh. Oh, what, sex workers? No. Anyway.
Sean Baker.
Yes. So Sean Baker is a director of Enora. He also directed. He's an independent director from New Jersey, actually. So he's very much within my realm. Um, if you have never heard of him, he's directed a couple of pretty well-known independent movies in the last 10, 15 years. He did a movie, Tangerine, which notably was filmed entirely on an iPhone. They use different lenses and such, and it doesn't look like it's shot on an iPhone, but it was, and that was a big achievement at the time. Uh, he made a movie with A24, The Florida Project, which was a story about the people who live on the outskirts of Disney World in Florida, and like Kissimmee, Florida, and the people who like live in hotel rooms um, and then he did another movie with A24 a couple years ago, Red Rocket, which was about like a washed up porn actor trying to like get back on his feet. Um, and the big thing with all of his movies are that he really likes showing like really all encompassing and really sympathetic like portrayals of marginalized people, specifically like sex workers. Um, Tangerine, Florida Project, Red Rocket, and then Anora are all very much centered around that. And Anora is about a sex worker in Brooklyn. Anora, or Annie, as she prefers in the film, played by Mikey Madsen, who she's kind of up and coming. This was her breakout role, but she was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Quentin Tarantino's movie. She gets set on fire in that.
Oh, that
And
was her. Got it.
yep, that was her. She was one of the Manson family people, and she was also in one of the newer Scream movies. She also gets set on fire in that. She does not get set on fire in Anora, but she is a kind of like low class like sex worker in Brooklyn, and she gets involved with this Russian kid, this Russian immigrant kid, who is very bizarre but very charming. He's very clearly like an immature like dope, but you grow to like him, and over time it's revealed that he's the son of like a Russian oligarch, so he's a rich kid and has rich parents. But then as you kind of follow them, he proposes to her and they get married, and it's this big whirlwind romance. Within a week they're like, oh, we love each other. But then the family of this kid is like, hey, we're seeing all of the press is covering this. The press is saying that our son, who is within a powerful Russian family, is like dating and married to a hooker. So they send like
their henchmen.
Part of their family, their henchmen basically, and a couple of hired goons. They send them their way, and they're like, hey, we need to break up this marriage between you two. And then from there, all I've described is the first act, because then from the second act onward, it becomes a madcap comedy of just these people trying to find this kid, while Annie just wants to find her husband and like get back to like living, because she's living like this Cinderella like fantasy of like she's coming from this working in a strip club, and now she's like, oh, I live in a fucking mansion now. Like now you're all coming to threaten this, and it's entirely up to you if their love is genuine or not, because it plays out through the rest of the movie. And then meanwhile, there's just crazy madcap comedy shit. I won't even tell you what happens at a certain... There is an entire 20-30 minute stretch in the mansion where live action Looney Tunes shit is happening. And I won't spoil what I mean by that. But that happens. There's heartbreaking shit in it. There's heartwarming shit in it.
There's so much that could very easily teeter on the line to, whoa, this is like horrifying, scary situation, but they dance it beautifully, and it's played for comedy, which is insane to me.
Yeah, and it's a movie, as I was saying earlier, about robot dreams, and I would apply this as well. It's a movie that makes you... It's the reason cinema exists. It makes you feel every emotion imaginable. You're happy, you're sad, your heart is warm, your heart is completely ripped out of you, you laugh your ass off. A friend of mine and a film server put it really well. In Sean Baker's movies, but specifically in Anora, I would say, all of his characters, even the side and supporting characters, feel like they could support their own movies with how much there is to them. Like all of the henchmen of this Russian family come into the movie, and you could easily see them in like a lesser movie and a lesser script as like throwaway characters. But you come in and you understand everything about them, and like you get to... all of them do something fucking funny, or like something that tells you so much about the character within just one little line of dialogue or something. There's even one character who's just like, you think he'll just be like a goon that's there to be a scary looking dude, but then he becomes like a major character in the movie, and he just entered the movie halfway through, and you're like, oh, like
you never expected
these are real human... Yeah, these are real human beings, and it's wonderful to see that portrayed in a film, a movie that humanizes all of its characters. And some of the actors in the movie are not even actors, they're just street casted. They're just guys that Sean Baker like knew and was just like, here,
He
be in
would
my
be in my
movie.
movie.
Yeah, it's a thing he excels at, and you would think that would mean terrible things for the quality, but they all deliver amazing performances. And then meanwhile, some of the funniest shit happens in this. I cannot lie. Some of the laughs in this movie are the hardest I've laughed all year. Just wonderful. It's equal parts hilarious as it is like, not to spoil anything, but it gets really fucking sad and heart wrenching in certain measures as well. So, yeah, it's tough to say if this is my favorite movie by him because Florida Project is great, Red Rocket is great, but this feels like the most complete and most recommendable movie where it's difficult for me to think of someone having a bad time with this movie. To kind of speak to it, I took my girlfriend to it like completely without any like I didn't tell her anything about it other than I was like, I really recommend this. It's one of the best things I've seen this year. And she was like in love with it. She knew nothing about it. And by the end of it, she was like, that was so fucking good. What the fuck? I saw it 3 times in theaters and I didn't even need to, but my second time it was my birthday and I'm like, you know what? I want to see it again. Treat myself to it. And it's 2.5 hours. You don't even feel it. It flies right by. So exceptional movie. It's been a big front runner in the awards conversation. I hope it wins some. It's lovely movie. I would recommend it to anybody for sure.
This is one that was certainly out of left field that I only went to see it because you were giving it such high praise. I probably would not have otherwise. And yes, very surprisingly, I had a pretty good time with it. Chris says it better win some. It's so good. Yeah, exactly.
See, she loved it. I told you.
Yeah, so it's exactly everything that you said. I really don't have much more to add on to it. I think just the only reason why, first of all, the award that I give it is the Ayo because she's a sex worker. So in this movie, there's a lot of fucking.
There's a lot of fucking,
as one would expect.
And I would say all of it is very comedic because you'll have them in the middle of a scene and there will be the hardest fucking cut on the planet from to just the two of them like violently having sex with each other, and every time it's funny. Every time it's because it's like cold water like on the entire sequence.
Now they're in the shower, and then now they're just like on the couch chilling, and then all of a sudden they're fucking again in this other location. I'm like, whoa, that is crazy.
It's such a human movie for sure. It's funny, it's sad, it's happy, it's bittersweet. It makes me feel everything. One of the most well-rounded movies of the year, I'd say.
So I give this a solid high B for me, just because this is not a typical movie I would normally watch, but yeah, it definitely surprised me with how such a concept, an alien concept to me, could deliver something I was totally not expecting.
So I take it that Anora is rated R and is never watered down. No, no, definitely not. I will say I'm pretty sure all of the sex is simulated. I don't think any of it is legitimate, but yeah, it definitely is not in content and in language. And Annie says some no words at some point. You'll just have to accept it because
she's from Brooklyn.
Because yeah, she is from Brooklyn. she's sexing here. All right.
Okay.
What we doing next?
Really solid movie. Like I want to express that. Yeah. Genuinely, if I watch it again, I'd rate it higher. Who knows? But okay.
Maybe we might. Who knows? Maybe a watch-along's in the cards.
So, speaking of a movie that I had no idea going in would be as good as it was, Piece by Piece, Morgan
Pharrell Williams.
No
Yeah.
horses. I think it would have been cool to see some Lego horses, but we didn't.
Lego horses. No Lego horses.
So for
They
those who
took it
don't
away.
know, this movie is a sort of biographical, fantastical take on Pharrell Williams's origin, kind of his backstory and how he came to be
Right.
Pharrell, all
Right.
depicted in the medium of Lego.
Which is definitely different. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that was definitely what intrigued me going into it.
Very much so.
Uh,
And like I said, it's the story of his career told with Lego, and they have a whole lineup of people from that he's worked with in the past. So like Kendrick Lamar, Timbaland, Busta Rhymes, Gwen Stefani, Justin Timberlake, Snoop Dogg, and Jay-Z, all Lego characters. And
Right.
he is a very, I know nothing about Pharrell. I never really listened to their music that much, but to my surprise, the duo called the Neptunes, him and a childhood friend of his, produced a lot of music that you have probably heard of.
Yeah, even I was very impressed watching it and being like, "Oh, I did not realize they had a hand in that."
So
Yeah.
it's me going, why are they making a documentary biopic about Pharrell? And I'm like, oh, there's a lot. He's been doing a lot. I just had no idea.
Right. And the big thing that I find interesting is the kind of excuse, quote unquote, for why it's all realized through Lego is that he tells an interesting thing about, I can't remember what the name of the condition was, but he has a thing that he details
It's
as
like
a child.
synesthesia or something.
Yeah, where he like what was the explanation of it again?
It's when he hears music, he can visualize
Yes,
something. He can visualize colors as he's
that's what
listening
it
to
was.
music.
And within that, that's kind of the explanation for why realizing it through Lego was like the obvious choice. And watching it definitely makes sense because visually and visual and sound was definitely like the big pluses on this. Such a fun movie to look at and listen to because you have great music and you have really beautiful Lego animation to go along with it. And I will say as one thing, there's not a lot of conflict in Pharrell Williams's life story, and that kind of made it like, I don't know. It was you expect more conflict in
Right.
a
If
documentary
you
of a
got a
person's
story to
life, I
tell us, like,
guess.
what have you overcome?
Right. And ultimately he's kind of like, I kind of got picked on in school because I was different.
But I'm
But
like,
then
yeah.
I made friends with all of these talented people and we made music, and
Now I'm
then
rich
from
and
there,
successful.
yeah, that's kind of the vibe of it. And I will say you may lose some people on that. But for me, just like the artistry of it and
Yes.
seeing it how it's realized and how the story is realized visually and sonically, that's the fun of it. And that's what made it really worth watching for sure. And I mean, Morgan Neville is a very well-known documentary director. I don't know if you've ever seen anything by him, but he did the Mr. Rogers documentary from a couple years ago. Won't You Be
Won't
My
you
Neighbor,
be my neighbor? Yeah.
which is a fantastic documentary. I can't recommend that enough. But yeah, and he brings that kind of, because that had animation featured within it as well. In this, it's entirely animation, and they sneak little gags in there. It's not like a cut. It's not a dry documentary for sure. Other than the Lego stuff, which is all very colorful and it pops, and you have the great music and everything. It also has a sense of humor about it. Shout outs to the Snoop Dogg sequence. All I'll say, they get a. Let me say, for a PG documentary, Lego documentary, they get around some things with Snoop Dogg in that, which
What
is
a
great.
coincidence, because my award that I give piece by piece is the best PG censoring of R-rated material. There
Yes.
was, I think it's exactly what you're saying. The Snoop Dogg, it was like a music video or something, and the real life version that they show with Lego is got like women in bikinis or like no clothes at all, like twerking all over those rappers, and it's depicted in the PG Lego, so they're just It just
Oh
blocks.
yeah,
And I'm
there's
like, I
Lego
can't believe they fucking did that.
Lego twerking. That's right.
It's kind of crazy, but it's so
Mm.
beautiful and very inspiring once you get towards the end, and just really wants champions you to go out and make something.
And if you've ever wanted to see a movie where both Minions and Black Lives Matter protests are realized in Lego, this is
Here
the
it
movie
is.
for you.
This is
Yep.
I would go so far as to say probably the only one where this happens.
Where that'll ever happen ever.
I give this an A. I had a great
Nice.
time with it.
Yeah, and I remember our good friends of the show, Cole Donnerstag and Umels,
Mm,
both were very highly recommended as well. So 4 members of Riff Ponies approved.
approved. Riffponies is approved.
Riff Ponies approved.
Now what do we got next? More Dadcore,
Oh my
Conclave,
god. Oh my god.
Edward Berger, No Horses. It is the
Burger.
story of Cardinal Lawrence,
Yes.
who is presiding over the conclave. The Pope has passed away, and the Catholic Church now must vote to choose who among the cardinals and bishops and um, hierarchy of the Catholic Church is to be the next pope. And
the
there's scandal, there's secrets, there's politics.
the most diva filled conclave ever. Holy shit.
um,
There's some incredible vape rips in this movie.
yeah,
It's
they take that cigarette drag like so far. So
yeah.
we have a great
y-
cast here. We've got John
yeah.
Lithgow. Ralph Fiennes plays the titular Cardinal Lawrence. Stanley Tucci, and other names that I really can't pronounce, so I won't try.
Isabella Rossellini.
Rossellini, yeah. So I had a great time with this movie, and it delivered everything that I wanted it to. It was very talky. It was very
Yeah.
drama. It was very uh what they sat most of it was talking.
Was sitting and voting and talking.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they do it in a way that somehow it's interesting. I'm not quite sure how they did it, but
Yeah.
it kept my attention the entire time.
I went into it very much thinking it would not be my thing. And then I watched it and I'm like, no, like there's some really good filmmaking here. Wait a minute.
And
Um
just how they frame the way they frame the hallway with like red and
yeah,
black, and I'm like, this just looks really nice.
good looking movie, well made movie. The score, not my favorite of the year because there's a
Mm.
couple more I'd place above it, but the really like the intense score that would come in and kind of underscore the tone of it and keep it moving where like you're feeling the pace of the movie coming back in. It moves at a pretty good clip. You understand all of the drama coming through. You get all of the characters, and because there's constant intrigue and scandal happening between them and gossip happening between them, it makes for a dynamic experience for sure. It's it's
It-
definitely as we have coined on this show now. It to me, especially because I'm pretty sure it's a PG rated movie.
yeah, which is
So
surprising.
right, so it to me, I would almost say this is one of the most recommendable movies of like the awards season. It's really tough to think of like people having like even like your most curmudgeonly family member having an issue with it or like finding it boring or whatever because it's a really engaging movie. It's a good story. It's a good time. Definitely. It can feel a little dry at certain points. I'll give it that. But that kind of just comes with the territory. But it's well made, well acted,
The
well
ending is pretty
composed.
interesting, but we won't discuss
I
it in depth here because there's a lot to talk
I
about with
was
it.
yes, there's a lot to unpack there, but it's a very you will not be able to predict where it how it ends.
It
And
was pretty bold. I was very
yeah,
surprised they decided to do that. But I think
yeah,
based on a I don't based on a book. I don't know if it's
yes.
like
It's
endorsed
based on
by
a book, yeah.
Catholicism or anything. Maybe this is just
Mhm. Yeah, I will say this: it is not like a Jesus movie. It's not a
Mm-mm.
big religious church movie. The church setting is incidental. The
Right.
movie is more like a political thriller than
Yeah,
anything.
very much so. There's lots of politics. There's lots of.
Yeah,
I mean, the whole there's a big conflict of what direction do we take the church? If so and so gets elected, then their policies are going to do this to the entirety of Catholicism
right.
versus yeah, it's very political drama
Yeah,
thoroughly.
yeah, and Ralph Fiennes' incredible performance. He's great in it.
So I give
Wonderful.
the award for Conclave is Thomas Lawrence suffering from success because he very much does in the movie.
He's literally the embodiment of the I suddenly became important at work and I hate my life.
Yeah. I give this an A. This is very much up my alley. I knew when I saw the trailer for it I'd probably enjoy it, and I did.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend it.
Okay.
Easy recommendation to anybody.
Next is we're in October 25th, by the way. I know we've been going kind of long, but bear with us. We've got
We're
a
almost
few
there.
more here. We're in
We got this.
October. We're talking about Venom: The Last Dance. I don't think we're going to spend too much time on it.
Yeah, I
But
didn't see it, so go for it.
Kelly Marcel, there are horses. As a
There
matter
is.
of fact, maybe one of the best horse moments in this this year.
I was gonna say, I think I've seen it in the trailer, so I might know. Yeah.
So, this is the third in the Venom trilogy, Tom Hardy and Venom.
Yes.
If you're not familiar, it's another Marvel Spider-Man adjacent property. Probably the most successful property is Venom, since they've gotten 3 sequels. There is a alien, not the Venom alien, like an even more alien, xenophage, trying to hunt
What'd
Venom.
you call me?
Trying to hunt Venom to unleash this big bad out there in the universe or whatever.
Right.
Free an ancient evil from its prison, and so they have to fight the bad that comes to Earth. It's not anything novel. It's not new. It's kind of been there, done that.
Right.
I will say the dialogue from the military personnel in this movie were laughably terrible. Like, oh
no.
my god, I'm sitting there you are not real people talking right now. It's kind of insane.
You need to give me a sample. What do you got?
They launch into... So, scientist lady has a backstory that her brother was killed by being struck by lightning.
Mm-hmm.
And then, while she's sitting in contemplative thought about something, one of the generals comes up and is like, "Oh, are you thinking about blah blah? Thinking about your brother who died from lightning?" I'm like, "What the fuck?" And she's just like, "Oh, I really hoped we could use this science to like to make him proud of what he worked for." So it's just like, I don't even know what human
Get
being
the exposition. Get the exposition out.
Strung the script together to form exposition. I don't know.
Listen, Ben, this is from the same film franchise as the line on my home planet, I was a loser like you. Do you remember that first Venom?
Yeah.
Listen, I love that first Venom movie. It's the dumbest shit.
I like the first Venom as well. This one, no.
Yeah, 2 and 3 have been a little too like, oh, we know we're goofy kind of thing. And it's like, no, I liked it when you were trying to be cool and you came off as stupid the first movie.
It's got Tom Hardy doing his trademark American accent, which is, I don't know what it is.
Wow.
Which is pretty funny. The highlight here is Venom and Eddie sort of in the relationship they've developed over the 3 movies.
Yeah, you can't knock Tom Hardy in these movies. I feel like he cares the most in these movies, and he gives it his all, and I give him that. I give him that for giving a shit about these bizarre films.
So the horse moment, which you may have seen in the trailers, as the best horse moment, is the "I love horsey" that Venom says as he takes over the body of a horse in order to, go from one place to another very, very quickly.
That's a pretty good horse moment, I gotta
He
say.
literally screams, "I love horsey," as they're like taking this horse into the stratosphere or whatever.
Excellent.
Phenomenal horse moment.
We love it. We love to see it.
The movie itself gets a D from me because the dialogue just takes me out of it. It's just kind of
Did
dumb. And
did I have one question?
mhm.
Did Eminem come back for one more song?
No, he did
Criminal.
not.
Criminal failure. Get out.
Okay.
F.
Yeah.
Venom.
That's
Anyways.
Venom. Gonna hit him, Venom. I don't know.
Venom.
Here,
Ooh,
Robert
okay.
Zemeckis,
Yeah.
director of The Polar Express, among others.
I was gonna say, bro, you said Polar Express and not Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Or Who
Hey,
Framed Roger Rabbit?
Hey, Back to the Future, I didn't see until like a couple years ago.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. I'm busting your chops.
But
You're
yeah,
fine.
horses were present in this movie. The
Yes.
idea behind this movie is there is one location, one home, and you get to see several storylines play out throughout the course of human history in this one
Over like
location.
millions of years. Yeah.
It kind of gets a little absurd in parts, but the main story is Tom Hanks's relationship with his girlfriend, who as a teenager, seeing adult Tom Hanks' voice come out of a CGI young Tom Hanks
There's some
teenager
uncanny.
was interesting.
There's a little uncanny valley there.
A little
But it's
bit.
not as bad as, say, like Mars Needs Moms, or like the Image Movers movies of the 2000s, like Beowulf or whatever. It's not that level of uncanny valley, I would argue.
Robin Wright plays the girlfriend who then becomes wife to
Yeah, it's
Tom
a
Hanks.
Forrest Gump reunion. Yeah.
Paul Bettany plays the father of Tom Hanks.
Yes.
I don't know what it is about Paul Bettany, but I don't think he does old very well. Because he's just playing it straight. He's not even like old and shuffling around. He's just like, yeah, that's Paul Bettany with like wrinkles painted on his face.
I'm gonna yell louder. Yeah. That's yeah.
It's kind of sappy and sweet in a way that I like, and it once again, it's chronologically chronicling one sort of family story from becoming a family, joining, becoming married, having children, and then having to take care of the elderly parents as they get older, and then eventually the parents pass away, and then the movie kind of ends with them in their old age, kind of reflecting on their life.
It's kind of a story about, above all else, you can follow all of these people and how, like, lives like transpire, but ultimately time keeps like moving, and it's time is unforgiving in that sense.
One of the criticisms I read for this movie that I don't understand is like they thought, oh, it's hard to follow because like they transition. There's some interesting transitions they do with squares in this movie, but people were complaining. I couldn't figure out like what part, who's the storyline to be following, and why is the transitioning with the squares. And I'm just thinking to myself, if you've read comic books, you can follow this just fine. So I don't know what people are talking about.
I was gonna say this was a graphic novel originally.
Oh, okay.
Did you not know that?
I didn't really know anything about this movie going in.
Yeah, it was a graphic novel made in the 80s or 90s, I believe. And it's an almost exact translation from the original graphic novel, the style, because it's all conveyed through those little squares, like little like windows. See
people's lives. I see it.
You're literally So it's a very blunt and unsubtle movie in a lot of ways. But it's really touching.
It's sweet. I liked it.
It is functional and it works, and it was an interesting time. It's almost an experimental movie in ways. Yeah. I think it'll depend on your tolerance for a movie being really fast and loose with its rules.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you want something interesting, if you want a movie with a presentation that you haven't seen before, it's definitely one for it. And if you can get past a little bit of
Yeah,
CG deep fakery,
there's a little absurd parts where maybe it's supposed to be a serious moment played straight, but it's really funny. I
remember,
think you know which one
remember,
I'm talking about.
I was gonna say, everyone mute for like 5-10 seconds, really quick. I'll give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Anyway, Ben, remember when that baby eats shit?
That and like the adult man who just fucking has a heart attack and dies and face plants into the fucking
Yes,
carpet.
that too.
Yeah, and the baby that just like
It's
got
a
launched.
it face plants. Listen, as my girlfriend and I like to say when we used to, when we worked a childcare job, as my girlfriend would say, if a child ever fell and they would immediately jump back up because I would immediately panic. She liked to say, "Don't worry, they bounce," and that's what that baby did.
Great. But otherwise, it's a decent movie. The
Yeah.
award I give to here is the most patient cameraman award. Dude was there from millions of years, just waiting and rolling the film.
Bro, fucking focus pulled across space and time. Holy shit.
Absolute legends. I give it a B.
Nice.
What do we have next? We're rolling right in.
Moving right
Red
along.
one.
Okay. You're gonna all right, explain. I'm
uh
taking note. Explain yourself, sir.
Jake Kasdan directs. There are horses in this one. The premise, for those who don't know, is Santa Claus, played by J.K. Simmons, is kidnapped. And so the North Pole people enlist the help of the world's best tracker, played by Chris Evans, to team up with the head of security, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, to
The
find
boulder.
Santa Claus and save
Right.
Christmas, of course.
So explain no, tell me about this very real and definitely not fake movie.
It is devoid of like any passion or soul whatsoever.
That's the impression I got.
The most I didn't hate it is the
Okay.
problem.
No, that's fair. That's
Now
fair.
they try to shoehorn we've got Dwayne The Rock Johnson talking about people just aren't nice anymore, and I'm like, coming out of Dwayne The Rock Johnson, of all people, who've made some questionable decisions morally in recent years. That's
Yes.
rich. But
Do you, were you picturing whenever he was talking about that? Were you picturing his on-set piss bottles?
I was
With that,
picturing him offering to buy property that was destroyed by wildfires in Hawaii, purchasing
oof,
it from the native people
oof,
because he wanted the property or whatever.
oof.
Now I'm not okay. We won't go down the rabbit hole of like
We will. No.
controversial things Dwayne The Rock Johnson has done, but I mean it's hard because Dwayne The Rock Johnson. I should just say Dwayne. Dwayne plays the same fucking character in every movie, so it's
Right.
hard to
Exactly.
separate him from character.
Right. It's like watching an 80s or 90s movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and you're just like, okay, that's not a character. That's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
It's just Dwayne. That
Right.
being said, they do some interesting things with lore because they are implying there's this whole magical world that exists that humans don't really interact with. And they
Uh-huh.
go so far as to say, so the headless horseman is real, and they like go
Okay.
interrogate them to see if he had anything to do with the disappearance. And Krampus is real, who's
Right.
Santa Claus's brother, he's kind of a big plot point as well. But I like that lore they've introduced as kind of like a mythical world hiding behind ours, and
Mm.
that Santa Claus is a mystical figure. I also like the fact that Santa Claus isn't old and jaded. He's still a nice guy who really wants to make people happy.
Played by J.K. Simmons,
J.K.
the
Simmons.
legend.
And I like Chris Evans in this. I want to see Chris Evans do more kind of sleazy scumbag roles, kind of like he did in Knives Out. That's
Knives
so
Out. I was gonna
entertaining.
say, yeah.
Because
Best I
he's
can,
yeah.
best I can do is the Gray Man. Dan.
But that all of that to say is there didn't seem to be very much passion in this. It creatively it wasn't very novel or interesting. It just kind of, oh, the holidays are coming up. Let's make kind of a movie with Dwayne Johnson. What kind of movie is it? Well, what's the only movie that Dwayne Johnson does? It's like an action movie where they
He
fight
has to
something and
rescue Santa.
rescue Santa Claus. But I will say the award that I give is the Jacked Santa Claus Award because
Of course.
J.K. Simmons, like, as a mythical creature, stays in shape to do his run every Christmas to deliver presents to everyone, and so he gets in really good shape to do that.
I did hear that there is a lot of Santa Claus lifting weights jokes in the
Yeah,
movie, apparently.
yeah.
Well, at least they had some jokes, I guess.
It definitely one and done for me. I
Mm.
see absolutely no reason to watch it
Red
again.
Red one and done.
Exactly. I thought it was fine, and towards the end, they usher in like a good message to families, and
Hmm.
obviously, it's Chris Evans' character with his son,
Hmm.
and there's redemption to be found, even if you've kind of lived your life as kind of a scumbag dad.
Well,
So,
at least it's not a harmful movie
right,
then.
yeah, they
I'm cool with
they
that.
give a good message, so it gets a C from me.
Hmm.
All right, Wicked. We're
Mm.
down to the final 10 movies. So
Okay.
if you bear with us here, we'll get through these and then we'll see the tier list and then that'll be it for the night. I know that there's if there's stragglers here, don't worry. We're getting pulling into the station very soon.
We've got some folks sticking around here. We appreciate it.
Once again, yeah, thank you for staying all this and
Yeah.
going through it all. Let's talk about Wicked real fast.
Yes, go for it.
Directed by John M. Chu. There were horses.
There
And
were. That's true.
probably one of the biggest movies of the season.
Sure.
Going to see this in theaters was kind of like when I went to see Barbie. People were
It was
dressed up for it. People were wearing
yeah.
pink and green. People were now. I was not in a theater that people were singing, but
Thank
I
God.
heard that happens places.
It does. Now
Please,
they have sing-along screenings.
like,
So
please don't do that in a non-sing-along stream. We're here to watch a movie.
yes.
Theater etiquette, people.
My screening was pretty quiet actually, but then granted, I went like 4 weeks into the release, so I intentionally,
Yeah.
I might add. But tell me your thoughts.
Those are not familiar. If you're not familiar with the Broadway play, that's been the biggest thing since sliced bread. It's sort of the origin story of the Wicked Witch of the West from the Wizard of Oz, and her friend Galinda, who is also the Witch of the North, South, something. Their their friendship and how Elphaba became the quote unquote Wicked Witch of the West.
It's an origin story to where all the characters were at the beginning of Wizard of Oz.
Right. And unknowingly, a part one. I had no idea going in until part
Really?
one showed, which I think is a good idea because the musical itself was pretty long and dense, and so
I mean, it was 2.5 hours, the original musical, but I can understand why they'd split it into two.
they were the first and the second act are very, very different. At least I'm not a huge theater head. I did see Wicked, and I went to see it with friends who do really like Wicked, and they very much appreciate the fact that they broke it up because the first movie being an origin story works, and then the second movie being a sort of side by side with the events of Wizard of Oz works as well. Singing's great, performance is great. I did see people had issues with lighting in it.
Yeah, that's my big thing about it is that where did all the color go? It looks kind of ugly visually at certain points,
Dakota
in
said, "I
my
think I saw
opinion.
Wicked being referenced in My Little Pony one time." That's right. They referenced it in Between Dark and Dawn when
They
Celestia and
did.
Luna go to the play, and Celestia's bored, but Luna's really into it.
I wonder why.
Watch Broniest react episode 2, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. Ooh, shameless plug. By the way, you should watch Broniest React episode 3.
Yeah, that one too.
That one's pretty good.
Um, I enjoyed it. I didn't have too many qualms with how it looked myself, but
Mm-hmm.
I guess I can understand why people think it's kind of devoid of color.
I I just I think the direction could have been a little bit more imaginative, and maybe it's just maybe it's unfair because I'm weighing it against like some of my favorite musicals, which are like La La Land
Mm-hmm.
or Chicago or all that jazz, where it's really, or even like Mamma Mia, there's really like inventive and fun direction to it. And in this, a lot of the sequences they kind of just plant the camera and they let the choreography go, which the choreography is good, but for some reason just the cinematography and the direction
Mm.
it just is kind of the weak point of it. And that's really unfortunate in a musical because it really should be like punching home everything.
That's
But
fair.
as is like great performances, great music, but that's also to be
Wicked.
attributed to the musical. Yeah, I would give that the
We
credit for that to the.
appreciated the fact that while they did have a lot of A-listers, like celebrities in this, they
Mhm.
took they took roles where they would not have to sing a ton, and they let the Broadway stars sort of shine in that facet, while they still
Yes,
had the A-listers like Michelle Yeoh and
Jeff
Jeff
Goldblum.
Goldblum attached to it. They played their roles in their way, and then the folks that sang and danced and really like did all the musical stuff you would expect from a musical took over that realm of the film.
Could could have gone for more Michelle Yeoh and Jeff Goldblum. Also, I will say, I think
Mm-hmm.
they're a little bit underutilized, but that's just me.
All in all, I had a great time with it. I like Wicked as a musical. I like the
Yeah,
film.
yeah, it's good. It's not the greatest thing I've ever seen, but it is good. I will give it credit. It is good.
So I give this. Oh, well, the award is damn. Those are some serious pipes because they
Yes,
can sing.
yes.
That's the strength of
Cynthia
this.
Cynthia Erivo's voice. My goodness,
I want to see Ariana kind of return to more acting roles.
she was fucking funny. I enjoyed her quite a bit. That's the performance I left remembering the most.
Yeah, yeah. Um. So yeah, I give this an A.
Nice.
Next, Bonhoeffer. I saw Bonhoeffer.
Oh, okay. Do tell.
Um,
I've heard things.
Directed by Todd Komarnicki.
Mhm.
And no horses in this. This is attached to Angel Studios, which is
Yes, I'm
very much
familiar with them.
known for doing Christian themed, heavy themed movies. Like what is it?
They
The
did notoriously. They did Sound of
Sound of
Freedom
Freedom.
last
That's the
year.
one,
Yes.
and I think it's like God's Not Dead, probably.
No, that's
Oh,
Pure
that was
Flix.
something else. Okay,
Pure Flix was God's Not Dead.
but yeah, they do those kinds of movies. Bonhoeffer, I wouldn't normally watch something from Angel Studios necessarily, but the historical, uh, I like to watch stuff about things in history that I don't know about.
Right.
Bonhoeffer was a pastor in Germany
Right.
during the rise of the Third Reich. This pastor was a staunch anti-fascist, focusing um, on the splintering of the German church and his faith, which was caused by the rise of the Nazi regime. So,
Hmm.
um, very good performances. I would say from Moritz Bleib True, I think. This is Bonhoeffer.
Mm.
It does. I've read that it
Mm.
doesn't quite hit the mark in terms of accuracy because
That's fair.
the tagline of this is pastor, spy, assassin. He is one of those
Reminds
things.
reminds me of they might have been going for kind of a Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy
I think
kind of
they
vibe.
were, but so
Oops.
he's even holding a gun in this movie poster. He never holds a gun
Never
in the
never holds a
movie.
gun.
No.
Awesome. That's great.
So that
That's
is
awesome.
they're trying to really market it as one thing, but it in reality this man was just very a very firm believer in a Christianity fundamentalist and very much against Hitler and Nazis, which is great. You know, we love to see
Of course.
that. He eventually was killed for his opposition to Hitler and whatnot. But it gave me, once again, this is in the realm of, oh, I should probably Google this later.
A subgenre of film.
So it was fine enough, and I do have history in the church, so seeing them kind of take a more focus on what Christianity should be at its core, you know, opposing evil in this world.
Right.
That was pretty good. The
Are there any?
award,
I was going to say, are there any negatives to detail in regards to the movie, other than the historical inaccuracies?
Technically, it was fine. It was probably a little longer than it needed to be, but I don't think that's not an uncommon gripe with a lot of these movies.
That's fair.
I think the big problems with it comes from the portrayal of this person as opposed to who he actually was. He was not a spy or an assassin, and he never advocated for, well, sometimes you just got to kill Hitler, which he does in this movie.
Oh, crazy.
Which there are stances to take on both sides of it, but I think the estate of Bonhoeffer was like, I don't really think this is all that, you know, good for his legacy.
You got to sell the movie.
Yeah, yeah. The award I give to this movie is the correct way to write a resume, in the fact that you bullshit like 2 out of the 3 things that you put on your resume in order to get the job. Maybe you're a pastor, but you're definitely not a spy or an assassin. But you can still put that on your resume in order to get the job, and you'll learn. I gave it a B because it's a solid message at the end of it, and you know, anti-fascist. So we can all appreciate that.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk too much about this anymore. So move on.
Yeah.
Flow.
Hey.
Great film.
Yeah.
Against Zilbalotis.
Yeah, it was a Latvian animated movie, I believe.
So the story of a cat trying to survive a flood in what seems to be a post-apocalyptic, post-human world. Not sure.
Yes. I would kind of put it on a similar... honestly, I think it would be a brilliant double feature with, like, The Wild Robot. They have similar kind of worlds and tones to them, I feel like.
So there's no dialogue in this. Everything's told visually. It's very beautiful. Yeah. It's very scenery heavy, and it's just exploring and taking in this whole setting of after humans are gone, all the architecture, the sunken landscapes, the remnants of civilization. It's so cool.
I love how much expression they pack into, because the main cat is given it comes across other animals throughout the movie that become like part of its traveling group, its posse in a way.
Yeah.
And all of them, they all have very distinct personalities, just completely silently without dialogue, just by the ways they like their mannerisms and the way they move, and not even expressions, because they're all fairly expressionless through a
These
lot of
are
the
not
movie.
anthropomorphic animals, by the way. These are
No,
just animated animals.
yeah, very animalistic animals, and yeah, it's definitely like a sensory experience for sure. It's it might be a bit slow for some people, but for like an 80-minute movie, it breezes by. You get beautiful visuals, beautiful music. And again, like you said, you just sit with it, and it's a wonderful movie to just sit with.
You just soak it in. It's
Ah,
really good
see?
experience.
See what you did
I
there.
did. I'm the cat in the water.
I'm the cat in flow.
There's some parts of it where it gets a little supernatural, I will say, but it's not
Yeah.
like it ever grounds itself in realism too much. So you just kind of go
Hmm.
with it for the visuals and the
Right.
atmosphere.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a delightful, as they say, a vibes movie.
So such vibes, yeah.
Yeah.
The award that I give to Flo is Thalassophobia Award because then that cat jumps in the water and it peers down into the abyss. I feel I don't think I have thalassophobia, but I can understand why, especially because they introduce this giant like whale
Yeah,
thing,
the whales. Yeah,
which
and
doesn't. It's
they're
not
so
like a
neat.
whale that we know. It's something different. It's kind of
Space whale.
yeah, almost. And it's just in the water and sometimes helps this cat. And I'm just like, nope, no thanks.
I don't trust. I don't trust him. I don't
It's
trust like that.
so I give it an A because it was just
Nice.
really good, really solid.
Yeah,
Recommend if you haven't seen it.
that's another one kind of like Robot Dreams, where I could see it working with anybody, regardless of language barrier, of culture.
Hmm.
It's a universal story and universal kind of film.
All right, moving right along.
Yeah.
Moana 2.
Okay. I've heard many conflicting things here.
Dana Ledoux Miller, Jason Han, David G. Garrick Jr. 3 directors.
Yeah, because this started life as a series, if I remember
It did.
correctly. Yes.
About to sneeze here. Just give me one sec.
Horses present, but no, but definitely chickens
Ugh,
and
I
pigs.
didn't sneeze.
Oh no.
Moana. Here's my synopsis. Moana is called
Okay.
for some reason to find an island to unite the people of the ocean for some reason. Yeah, and Maui is there, and other crew members are there as well. They
Hmm.
don't do a goddamn thing, but they're there. Uh,
Hmm.
I guess one is a farmer, one is a storyteller, and one is a architect. Well, okay, the architect, she's there to fix the boat, so she does something, but um, we don't really know what I can't figure out what the other people do. It's
Sounds an awful like they were characters that would go through arcs in an episodic TV show.
yeah, but they decided to make it a movie, and so they just kind of it just doesn't have any of the charm or energy of the first Moana at all.
Hmm.
And probably because it was in production hell and they couldn't figure out what it wanted to be,
Yep.
and it's very
And they
much a
realized
product of all of that dissonance.
Yep, and Disney realized they needed a hit, and they were like, "Why don't we just release it in theaters and print money?"
Yeah,
And there you
and
go.
I saw a theater in a packed house, and I was sitting there going, "Are people into this?" Because I'm not. I'm not at all. And
Were a, were a lot of people, were there laughs? Were there a lot of reactions
there was
to it?
nothing. There was nothing
Really?
really in my
Damn.
theater. There's singing in it,
Mm-hmm.
and
And I've heard they're not great.
I just completely have already forgotten what happens in the songs. They introduced new characters, and they introduced spoilers. They introduced like a new villain to come up, and
Mm-hmm.
I pray to God they don't try to do anything with it because they just stop.
They're
Just stop Moana, okay?
they're probably gonna make a third one, Ben.
Yeah, they will.
it made all of the money. They're gonna make a third one.
That being said, there was nothing technically wrong with it that I could tell.
Mhm.
Animation was fine. Animation was good. We stand the animators on the in the
Of course.
studios who put their heart and soul to crank out these things for their corporate lords so they can make money.
Mhm.
The award I give this is the least consequential crew members because they didn't do jack shit, and I give this a D, but not an F.
Dang. Wow.
I just did not really have a good time with it.
I
couldn't
haven't
figure
I
it
haven't
out.
heard even the most praise I've heard of it is very faint praise. So it makes me wonder. I mean,
It was
I was gonna
just
say it
a,
was
it's a made for VHS sequel.
yes. I've heard many people throw that around. Is that it feels like a direct to video Disney sequel that was put in theaters, which
When will they learn that your
mm,
actions have consequences? We've been going
well
for a while. I'm starting to slur my words a little bit.
they they won't learn because it's gonna make billions of dollars,
Stop
man.
making billions of dollars.
Stop making billions of dollars, Disney.
Okay, let's go from a bad movie to a worse movie.
I was gonna say a good movie. Oh, never mind.
Kraven the Hunter, J.C. Chandor, no horses. It's
There's a
another
there.
Madam Web Spider-Man adjacent villain, yet he's the hero, so we need to make him likable for some reason.
It's true. There's no horses, but there is a rhino.
There is a rhino who wears a backpack with the serum to make him not turn into a rhino, but he does make weird noises as a result.
Yeah, I've seen that
You
clip.
did it.
That's a classic.
And we've got Russell Crowe in this one and Aaron
Hell
Taylor
yeah.
Johnson.
Hell yeah.
Uh, Russell Crowe plays the father of Kraven, who's like a Russian mob boss or something.
Hmm.
Why did they get Russell Crowe to do a Russian accent for the whole movie? I don't know.
Oh my god, I love when Russell Crowe does accents he can't do.
Kraven was done better in other Spider-Man projects, especially the Ultimate Spider-Man TV show, Spider-Man 2 PS5.
It's true.
Absolutely. This is. I know nothing about Kraven.
Hmm.
I thought maybe I'd learn a little bit going into this.
He's a I'll put it this way, he's like a B or C tier Spider-Man villain.
If anything, it was a disservice because the things I know about him now are like not actually what he's about.
Right. Exactly.
And they also they shoehorn in towards the end of the movie. Oh, now they introduced new characters like his. Spoiler alerts, but also I don't give a fuck. It's Kraven. His brother is hinted to become the chameleon, the lizard, or the chameleon, which is dumb.
Who cares?
Yeah, the Rhino, which is a villain, Spider-Man villain, which I know fucking dies in this.
Of course.
The Calypso is introduced to give him a serum for some reason that turns him into Kraven the Hunter.
Wait, he needs a serum to become Kraven the Hunter?
As a teenager, he was mauled by a lion, and so to save his life, the Calypso gave him a potion which gave him powers. Can you tell how just disinterested I am with the whole thing?
I mean, you sound more interested than Sony sounded in it.
There was one scene, and it's a chase
Yes.
scene where he's chasing down the van in the city that kidnapped his brother, which was relatively enjoyable, but everything else was nah.
So what you're telling me is that the most notable thing is that insane sequence where where Rhino Man just makes a I can't even describe the sound he makes.
Weird fucking noise. Oh, the Foreigner is introduced, which I looked up after that. He's got some interesting mind-bending, time-stopping powers.
Mm-hmm.
And then Calypso just shoots him in the fucking head with an arrow. Because she can do that.
Sony really doesn't give a fuck, do they?
Nope, and as a result, neither do I. I'm sorry for
Hell
everyone
yeah.
who wants to watch it. Don't watch it, actually.
Don't watch Kraven the Hunter. We
Um,
must not
the
discourage such thing. We
the
must
award
not
I give
encourage
this
such
one is
things.
okay. This dude is definitely a furry. You've got Aaron Taylor Johnson crawling around on all fours, like making animal noises with like yellow eyes, hunting people. It's dude's a furry.
You just give him a fursuit. He'll be fine.
Literally, he gets a big fur coat at the end. All right,
That's his
F.
fursuit.
Moving on.
F. Damn.
Lord of the Rings: The War of the Rohirrim.
Okay, I did not see this. I've heard conflicting things.
Kenji Kamiyama. There are horses in this. This
Mm,
is a animated movie designed to give a backstory on Helm's Deep and why it's called Helm's Deep in the
right,
Lord of the Rings Middle Earth saga.
right.
There's cameo appearances from some characters that you know.
Hmm.
It's animated by a Japanese company, so the style is anime,
Hmm.
which I think is a pretty good use of it. I
Right.
enjoyed it. I thought
Mm,
the protagonist was really good.
mm,
She's just a daughter of the ruler of what would become Helm's Deep, who is not interested in being married for political gain, and just
right.
wants to explore the world and live.
Mm,
She the person she turns down for marriage was her childhood friend, but after her dad kills his dad, he becomes an angry emo guy and threatens to destroy the whole kingdom. And so she must lead her people to protect her kingdom and defeat the scorned lover. And
mm,
it's a decent plot. It's not complicated,
hmm.
but
All
I
this over being blue balled. God damn.
also dead dad. But
Well, that too.
that's
Blue
okay.
balls, dead dad. You know.
I'm not the reason why I kind of enjoyed it. I'm not super big into Lord of the Rings. I think if you're
Okay.
super into the lore of Lord of the Rings, you might find issue with this. I didn't. I like the main character. I like the main character more than I like Frodo and more than I like Bilbo.
Interesting.
And this is the
Okay.
guy we talked about it during our Lord of the Rings Riffponies stream that I enjoy the Hobbits more than the Lord of the Rings movie because I don't like Frodo. I hate Frodo.
Interesting.
But
Okay.
we can talk in lengths about that later. I just thought it was a solid movie, and the medium that they use, animation, it didn't. Some parts looked a little weird, but visually, I thought it was good. Maybe it's just because I'm a sucker for the anime style. That's kind of how I draw people. if you, if anyone knows,
Yeah.
has seen
I
my
can see
art,
that.
I do it like that.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Hmm.
Not the best movie. I will give this movie the One Punch Man award because this happens probably 10 minutes in the movie. Her dad, Helm Hammerhand, decks this dude in the face.
Oh
Wolf's
damn.
father, setting off this whole like chain of events. He just punches him once and fucking kills him.
Gets punched once. Fucking
Fucking
dies.
dies, and that is like, you killed my dad, and dude's and Helm's like, I hit him once.
Mm.
I will
I
never
slapped.
forget this. I hit him one time. He's just weak.
Bro's
Anyway,
a pussy.
basically, I give it a B.
Okay. I've heard people compare it to like one of those direct to DVD like DC animated films.
Yeah,
Um,
it's not
I'm wondering
bad,
if
not
that's.
bad.
Huh,
Last four, hang in there, guys. We've got a
we
couple
got this.
more, and then we'll be out of here.
Uh
Oh
oh.
God. Okay,
Mufasa.
Mufasa
I
the Lion
always,
King. Barry
I always
Jenkins
wanted it.
of Moonlight fame, who
Yes,
is
a good
now
movie.
doing Disney Mufasa
Slumming
the
it,
Lion King
slumming it with Mufasa the Lion King.
in a African savannah setting. I guess what are horses not in the African savannah
There are warthogs.
who don't shut the fuck up in this
Apparently,
movie.
yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh
All right.
no.
Does everyone know the plot? It's like a backstory on how Mufasa became the Lion King. and
All,
how
all,
its brother Scar became Scar.
all I know is I always wanted a brother. That's what I know.
Chris says, I hate this movie on principle alone. You know, I'll tell you a really funny story that's very short. I did not buy a ticket for this movie.
Oh, bro snuck in. How about that?
I bought a ticket to Sonic 3.
Hell yeah.
And I went to see this movie because I was curious to see this train wreck, but not curious enough to actually want to support it.
That's fair. Don't encourage
For legal
it.
reasons, that was a joke. As if I would actually do something like that.
I like Brick Bardo in chat. Nice name. Why would you sneak into Mufasa?
That being
Shame.
said, this was before I saw. I
that's
might have been
Algernon,
before.
of
I
course.
saw Sonic twice.
Okay.
So I bought 3 tickets to Sonic the Hedgehog. One of them was for Mufasa the Lion King. So I did see this instead of Sonic. I just was curious about it. So there are 2 things I want to point out.
Okay.
One is there's this big intimidating villain played by Mads Mikkelsen who's supposed to be this huge hulking guy, white lion who wants to kill everybody.
Right.
And take over and rule the Pride Lands. And his big Be Prepared song equivalent
I've heard about this.
is him singing I'll Make You Go Bye-Bye.
He can't say die, so he just starts
It's
saying,
the
"I'll make you
dumbest
go
fucking shit ever. Oh my god. I
go
was
bye.
crying laughing going, are you serious, in the movie
What
theater.
what about when one of the cubs starts busting it down and he's rapping about my brother. I remember hearing. Man,
not even the worst song. The other thing I wanted to mention is that there's a big Rafiki's origin story is here too. He's kicked out of his monkey tribe or something.
Do they show how he gets his stick?
Oh, kind
Do
of.
they show the?
I forgot.
God.
Whatever.
Bro doesn't even remember.
He maybe picked it up. This is what I found issue with. He all the monkeys are like, Rafiki's weird. We want to kick him out of the tribe. And one of them's like, let's cast a vote. If you want to kick him out of the tribe, cover your eye. And the camera pans.
Oh no.
And everything's fucking blurry. I can't see the monkeys cover their eye with their hand. This big, a pivotal plot point to seeing the fate of Rafiki being voted off the island. And I can't see it. They're not even real animals.
No, they're not. Definitely.
So,
oh my lord.
My god. Like, as I said earlier in the stream, we've been going for a while now. Earlier on stream, I'm like, if I can see something that's technically wrong with it, it must be egregious because I don't usually notice that sort of thing. And once again, on principle, why are you making an animated movie but making them photorealistic lions? Granted, they do emote more than they did in the 2019.
That is what I've heard.
The Lion King, but also the Timon and Pumbaa just won't shut the fuck up the entire movie, and it's told in a format where Rafiki's like, let me tell you a story about your grandfather.
Framing device.
It's just, I hate it. It's bad.
I like Algernon in chat. You guys have been going for so long that I managed to show my friends 2 Wallace and Gromit movies and shorts, and somehow are
is
still
that
going
Algernon?
after that. That is Algernon.
Oh, hey, Algernon. We're almost done, I promise.
I recognize because his username here is a reference to Albert Pune films. I'm learning. I'm learning, Algernon.
So my award is it's Mr. Steal Your Girl because what
did you say about my brother?
It sounds better in French.
What the fuck?
Someone linked me. My friend was like watching the movie, and she likes to watch things in French because she's learning French, and she said it actually sounds better in French, and she linked it to me. And I'm like, actually, it does.
Goddamn!
It's the Mr. Steal Your Girl award because that is the villain arc of how Scar came to be because Mufasa stole Sarabi from him, I guess.
Boy,
Mr.
That's awesome. That's That's awesome that a really legendary villain character's backstory gets boiled down to, oh, you stole my girl once.
Uh,
It's all over a girl. Yeah,
so
that's definitely progressive Disney.
I
Thank you.
could
Thank you
not
for that.
even rank it on the same scale because in principle this shouldn't exist. So the rank is Y. It's a Y
Why out of
rank.
10?
Why does fucking exist? Okay, can we talk about a better movie now, please?
Please.
Okay, yeah, we'll talk about Sonic 3.
Sonic.
Did you see Sonic 3?
So I've not seen Sonic 2 or
Okay.
3. I only saw the first one, and I will admit I was not a big fan, but I do recognize that apparently, because my big thing with the first movie is that it very. Why did they go with the generic buddy comedy road trip thing? I feel like it would have. Well, at the time I said this would have been much better versed if they had just embraced like the franchise. Because I'm not a Sonic fan.
Me
But
neither.
I know it has a back catalog with a big lore and a lot of colorful characters and worlds and different like themes. I remember saying, like, why didn't they just make this animated, or why didn't they have other characters in the movie other than Sonic and then teasing Tails at
Right.
the end? And then I proceeded to hear about Sonic 2 over the years, and it was like, oh, they do more Sonic things in
Yeah.
the second one. And I'm like, okay, I can kind of see why people like it. And then I heard Sonic 3 is even more so.
Yeah.
So like in that sense, I like I'm not again, I'm not into Sonic, but hearing that it makes me at least think that these are probably more tolerable experiences than the first one was for me.
This was
So
just fun. I like
okay,
like you alluded to. I am also not huge into Sonic. I went with some fans who much were a lot more into Sonic and knew Sonic lore, played the
that
games and whatnot.
that was my experience with the first one. I went with a couple of big Sonic fans, friends of mine, so similar with me.
Um,
Continue, sorry.
Jim Carrey is the funniest in this movie than he's been in the last three films. He's very
Okay.
much Jim Carrey humor in it. He
Hmm.
plays two characters, by the way, the
Yeah.
Robotnik and Robotnik. Old Robotnik, young
Robotnik
Robotnik.
dad.
Obviously, the standout here is Shadow because Keanu Reeves as Shadow the Hedgehog was very inspired casting decision, and
Hmm.
it worked really well. From the very little that I know about Shadow as a character, people seem to really gravitate and like and enjoy his performance in this.
Hmm. Yeah. It sound the thing that the impression I get is that they are very faithful to the original material
Mm-hmm.
of Sonic the Hedgehog, and from that, it sounds like the fans have a really good time with them. So it satisfies who it's made for,
Yes.
and that's a success in my mind. I'll probably get around to watching the second and third one eventually.
Honestly, I think I did go with a friend who had not seen. Oh, I took my brother and his wife on Christmas Day to see this movie.
Hmm.
And as I recall, she had not seen Sonic 2. Neither had my
Hmm.
brother, but they had
Hmm.
no issue just enjoying Sonic 3 regardless.
Okay,
Of course, it's not super complicated Sonic the Hedgehog,
of course,
so you can
of
probably
course.
pick up on it.
It's family action adventure movie shenanigans.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny,
Um,
it's charming. Shadow's great. Sonic is, I think, toned down a little. If you're not prepared for it, he could probably get kind of annoying in some of the movies. I think he strikes a nice balance here.
okay.
Idris Elba as Knuckles is pretty funny, and then
Mm.
Colleen O'Shaughnessy does Tails. That
And she's the voice from the video games, if I remember correctly.
she's the
Right.
legacy actual canon Tails voice for like previous media. So not the
Right.
celebrity voices they brought in
Right.
for the other characters.
I wonder why they made an exception on that and
Me
none of
too.
the other.
I am curious
That's
about that.
curious to me.
I would look more into it if I were a bigger Sonic fan. But for now,
Yes.
I will just give the award of the most satisfying antagonist redemption. I mean, if you didn't know Shadow does, has a change of heart and maybe
What?
isn't so bad at the end of the movie.
Spoilers? No, yeah, that's that makes sense.
Charlie said Colleen voiced Tails in the post-credits scene in the first one, so they just kept. Well, she was also, I think, yeah, we were talking about it.
Fair.
Voiced in, was it some video games and maybe shows?
Does she voice Tails in Sonic Prime or whatever it was?
Something
whatever,
like that. I think it's
whatever that animated series was on Cartoon Network that
Sonic
everyone
Boom.
liked.
Sonic Boom.
Yes, that's what it was, Sonic Boom. That one that everyone liked to post clips about because the writing was unhinged at various points.
Algernon says, all I know about Shadow is that apparently he had an edgy game where he had a gun. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, people really like that sort of thing, and
Mm-hmm.
it was cool. So
do they potential spoiler silence your stream for like 10 seconds, everyone else, if you don't want to be spoiled on Sonic lore or Sonic 3, I guess. Do they shoot that child like they do in the video game?
She blows up.
That's what I figured
Yeah,
they would do. They
that
were going to do a
part
nondescript.
That part was pretty it's baked into the Shadow lore apparently, and so they did
Yes.
a relatively good job at honor keeping that.
Destroy the child.
She was not sick as in the original lore, but she did just die, and that
I expected that they would kill her off with like a nondescript explosion and not like, because don't they just straight up fucking shoot her in the video game? I think
maybe. I'm not familiar with that, but that does sound like kind of what happened. People joke about, oh my god, they just like killed a child,
murked that child.
That would be appropriate. Well, that would fit the reaction that people have been having. It's not appropriate to shoot a child. No,
it's not. No.
The award I ranked this an A. I just had a ton of fun with it, and probably because I went to go see with some enthusiastic Sonic fans as well, who also had a good time with it. So I had a good time.
No,
hang in there, folks. We got 2 more movies.
Hell yeah,
and that'll be it. So. A complete unknown. I went and the most recent one I saw.
Bro saw the Tim Tam movie.
I saw Timothée Chalamet be Bob Dylan, directed by James Mangold. There were no horses in it. I didn't know much about Bob Dylan. I don't know how big a Bob Dylan fan you are or not.
I like folk music well enough, and I enjoy what I've heard of Bob Dylan. The funny thing is that it seems like he's very much by design, he's kind of made his legacy enigmatic. Yeah. So it's funny that people keep trying to make like biographies. There's a really interesting one. I think it's called like I'm Not Here, where he's played by like 4 or 5 different actors at various points in his life. And that people have championed that as like the definitive Bob Dylan biopic. And then there's also a great movie by the Coen brothers, who we talked about earlier in stream, called Inside Llewyn Davis, which is not a Bob Dylan biopic necessarily, but people say that it's a movie about folk music, and people say it's pretty close to the kind of life and like legacy that Bob Dylan kind of lives. So, but I'm curious about Complete Unknown, because I do like James Mangold for the most part, and I do like Timothée Chalamet, and I appreciate Bob Dylan's work. So.
Okay, so you've not seen it quite yet.
I have not. I'm probably going to wait till digital. It's not something that I'm clamoring to see in a theater.
Algernon says, someone online said Johnny Cash in this felt like Einstein and Oppenheimer. Kind of. I would kind of agree with that. Johnny Cash shows up in this movie.
Boyd Holbrook, right?
Yeah, Boyd Holbrook. And he kind of offers like a consoling peer in the music space. Kind of, if you remember seeing Elvis, it was...
I do.
It's kind of like Elvis talking to B.B. King. It's like, you need a fellow musician there to kind of bounce ideas off of the main character into like, oh, this industry is like whack, and Johnny Cash was like, yeah,
or a deeper cut in my case, like that one scene in Ed Wood where Ed Wood talks to Orson Welles. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, that flew right over Van's head. I'm sorry, Van.
No idea.
Someone out there will get it. Someone out there will get it.
So, like you were saying, it's very weird they chose to make a biopic of all things about someone who really does not want their life told.
Right.
The whole thing about him is that he lied about where he came from and wouldn't tell anyone where he came from, and just kind of appeared on the scene and started playing folk music and became famous that way. And so to try and give a backstory to someone like that who actively deters people from finding out about his backstory is really weird.
But is it a good biopic is my question.
But when I watch the biopics, I try to, like, if I know anything about the person they're making the biopic about, I try to see, does it kind of make sense? And afterwards, doing research on it, it made as much sense as it could. So it details the kind of rise to fame, and then his relationship with Joan Baez, who is also a folk singer from that time, more successful during that time, and tumultuous relationships with his girlfriend, and then wrestling with the corporate desires to turn him into something. To me, it just felt like a lot of biopic tropes, walking around in a trench coat.
That seems to be what I've heard about it, yeah.
Because, I mean, it's not a musical biopic unless it's, why do all of these music industry people want to turn me into something I'm not? You know, cross that off the list for every biopic that's been done about a singer or artist.
Can I read the top review on Letterboxd for A Complete Unknown?
Yeah.
So, women, you're such an asshole. How do you make such good music? Bob Dylan, unintelligible mumbling. Women, fuck, you're so hot.
You know, it's once again, it's funny. It's like you read my mind. The award for this movie is the mumbliest main character. And I don't know
Bob
if
Dylan,
it's
man.
a faith, because like I said, I know nothing about Bob Dylan or the way he actually talks. The way that Timothée Chalamet was either really accurate and Bob Dylan just mumbles the fuck out of everything he says, or Timothy just cranked up the you can't understand what I'm saying dial on his internal mechanism to make it completely unintelligible.
If you ever listen to Bob Dylan's music, which I would recommend it's definitely interesting music. I enjoy it.
I know, like, a Rolling Stone, and that's basically it.
That's the one everyone knows, yeah. But that is kind of just his voice. I remember my father back in the day, whenever Bob Dylan would come up, or they'd play Bob Dylan on, like, our Sirius satellite radio, he would always do his Bob Dylan impression. It was like, I'm Bob Dylan, I talk like this. And it's like, yeah, that's Bob. And then I heard his music later on. I'm like, oh yeah, he really just does sound like that. He just sounds like that. Fascinating.
So,
but
by and large, it's just kind of run-of-the-mill biopic about musical artists. It doesn't really give you any insight into why he is the way he is. It just shows him, yep, I'm Bob Dylan. I write good music and everyone seems to love me.
I like Algernon. I like Algernon in chat. Also, look up footage of Bob Dylan recording for "We Are the World." The man looks like he's either so wasted he has no idea where he is, or he's just totally confused by it all. Yeah, there's a great clip out there of Bob Dylan recording "We Are the World," and he looks very out of it, very checked out.
So, with that, I will give this movie a solid C.
Nice.
It was fine.
It was fine.
Maybe if you're a big Bob Dylan fan. There were really old people in my audience when I went to see it. I hope they enjoyed it.
Did they clap? Did they clap at the end?
No, nah.
What was the last movie that they clapped at? that
Oh
you
my
saw?
goodness, that's a good question.
Hmm.
Honestly,
I know
I think
mine.
it was Sonic 3.
Really? Okay.
Light
I
scattered clapping anyway.
mm, so the two movies that I was at, well, I was actually at three movies in theaters this week.
Oh.
Two, I know, right? Two of the three, on Thursday, Challengers at the Museum of Modern Art, and then Friday when I saw Seven and IMAX, both got applause.
Hmm.
So the Challengers one was sustained. That went on for like 30 seconds. That was pretty impressive. And I will say it happens a lot in the city just because it's very art house crowds and very like
Yeah.
people who are excited to be there, and sometimes like the writer or director will be there. Um, I have only ever seen one standing ovation at any theater, and it was at like a random fucking New Jersey theater, and it was the first time I saw Whiplash,
Oh.
and that's definitely a
Goodness.
movie deserving of that. Yeah, that's the only time I've ever seen a standing ovation because I've never been to con, so where they last for 15 fucking minutes apparently.
I I think Wicked also got a solid applause when I saw it.
I would check
That
out.
was
Yeah.
opening weekend I saw it, so.
Well, yeah, that would make sense then. Yeah.
Okay. Guys, we
What's
got
our
one
final?
more.
What's our
Final
final
movie.
movie? What's the
Yeah.
final movie band saw?
Here's a movie that I'm sure will surprise you that I actually went to go see. I saw Nosferatu.
I had a feeling. I had a thought. Hmm.
Robert Eggers. There were
Egg.
horses.
Egg. There were definitely horses. There were
For
scary horses.
to summarize, it is a modernized retelling of what is it, the 1920 something silent film?
1922. F.W. Murnau, I
Hmm.
believe, and
Uh,
has been remade into various other things. There was a Werner Herzog remake.
yeah.
There was also a interesting movie called Shadow of the Vampire, where it was about the making of the original Nosferatu, but the actor playing him was what if he was actually a vampire?
Hmm.
And he's played by Willem Dafoe, who is in
Hey, who was
this.
in this movie?
So there it is.
Yes, Dakota Brown. Yes, Nosferatu is a vampiric entity.
He's
Monster.
also in SpongeBob.
I'll be completely honest. That is the only reason why I know this. Probably a lot of people is the only reason why we have heard of Nosferatu.
Their point of reference, yeah. But then as I got older and into film, it clicked to me. I was like, oh, that's what they were referencing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it made me curious to want to go see this. And my brother was like, "Are you just watching this because SpongeBob?" And I'm like, "No.
I want
Maybe
to show
I
off to
don't
my
know."
friend Thoth Penswell that I
I
watch
want to be
film.
brave and go see a horror movie because I'm usually really bad with horror movies and don't like them. Granted, this one wasn't. It was very creepy, which
Yeah,
is
it's more creepy than scary.
there
It's
was one scene which was a cheap ass jump scare which I hated, but
it does very little of that, I
yeah,
will
yeah.
say,
It
because
only does the one.
Robert Eggers is a lot. I don't know if you've seen Robert Eggers' other movies. Have you ever seen anything by him?
I don't think so.
So
Not that I can recall.
he has done The Witch, which is really great.
Anya
He
Taylor
did,
Joy,
yeah, he did The Lighthouse, which is one of my favorite movies.
Pattinson, Defoe.
But yeah, I adore The Lighthouse, and he did The Northman,
Oh,
which
I
is
did see The Northman. Yes.
yeah, yeah. So you've seen one of his one non-horror movie
Yeah.
in previous prior to this,
Also,
but
like it takes the style. I can see it now. It's very
mm,
atmospheric, very eerie, and I love how it just hangs on these shots of just the
yeah,
creepiest architecture with shadows, and it hangs for like 10 or 15 seconds. Us just staring at
that
Nicholas Holt walking through a courtyard, and it's just so spooky.
Or when he's walking down the road and the carriage comes out and
Oh my
everything's
goodness, yeah,
it's completely silent. I love when the door opens and there's no sound. It's all very dreamlike, and
yeah.
it keeps like the direction is so well done. Everything has such intent behind it. You never get the feeling that that Eggers is just winging it. He always has his hands on the controls,
So,
and it's just constant dread.
a quick summary for those who have not seen 1921 Nosferatu or this current Nosferatu. There is a
Yeah,
young couple recently wed. It's Nicholas Holt and Rose Depp. Lily Rose Depp,
Yeah,
who plays
Johnny Depp's daughter. Yep.
who plays the wife. They're recently wed, and this count in a distant land sends for the husband, Nicholas Holt's character, to sell him a property in the village where they both reside. Meanwhile, the wife experiences like night terrors and nightmares stemming from when she was a child.
Pretty scary night
Oh my
terrors
god,
too.
yeah.
Like Lily Rose Depp's physicality in it. Like I was frightened watching her
Yeah.
do anything physical in it.
And so turns out this count who sends for Nicholas Holt is a vampiric monster, and
Mm.
upon moving from the distant land to the village where the couple live, completely wreaks devastation on the town because
Mhm.
he basically brings the plague or something akin to the plague.
It's an epidemic.
Yeah, and he's a monster. He's the devil himself.
Yes,
Something something.
he's coming.
Yeah, he is.
Heyo, heyo.
Yo, so very creepy, eerie. I'm glad I saw it. It was visually so impressive. Like I said,
Mhm.
only one jump scare was I really upset that I'm like, you didn't need to do that. That was bullshit.
It's I love the way they play with shadows in it, because that's a thing that the original film did, is that it was a very visual film because it was silent.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's such a looker of a movie, and like you said, the patience it takes. Some people may complain that it's like 2 hours 12 minutes. I know some people have complained it's slow, it's dry. I know some people have been saying like it's just a Nosferatu adaptation and like nothing special about it. And I'm like, but no, like it's a modern interpretation
Like
of
the
it, and
last time, it was 100 years ago when they
Mhm.
made Nosferatu. Like
Yeah.
we updated some things since then.
Each generation has kind of had its own new interpretation, because then the Herzog one was in the
Oh
70s,
yes,
and
yes.
then there was the Shadow of the Vampire in the 90s, and there's been so many fucking Dracula interpretations and
Mhm.
reinterpretations. I'm amazed they allowed that Nicholas Holt went back to Dracula movies after Renfield, to be quite honest with you. It was so funny seeing him in the, because it's like, wow, he's actually doing a great job with this material. I love when he first goes to the Count's castle, and he is acting. That is the most genuinely frightened and panicked I've ever seen a performance in quite a while. You believe how fucking spooky this entire situation is, and I love that it's just like it's just Orlok just gives off the vibes of like, oh, this is pure evil that I'm sitting in the
Yeah,
room
dude
with.
is the only thing, his voice was a little wonky, I think, in some parts. It's
You think?
kind of borderline. I don't know. Some of the stuff that was coming out of his mouth I wasn't quite feeling,
Did
but I mean, that's
did you
minor
did
quips.
did you laugh at the mustache like TikTok apparently is doing?
I did think it looked a little odd, but in an eerie way, so it kind of worked anyway.
The the
I
funny
appreciated it.
the funny thing is that that comes from original Dracula mythology, from my understanding, because
I see.
the original Dracula in Bram Stoker's original text had a mustache. I believe.
Okay.
So, although Nosferatu did not, so it's kind of like a mixing of different mythologies, to
I
my
see. But
understanding.
the way they depict this count is so unnervingly. This dude is not a human.
Yeah, it
It's
and it's
fucking creepy.
and what's great is that Bill Skarsgård plays him of the Crow fame. Um,
Yeah,
but
that's what he's known
that's his,
for.
yes, not Pennywise the dancing clown, not Barbarian, for the Crow. But let me tell you, I knew it was him going into it for like a year in advance when they were working on the movie. That like, oh yeah, he's gonna be Count Orlok. But seeing him, even in the movie, I'm just like, that can't possibly be him.
Yeah,
He's just completely unrecognizable. Maybe if I looked in the eyes, you can kind of see it. But otherwise,
I see
like,
it in the head.
his head,
It's like Pennywise's head.
his big fucking Pennywise head.
Yeah.
But yeah, utterly unrecognizable in a good way. He's great. I think everyone puts in pretty great performances. I
Aaron
couldn't
Taylor
really complain.
Johnson
Even
gets a redemption.
I was gonna say Aaron Taylor Johnson. I was shocked because when a certain thing happens, you know what I'm talking about at a
Mhm.
certain point, and he has to like express like distraught. I'm like, wow, he can actually kind of act under the right conditions.
Yay!
I was
And
very surprised.
this is a society where all the men are like supposed to pent up their and not be hysterical or anything like or show emotion, and so he played
Not,
that in public, real well.
mm,
But in his heart of hearts, he's dying. He's
and
breaking.
yeah, and not only emotions, but the movie is also kind of about puritanism,
Hmm.
specifically about like the way sex is handled. Because I mean, there's a lot in the movie about sex, but like, if I recall correctly, isn't the first thing that Nicholas Holt does is he turns down sex with Lily Rose Depp?
Yeah,
He
I
doesn't want to
must go
have
to
sex.
work.
Yes, he has to go sell real estate instead of having sex with Lily Rose
I
Depp.
have to go meet the man who will we will writhe naked on the floor in about 25 minutes. Um, so
It's
the award that I give for this movie is a major spoiler. So
oh,
if you haven't seen it and want
look
to look
away,
away for just a second,
look away.
just the award that I give it is the Cucking Saves the Day award
Yes,
because it does.
it does. It does actually.
And interesting time to enter the stream. Yes, we're right at the tail end, but yeah, I give it a B. This is not a movie that I would usually watch. It's
I'm
not up my
curious.
alley at all.
I'm curious how you would receive something like The Lighthouse from Robert Eggers, because there aren't really jump scares in that. That is all atmosphere, and
Yeah,
it's kind of comedy. There's a lot of comedy in The Lighthouse
I'd
also.
probably like it. I think I hate the cheap the cheap jump scare I'm talking about in this is if the movie's just full of that, I hate it. Like I'm not watching The Nun. I'm not watching
Oh my god, did you just compare Robert Eggers' Nosferatu to The
no,
Nun?
no. I'm saying the kinds of
I know,
movies,
I know.
horror movies, I wouldn't watch. I wouldn't watch The Conjuring. I wouldn't watch
Right.
that sort of thing. But
Oh my god.
I
It's
might
the Algin.
The
Yeah,
Lighthouse. Yeah, I could
great
see
movie.
myself doing that. Especially so I'm interested now that I've seen two Robert Eggers movies. Yeah, if his name is attached to something, I'm more inclined to see it now.
No, I think you would love that. Also, I love Algernon and Chad show band the edit of The Lighthouse to SpongeBob music. It's amazing. I love that video. That's an all-timer. Because someone took various scenes from the Lighthouse and put SpongeBob
Oh
sound
my
effects and
god.
music over it. It's great. It's incredible.
Okay, so that was it. Let's finish up here.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone
We-
for sticking around for so long. Thank you to
yeah,
Thoth. I'm just gonna run through the
of
remainder of my
course.
slides here. Here
Let's
is
see.
my complete tier list with inter-tier ordering. Am reminded upon making this tier list that the tier list I made last year I did backwards. So Because I put the ones that I like the most on the right side.
Oh man,
as opposed to closest.
Algernon missed your segment talking about Borderlands. I just realized.
Hey,
It's
Algernon, I did not give it an F.
Kinds of Kindness and Borderlands in the same tier is incredible.
Did
and
you
I liked
like Kinds
Borderlands.
of Kindness, Algernon?
I don't think he's seen it yet.
Oh, okay.
We had a discussion.
So yeah, Godzilla -1 is my top for the year.
Okay.
But Planet of the Apes is up there. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes is up there. Challengers is the highest A, bordering on S. Anora is the highest of B, bordering on A. Trap is a high C, bordering on B. I think you see a trend here.
Let's go.
And I put Mufasa in the Y tier, which is below F. It shouldn't exist.
I love the Y tier. That's the highlight.
So this is. I'll post this up on Twitter probably tomorrow or in a few hours because it's
solid ranking, sir.
We will finish this up. But if we're talking about tier lists, the true actual tier list is right here. Are there horses or is it horseless? And are there unicorns?
Ooh.
Here's the actual tier list, everybody. The one we all came to see.
This is clutch.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, if you edit this selectively, you can make it look like The Fall Guy and If were a band's top films of the year.
I am not brave enough to do that, but I loved it. I liked it. I gave it a B. Their Algernon, and so I'll post my actual tier list up on Twitter later today on Sunday. So, the best horsey moment is from Venom, The Last Dance. We'll say.
Yes, the way you described it, it definitely sounds pretty solid.
It was. Okay, what else have I got? Real quick. Other movies that I watched that did not come out in 2024, almost exclusively through Riffponies watch-alongs. We did Twister, Beetlejuice, Barb and Star Go to Vista Del Mar, Saw, Scream, Godzilla Final Wars, Memento, Gremlins, and Gremlins 2.
Man, all solid.
Yeah, I think so.
What's your favorite of these?
Memento.
Nice. I'll accept
Followed
it.
by Barb and Star Go to Vista Del Mar.
What a tier
I was not
ranking.
along for the watch along for Godzilla 98. That was during the weekday, I believe, and I was away.
That's true.
But
that's true.
I heard great things.
Come on,
says, I watched the MLP movie for the first time last month. I hope you liked it. I liked it too.
Mm-hmm.
I watched it on New Year's Eve with my friends.
Ooh,
they hadn't seen
very
it.
Nice. Did they like it?
Yeah.
Nice.
My friends who are not bronies but are friends with me and respect that I like My Little Pony and they like animation, so they're in. Yeah, the 2017 one. Yep, that one.
They respected it.
Okay. That was the lightning round. That was just real fast.
Yeah.
Finally, follow Riffponies.
Oh my god. Aww.
On twitch.tv/Riffponies.
Thank you.
Maybe they might be doing something to Sunday night.
We might have just announced that we're going to be doing a watch along of a great 2004 movie, Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow, and then we'll be watching Pacific Rim right after. A certain blue horse might also be joining us for Pacific Rim.
Definitely
Isn't that right?
possible. Definitely possible.
It's popsicle for sure.
Follow on
Continue.
Twitch and Twitter and Blue Sky.
Aww. Yeah, and while I'm at that, go follow Ban on all of his social medias as well. He deserves it. He's one of the best creators in the fandom right now. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'm not just saying that because you're my friend.
You're saying it because I paid you.
Yes, exactly. You paid me a whole ham sandwich for this stream. No, I genuinely appreciate you for inviting me. It's always a pleasure talking film or anything with you, my friend. So thank you.
Follow Thoth.
Oh, yeah,
Here.
you can. Yeah, you can follow me on my letterbox. That's where I log everything. You can see my letterbox is going to be very busy tomorrow because literally, like, once I go to bed, I'm going to get like 6 hours of sleep, and then I'm waking up tomorrow morning to go see the Wachowskis' Speed Racer in theaters. I'm
Ooh.
very excited. If
Oh.
you've never seen Speed Racer, incredible film, wonderful. And then yeah, and then hopefully join us for Sky Captain and Pacific Rim tomorrow on Twitch. That'll be a very fun time. Great group
Mm-hmm.
and
Always.
two wild films.
A thank you to all of the those who stuck around. I see
Yeah,
Algernon. Good to see you, Dakota. Were you there the entire time? Because I think I remember seeing you kind of at the beginning, and now you're still here. That's thank you for
we
doing that.
appreciate
If
it.
that's right.
That's
I see
commitment.
Dipolar Island. Thank you for joining, and thank you to
Yeah.
the Charlie and Chris. Chris who came by earlier. I don't know if they're still there, and other friends of mine and ours. Um, Thank you to the VOD gang. I don't know if you're watching. Maybe you just have us all, on in the background while you're yapping or driving or whatever. Thank you for watching.
Yeah.
Thank you to Thoth for joining me for this
Oh.
nearly 8 hour streams. We will
It's
try either. Maybe we'll start earlier next
didn't
time.
we Ben,
Yes.
is this longer than last year?
Yeah, by like 2 hours, I think.
We said we were gonna cut it down.
Hey, to be
No, it's great.
fair, with each movie, we did discuss it less than we discussed last year. It's just that I watched like 15 more
Hey,
movies than I watched last year.
good. Watch more movies. That's my the one takeaway for anyone out there still listening or watching right now is be curious, go out of your comfort zone, find new favorite
Yeah.
movies because even if you don't know much about it, a movie you knew nothing about going into it might end up a new favorite of yours. So stay curious, watch everything.
Watch movies. Follow Thoth for movie recommendations. The
Follow,
stuff that I
oh,
watched because of him, I thoroughly enjoyed. I'm glad I watched.
oh, follow Banquo for funny Blue Horse content.
And thank you all for watching. And if you all are going to HarmonyCon later this month, maybe
Mm,
come on by and check us out there. We're both going to
yeah,
be there.
we are. We're both going to be community guests, so you can come
Whoa.
and say hi.
Come say
We'll be
hi.
wearing we'll be wearing suits. You'll need no, you won't need special tickets to see us. You can come and say hi.
I'm gonna say
It'll be lovely to
you'll
see
be
you.
wearing a suit. I don't wear a suit to those things. They're too
That's fair.
stuffy.
That's fair.
Thank you all for joining.
Thank you.
We could
Thank
go another
you.
5 minutes to make it 8 hours total, but I don't think I'm gonna do that.
You're gonna take that out. No achievement, no Xbox.
Nope. No
All
achievers
right.
for me. Thank you all for
No.
joining. Thank you, Thoth.
Love
Thank you, all of
y'all.
you out
Thank you,
there.
Ben.
We're
Thank you,
going.
everybody.
We're going. And
And we're gone.